Welcome back to the best division in football with your boys Awthentik and The Beard, the best television show not on TV. Sorry for the little tardiness there. I know Tom Coughlin would not appreciate that. 5 minutes early is definitely a little bit too late. Today we're going to go over the Week 17 recap where the Cowboys handled business versus the Titans. The Saints upset the Eagles like I called on Sunday morning on the parlay. The Giants Clinched and cracked some skulls versus the Indianapolis Colts. Shout out to Pat McAfee one time. And the Beard's Commanders were eliminated by the Browns. They were eliminated from playoff contention. Washington Commanders are now going home. More importantly, we thought about not doing the podcast today, but we thought it'd be a good thing to do this podcast for a lot of the people in the AATB fan to pull up and be able to chop it up and talk some football after we saw a tragedy on Monday Night Football yesterday with Damar Hamlin, who went into cardiac arrest on the field after making looked like a routine tackle on T. Higgins. They issued CPR on him on the field for 9 minutes. It's probably the scariest moment I've ever seen on a football field in my entire life. And, he's still in critical condition right now. And I think it's very important that we treat this with care for sure. And I posted this on my Twitter yesterday about the situation in response to what I saw, what Ryan Clark was saying, who did a fantastic job on the broadcast for ESPN along with Scott Van Pelt. And I said that all too often when a tragedy happens, people respond with speaking on a tragedy of their own. And I think Ryan Clark said it perfect. He said, this is about Damar Hamlin. This is about a human. This is about a brother. This is about a son. So for me and the Beard and everybody in the AATB family, I know y'all feel the exact same way. Our prayers go out to Damar Hamlin, hoping for the best in this situation. And, it was very difficult to sleep last night for me. I was just waking up in the middle of the night a bunch of times, just hoping to check on my Twitter and see some positive news. We still haven't really gotten anything out of that. And to see the Buffalo players and the Cincinnati Bengals players on that field, with their hearts broken on that field was definitely a tough moment for me. I know it was a tough moment for everybody that was watching that game. Definitely a tragedy, and all of us are praying and we're hoping for the best. And also the Jaguars lost a former player as well, Uche Wainare. Rest in peace to him. He passed away on Friday at the age of 38. I heard that he was a streamer as well. I saw the Hub talking about that. And I wasn't too familiar with what he had going on with the streams, but that's just very unfortunate. So two devastating, one loss and another devastating moment on Monday Night Football. So our prayers go out to both of those families. Definitely wanted to start the show with the moment for the both of them and those families as well. But without further ado, let me bring in the best co-host in the country one time. Y'all know what it is. My brother, your brother from another, the strong side to the left side, the Beard himself, man. What's poppin', fam? How you living?
It's kind of surreal still a little bit, but Awthentik hit me up and he asked me, he said, what do you think? And I said, I thought about, obviously, maybe we shouldn't do the show, but I just to second what Awthentik said, I think it was important because, it's important to have a place where you can go to and feel comfortable, especially after a situation like that. So I think it was important for us both to kind of be able to come here tonight and to provide you all with, that environment to kind of, sit back and not necessarily just reflect, but also, think about some positive stuff that's on the table right now as well. Because it was, I've never really seen anything like that. I don't think a majority of the people have. And, it was kind of shock at first when it happened because, we've seen stuff like that. And to not know immediately was kind of frightening. And then when you started to see the players' reactions and the length of the moment that he was down on the field for, you kind of started to realize how serious it actually was. I remember when we were younger when Dennis Byrd got injured during the game and was paralyzed, from the waist down. I mean, besides that, it's just, we and Awthentik and I talked about the basketball incident that happened.
With Hank Gathers, that was a major one too. He ended up passing away on the court. Rest in peace to Hank Gathers.
So it was super tough, and I did want to, I'm glad you brought up Ryan Clark and Van Pelt because I thought, they're in a situation that nobody's ever been in before. And I think that they handled it, extremely well. And the raw emotion, I think that everybody showed that was reporting on it during it happening all the way until, eventually, after like a couple of hours, I kind of just had to turn it off. And I just was kept scrolling my Twitter trying to get updates and like you said, hoping for some good news. But it's so unfortunate to see something like that happen, and you kind of feel helpless to a certain extent. And I think it's important, obviously, that we give the privacy to the family and let them deal with it how they see fit. And we just can only pray and hope for the best. And it's difficult too, because in the society that we live in right now, everybody wants to have a input or a reaction or something like that, and it's easy from the outside to get caught up in all of that. And I think it's important that we don't. Like, there's a lot of people upset with a lot of people and the way they reacted and stuff like that, and it's understandable. But at the same time, I think it's important that we focus on what really matters here, and that's obviously this young man's health. So everybody here at Awthentik and The Beard, everybody in the chat, we want to send our love, and it kind of reiterates the fact that something that we talk about a lot here at Awthentik and The Beard, and that's how we talk about these players and how we treat these players, and how important it is to remember that these guys are humans. Like, they're brothers.
This is not a simulation.
They're brothers, their sons, their fathers. And it's important. I hope that this kind of opens the eyes to some people that are very reckless and careless with the way that they talk about these players. I saw some really nasty stuff going around on Twitter about people with the Washington Commanders and the way that they were treating Charles Leno's wife, and it's just it's sickening sometimes. So I think that this kind of hopefully opens up the eyes even more to some people that these are human beings, and they're putting their lives on the line. I was explaining to my wife about how anytime people always complain about these players, oh well, they're holding out and they get paid millions of dollars, this and that, and it's like they don't realize that it can all be gone, just like as fast as it was last night. So it just to kind of put all of that into perspective, I think is also important right now. And for those of you that I'm sure everybody knows by now, but there was a foundation that he had been working on even before he was in the NFL. And it had gotten around the internet, and people have been donating to that. It is the only charitable donation, that's like what he does, and it's near and dear to his heart. We have put a link in the description below if anybody wants to visit that link and continue to build that up, because hopefully when he wakes up and he sees something like that, something that he's so close to, that'll lift his spirits immediately. So I think that's also important.
Last I checked, they had said that the foundation had raised over $3 million, and it was like in the just in the early thousands range when they first had announced it. So that's good to see. And like you said, hopefully when he comes back and everything is cleared, hopefully we can see him see that will be an amazing thing for him to see. His foundation has raised that kind of money. So again, big prayers go out to the family. And I think you said something really good there about a lot of the fans who, you saw a lot of negative stuff running around on Twitter, not only about this situation, but about the situation with the Washington Commanders as well. And, I also think that a lot of those people are broken as well. And I don't wish them, anything but the best. And I hope that they fix whatever's going on in their life that makes them turn to social media and spread that kind of hate and that negativity, on a platform. That's very unnecessary. So we'll see how this all pans out. Again, prayers up to the Hamlin family. That it's just a tragic situation. There's nothing else to really, say, nothing more that we can say about it. We can just sit back and hope for the best. I think that's all we can do over here. But I commend the Beard for when I texted you this morning and you said, let's do the show. I think that was a really good idea. I was leaning towards that. I wanted to see how you felt about it. And that was I think that was a positive thing that we can at least do to honor him and keep this moving as much as we possibly can. I think it's the most difficult thing to do in times like this, and sometimes you just got to just power through it and do what you got to do.
Yeah, and we definitely want to thank each and every one of you that are here with us right now, whether it's on Facebook, Twitch, Twitter, and of course here on YouTube. We would not be able to get through this these times, whether it's dealing with what we're dealing with now or anything else, if it wasn't for the community that we have here at Awthentik and The Beard. Like I said, this is more than just a chat. This is a family that we have built, and I don't think we'd rather be anywhere else than right here rocking with you guys.
Facts.
So without further ado, big shout out to our guy J-Mo, Coach Taylor, first person in the building. Hope dialysis is going well, my friend JMO. Thank you for joining us. Chris Peace is in the building. What's going on, my guy?
What's going on, bro?
And congratulations. You know, I was in the chat during Giant Overreaction. By the way, an absolutely classic stream of Giant Overreaction by Awthentik.
4 hours and 20 minutes, man.
Exactly. I mean, listen, that's only Awthentik can pull that off. And I know he didn't do it on purpose. He just, you know,
that's what's so crazy. I looked up, I was like, oh, that's perfect.
Yeah, so big shout out to all the Giants people here in the chat. You guys have been through a lot, as have I, as a Washington Commanders fan. Unfortunately, we cannot move on. You guys are, so you know the beer got nothing but love for each and every one of you guys. So congratulations for that. Easy Does It is in the building. What's going on, brother?
Man? Appreciate all them donations on the Giant Overreaction to Easy Does It. That was major, man. That was definitely major. Welcome to the fam. I know you said you've been watching from afar for a little while. It's great to see you popping up and chopping it up with us in the chat, man.
Absolutely. We appreciate it more than you can ever imagine. Big shout out to Yam in Japan. Not sure if he can be around from here. He said he's kind of numb, but he wants to give his prayers out to the Hamlin family. So big shout out to Yam in Japan. Appreciate you stopping by. Our guy.
Michael Knight. He was telling me on a Twitter DM that he had missed the show. He had to do some yard work. It was a beautiful day, man, on the East Coast, and today and yesterday, for real.
Yeah.
And he was telling me how he caught up with the show, man. Big salute, man. Appreciate you supporting the vibes, bro.
Big shout out to Kevin at PRF. One of our
Yes,
resident
sir.
Commanders fans says, I'm just waiting for Snyder to announce his sale to the Beard so the Beard can start cleaning house. Unfortunately, the way my bank account is set up right now, don't think I'll be putting in a bid. I mean, if the auction start off at 99 cents, like an eBay auction, I might throw in a little.
Throw one little bid, right?
Yeah, for sure. So James Earl Moans says, Giants Clinch. Yes, they do, my friend.
we did.
Congratulations.
Yes, we
Big shout out to our guy, Stan the Man. Stanimal's in the building. What's going on, my brother? Great to see you. Appreciate you stopping by as always.
Big salute to Stan. Chopped it up with Stan today in the DM, man. What's going on, fam? Sak Passe.
Kareem Yee is in the building. What's going on, Kareem? Appreciate you as always, my friend. Thank you for joining us. Denzio in the building.
Denzio in the building. What up?
Says go G-Men. Also, our guy, Sean G, is here as well. Great to see you, Sean G. Man, Rob is in the building.
Giants Nation is in the building. Let's go.
Big shout out to Lax044 for the $9.99 super chat. Says, hope everyone in here in the Awthentik and the Beard family is doing all right, especially after the scary event from last night. I appreciate Awthentik and the Beard and everyone here for everything that they do. And I think we share those same feelings with
Facts.
you as well, Lax044. Thank you for everything you do, and thank you for being here. We appreciate it. Oh, the Cowboys fans are loving it today. How about them boys is in the building? Great to see you. Says
Big win on Thursday night, brother.
Let's go Giants for this week.
Just for this week.
He follows that up by saying, we'll handle Washington and make them our sons as usual.
Okay,
We just need the Giants to play their starters. So
That's y'all Super Bowl right there, the Beard. If y'all could take care of the Cowboys, man, that'll be a big way to end the season.
It's been our Super Bowl for about 5 weeks, and we haven't won any of those Super Bowls yet.
That's true.
So.
That's definitely true.
Big shout out to G-Men NYC. Says Big Blue Wrecking Crew. Appreciate you.
Salute. What up,
stopping
fam? What up?
by. Edward Squires is in the building. Our guy. Thank you for joining us. We got Jared Williams in the building as well. I see Max Webster. I see Word. I see Classified with Joel.
What's going on, Joel? Hope all is well, brother. I ain't talking to Joel.
Who else we got in here? Big shout outs to our guy Lucas checking in from Australia. All of our international viewers across the world. We got people in Australia, got people in UK, Japan, Chile, Italy. We are internationally known. We appreciate each and every one of you guys for joining us. Heavyweight champion of the world is in the building.
Fam?
James Funk is in the building. Our guy Kai 001. Good to see you as always. Great to see Wolves is in the building. Alpha Mason, Sigma Surge. No Mets, no Nets, no Jets is in the building.
Dang, what's going on, fam?
Bookend Tackles is in the building. I mean,
sir.
You guys are super, super deep in here. We appreciate each and every one of you all for joining us. Let me just make sure I don't skip over too much here. Big shout out to Wolves in the building for the $4.99 super chat. We appreciate the super chat. It is unfortunate that these events have all happened at the Bengals Stadium. The good thing about that, though, is that the Bengals, the University of Cincinnati has one of the best trauma centers in the country.
That's what's up.
So
man.
It's definitely super fortunate, to have that sort of medical staff, not only that close to the stadium, but also in the stadium as well. A lot of that first responding efforts would not have been, capable many years ago. So definitely fortunate there as well. Big shout out to Adam. We see Adam Costas in here.
Popping, Adam.
Nour is in the building. Noor, I always do that.
I know.
You know me, like when I think about miles per hour. You know what I'm saying?
The caucasity of you to say Nour.
Big shout out to G-Off in the building. What's going on, Jeff?
Like
Appreciate you being here. Fam? Solving Race Problems is in the building. Michelle Lathan is in the building. Good to see you, Michelle. Fabian's here. I just wanted to make sure we get a big shout out to everybody today, on a special day like today where, we're coming together and, it's nothing but love in the building. Big shout out to Tuto for the $4.99 super chat. Says massive salutes and respects to Awthentik and The Beard and all diehard Giants fans in the house. And our sincere prayers to Hamlin fam. God blessings. But don't forget to slap Boyd's.
Facts.
This weekend, it's gonna be be one, man. It's definitely gonna be one. Just making sure I say what's up to everybody. Joey G Sports is in the building.
What's up,
D
man?
Biddle is in the building.
Biddle in the building. What's going on? Gang in the building. Let's go.
Big shout out to everybody, each and every one of you guys. Like I said, it's great to be around the family today. We got 76 people rocking with us right now across Facebook, Twitch, Twitter, and of course, right here on YouTube. Big shout out.
Big shout out, man. Dope intro, man. Appreciate all y'all pulling up and rocking with us today on this Tuesday evening here on the East Coast, man. Beautiful weather here in Washington, D.C. today, man. I got out a little bit, man. The sun was definitely shining. That's crazy. Why I was kind of thinking about, like, do we really want to do the podcast? I might want to enjoy this weather a little bit, man. Go take the camera for a spin one time or something.
It was like -7 degrees like last week and a half ago, and now it's like 68 here in Washington, D.C. So for those of you that don't know, here in the DMV, we get 4 seasons in a day.
Facts.
So it's pretty wild out here right now. I think we got like another day maybe of these 60s, and then we'll probably be back into the 40s, according to Tim's Weather Center.
That's what's up. It's got me looking forward towards the spring, man. And I know the Giants are in the playoffs, so I'm extremely hype about that. But this is the offseason, and I'm really looking forward towards. I want to see what Joe Shane and company do, with their second offseason here and their second draft. So I'm really looking forward to it, man. I'm looking forward towards the weather, and I'm looking forward to see what the New York Giants are going to do in the offseason, especially in, places of need where we need some help in some certain departments.
Big shout out to Cortez Smith for the $1.99 super chat. I'm assuming there's going to be a lot of this today, so I am here to take it like a man. Cortez Smith says, I ain't heard the left hand up chance in 7 weeks.
Hey, I still don't know what that shit mean. I still don't know. I guarantee you this, though. That will be the last time we see that anthem. That anthem is gone. I think that was just a 2022 thing. It's a wrap for the left hand up. It took 17 weeks. We still couldn't figure out what it means.
The damn mascot too, bro.
It's like, can I ask a question?
Seen that?
We're gonna talk about the mascot. You know that's in the notes. And look, I didn't have this in the notes, but I did see this on a YouTube short. So when they did the Sean Taylor memorial with the mannequin thing or whatever,
the original one, yeah, or this one,
and I don't know if they've changed this yet or not. I don't know. I know this when they first dropped it and debuted it. It had this. He had on a Reebok jersey. Yeah. No, it was a Nike jersey, Reebok pants, and Adidas cleats. Yeah. Like, can I get a job? Because, there's nobody in a certain department that goes, none of that can be possible, right? We're not going to have a Nike-sponsored jersey and Reebok-sponsored pants in the same exact season. So, who botched it? That's what I want to know. Who botched it? And I wanted to say professional, but I can't use that word with the Washington Commanders. In an organization with that much money, I'll say, there's not layers. There's not layers that things got to go through. You know, like over here at Awthentik and The Beard, we have the graphics department. Then we got the people keeping the eye on the graphics department, right? And then we got our general manager looking at the graphics department. And then finally it gets to the fourth layer and it hits me in the beard and we go, all right, we can approve that. The Washington Commanders don't have somebody that's like on damage control with that. That's just like, bro, not only is this a Foot Locker mannequin, he has on Reebok pants, Nike jersey, and Adidas cleats. The Adidas cleats to me was the cherry on top. But I won't go crazy. I know today's gonna be a tough day for the Beard, y'all. We gotta go easy on him. I told him backstage before we went live, don't worry, I'm gonna take it easy on you today. But that one was puzzling.
Well, because the thing is he was known for wearing the soccer cleats when he played.
Yeah.
But I think they botched the soccer cleats. They just were like, let's just go get, those old school Adidas ones. Like, remember the Diadors with like the flap and the shoestrings?
Oh yeah. No, I know exactly what joints you're
so,
talking about.
I mean, listen, I just think that I'm hoping that with new ownership, because listen, there's people in that building that are good at what they do. It's unfortunate because there's a lot of people in that building that aren't good at what they do, and it's been like that for so long that it's kind of the transition is still taking place, and now we're gonna have to go through that whole transition all over again, obviously with new ownership. I mean, listen, it's been tough, bro.
I bet. And then buying the land out there, and did they buy the land in Ashburn or something where they're speculating the stadium might be? That'll be a little strange too if they move the stadium out to Virginia, and it's 2 hours away from us.
I mean, at one point they were talking about move. At one point during this season, this is before obviously the sale of the team is taking place. They were talking about moving the stadium to Dumfries, Virginia. And I look at Awthentik's face, and I was going to say, you don't even know where Dumfries is.
Dumfries? Boy.
Exactly. So listen, I just, hopefully we can. I felt like, with the name of Commanders and all this talk, I felt like they were moving more and more to that Virginia fan base and away from what the Washington fan base is, and that's DC, and that's
facts.
RFK. You know what I'm saying? Steel stairs.
I'll throw Maryland in there too, because
yeah,
Washington does have a lot of fans from Maryland. But it's weird. You know how they don't include Baltimore in the DMV, really? Like Baltimore's its own thing.
It is.
I'm almost starting to feel like the V on DMV could maybe abandon that.
I mean, we're not big
no
Virginia.
tie there.
There's no offense to anybody who's watching us right now.
Right,
who
no
are Virginia
I think
people.
Chris Peace lives in Virginia. I'm just saying, though.
Awthentik and The Beard aren't very Virginia friendly.
Every time
Virginia,
last time I was out there, bro, they gave me like a warning, all kind of stuff, man, for a situation that happened at Jiffy Lube, man, where I swear to God I was profiled out there at a 311 concert. I swear to God I was profiled out there. Pietro got it on videotape and all that, but I ain't want to go through the proceedings this evening, to try to handle something in court. So I just let it go, and I was like, you know what, I'm not going back to Virginia anymore.
Yeah. So, but we'll see. We got new ownership is on its way. So listen, it's the amount of things that have happened, and I'm gonna save some of this obviously because after the Dallas week, and it's still Dallas week. I don't care what anybody says. I'm not one of these fair weather fans who wants to lose to Dallas. Yeah. I saw somebody put up a poll. Would you rather beat Dallas or lose to Dallas for a better position at drafting a quarterback? I said, only reason why sometimes I only vote on polls because I want to see what the general public of stupidity is voting on. And it was like 87% of the people would have rather lost to Dallas for a better shot at getting a quarterback than beating Dallas. I said, nah, man, I ain't having that. It's always beat Dallas first over everything.
Get the dubs, man. That whole tanking and trying to lose games to get better draft position, it's not worth it. And if you really want the quarterback, trade up and go get him. Exactly. Oh, that's what's up. 311, your fair band. So my bass player in my band, the fifth, my boy Frankie Hernandez, the band that he was in before he was in my band, he toured with 311. So they gave him tickets, all access, VIP, got to kick it with them, met the whole band. It was super dope, super dope. 311, great show, man. It was my second time seeing them. I saw 311 on the Sprite Liquid Remix tour back in the day with Jay-Z and NERD too. That was fire. And Ghostface, oh man, it's so crazy to think about this now. Ghostface and Talib Kweli. Talib was my favorite rapper. They were on a small stage at that Sprite Liquid Remix tour. And years later, I got to open up for the 20th anniversary for the Cuban Link album with Ghostface and Raekwon. Weird how it was at. It's just all weird. But
Yeah.
311 killed it, man. Awesome show for sure.
Yeah, I got to see 311 at HF Festival.
Oh, yeah. I regret not going to that HF Festival with y'all, man. I know that was a trip,
Man,
literally.
Some crazy times at HF
Facts.
Festival. We'll save that for an off-season episode.
Yeah, man. I was talking about it on Giant Overreaction, how we got to do a hip-hop show or a music show and, chop it up because people really enjoyed that, man. And, man, that show was an awesome show. I had a great time. The part where we went through what year everyone was born to see the drastic gap in our demographic of some people who were 16, 17, born in, the 2000s in that chat, and then other people who were born in the 60s that have been seeing football before I was born and stuff like that. It was awesome, man. I love that Giant Overreaction. And shout out to all of y'all, man. All the new subscribers that pulled up from that show. It was just a great vibe, man. A good, you know how it's like Tribe Called Quest is beat rhymes in life. That was kind of like, football, something else in life, maybe like football, hip hop in life, beats football in life. There you go.
It just goes to show you the power of sports.
Facts for sure, man,
together.
and music too,
Yeah,
man. Two of my favorites, man. But you ready to get off into these games one time?
Let's do it, sir. Let's do it.
All right, I figure I'll give you a little bit of a buffer. We'll go with the Cowboys game first. The Cowboys headed not too far to take on the Titans one time. All right, man. Cowboys now 12-4. Still, the record is still so surprising to me. Titans fall to 7-9. The Dallas Cowboys get the victory, 27-13 in that game. It was the last Thursday night football of the NFL season. The Cowboys came into that game favored by 12 points. Pretty crazy, and they covered the 12 points. I'm pretty surprised on that. The game was kind of slow in the beginning. First quarter, Cowboys got the ball first. They ended up punting on their first possession. Then they scored a touchdown on their second possession. They held a 7-0 lead until the end of the first quarter. And then Brett Maher kicked a 36-yard field goal to put the Cowboys up 10-0. Looked like they were going to coast to a victory kind of right at that point. 2 interceptions on the following 2 Cowboys possessions. I saw the Beard tweeted out, the Cowboys have a turnover problem at that point. I know you wanted to put Dak Prescott in there, but you was like, I ain't trying to get too roasted. Let me just say the Cowboys have a turnover problem. That led to 6 points for the Titans. The Cowboys went into the locker room with a 4-point lead. They were up 10-6 at the half. Third quarter went a little bit different. The Titans went 3-and-out to start the second half. Dallas started the next drive on their own 11-yard line. They had a holding penalty, which made you think that they were going to have to end up punting the ball, but then they got a 51-yard pass interference call that kept that drive alive. The next play was a short pass from Dak Prescott to Dalton Schultz, who walked into the end zone for a touchdown to take it to 17-6. Titans' best drive came on the following possession. I thought they answered, and, for all the people that thought the Titans were just pretty much, calling it quits at that point, they had a 14-play, 71-yard drive that lasted 6 minutes, 44 seconds, ended with a touchdown. And Dallas ended up answering right back with their best drive of the day, 10 plays, 75 yards. That one took up just over 5 minutes. Dak Prescott had a 10-yard touchdown pass, his second of the day to Dalton Schultz. They took the lead 24-13 at that point. Titans punted on their next drive. Cowboys added another field goal, and the Cowboys ended up a couple punts, a Titans interception, and Titans turnover on downs. That game ended very similar to the Washington Commanders game versus the Cleveland Browns, too. If you look at the way that it ended with the interception, a turnover on downs, and 2 punts from the winning team, the Commanders game ended up the exact same way. Dak Prescott had a pretty decent day outside the 2 interceptions. He seems to really get it together. It's like he's almost playing kind of loose, go out there, throw a couple interceptions, and then get back right. He was 29 of 41 for 282 yards on the day. He was only sacked 1 time. QBR of 78.3. This offseason, I'm going to do a deep dive on QBR because it's been all over the place. And when we go over these games, you're going to see. I'm like, how Carson Wentz had a higher QBR than Deshaun Watson. One of them had 3 touchdowns. One of them had 3 interceptions. Makes no sense, but we're going to get there. But CeeDee Lamb also had a really good day. He had 11 receptions for 100 yards on 14 targets. He also reached 100 catches on the season, and he got his 5th 100-yard game of the season. Zeke Elliott didn't run the ball too great, man. 19 carries, 37 yards, but he did have a touchdown. 1.9 yards per carry. That is not the vibes, but he did record his 9th consecutive rushing touchdown. That is the longest active streak in the NFL right now. Love what T.Y. Hilton adds to this offense. He had 4 receptions for 50 yards on 5 targets, the big 28-yard reception. And we know about Dalton Schultz, his 2 touchdowns, and he also had 7 receptions for 56 yards. On the other end, Titans, man, they surprised me, pulled out a wild card, hit me with a reverse Uno type of vibe, and they brought out Joshua Dobbs to start the quarterback position. I thought that was really interesting. He had only been signed for 5 days, 8 days actually, after signing with the team. Had a decent day. He was 20 of 39 for 232 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. And the Titans, man, when New York Giants fans complain about all the injuries we've had over the past 2 years, I want you to take into consideration what is going on with the Tennessee Titans, man. They've dealt with so many injuries on the year. They started their 86th player of the season just now in this past game. They entered the week with an NFL high 82 players used through 15 games entering this past week 17. A total of 6 rookies were in the starting lineup. I thought that was interesting too. It's the most rookies that they've started since 2005 in a game. And I did want to send a little bit of a shout out to the homie Kevin Byard, who had a really good game. And he's a good player.
He's really good.
Titans are kind of a bad team. I mean, they started off hot. Remember the New York Giants beat them week 1. They went on that streak there where they won a bunch of games, got the 7 wins, and now they just been struggling, man. They're definitely falling. Now they're 7-9, and it's not looking good for them. But Byard had 6 tackles, and he had 2 interceptions in this game. Both the Dak Prescott interceptions went to him. So big shout out to him, man. But all in all, I think the Cowboys dominated this game. What were your thoughts on this one?
I mean, it's pretty clear and simple. The Cowboys stink. You know, Carson Wentz at quarterback, throwing all these interceptions.
Carson Wentz, the Cowboys.
I'm just messing with you guys. I'm just messing with you guys. No, I mean, listen, the Cowboys, they've done it again. They put themselves almost in position to lose, but then they find a way to win. You know what I'm saying? And it's difficult because you could really look at it from 2 different, angles. You could look at it like, this is not sustainable. This is the type of thing that if you play like this in the playoffs, you're going to lose. But then you can also look at it like, you have to be able to win games like this in order to win in the playoffs. So it's a very interesting give-take sort of situation. You know what I'm saying? But the turnover thing is definitely a issue. It's a concern. Maybe I shouldn't say issue or problem. Maybe I should say concern.
How you corrected that. I like that.
Maybe I should say a concern because it's not like they're necessarily losing games because of these turnovers, but you don't want to go into the playoffs like against a team like San Francisco. You can't do that. You can't turn the ball over like that.
Right now, it looks like the Cowboys are going to be playing the Bucs if everything stays where it's at. And I think the Cowboys are stuck in the 5 seed, I believe, because the Giants are stuck at 6. So
unless they win the NFC East
or the NFC, right? Because if the 49ers and the Vikings lose this week, I think and the Eagles.
Yeah,
the Cowboys could win the NFC, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, so it's gonna be interesting to see how the seeds all break down.
Flowers for y'all, though, Cowboys.
And I think also, I say this week in and week out, and I've been saying this for not just this season, but for a majority of last season too. And some people think that I am just a Zeke hater. But it's not necessarily about Zeke as more so because Zeke has played a lot better this season than I think I gave him credit for. And I think he looked early on in this season. I think he obviously wasn't great in this game, but he's had a stretch where he has been really good for the Dallas Cowboys. And I think a lot of that has to do with the way that they're using him now. But you really saw, as good as Davis was in his backup role, he really only had that one big long run, but he is a good guy to have on your roster as far as depth at that running back position. You saw how much they really missed Tony Pollard. I mean, he is a change of pace. He has the big play capability. He can run the ball, whether it be 12 times or 20 times. He can catch the ball at the backfield. Obviously we talk about this so much about the ability that Zeke Elliott has as a pass blocking running back, which is something that I think a lot of people undervalue, especially in this day and age when people are passing 50 times a game. But they ran the ball. They stuck to the run. 32 carries for 87 yards. That's 2.7 yards per carry.
It's not good. It's not good.
Not
Most of that on
not
Zeke
good.
Too.
No, Zeke had 19 carries for 37 yards.
1.9
That's
carries.
tough.
Not good.
That's
Not
tough. Good. But I mean, then you look at some of the. And this is the thing about Dallas Cowboys is like this like yin and yang. 8 of 13 on third down. I would kill
this whole game
was
a, third down was amazing in this game. Titans were 7-16. So I mean, third down was really good in this game. Surprisingly.
Yeah. And Tennessee, obviously, that pass interference penalty might be one of the longest pass interference penalties I've ever seen in
remember,
the NFL.
Actually, Jalen Hurts had the one 2 weeks ago. It was a 55-yard pass interference call. And this one, I think, was 51. So there you go. Both
10 penalties, 10 penalties for 124 yards.
Yeah, that's trash. And the Cowboys the Cowboys usually are the most penalized team.
Yeah.
That's what's crazy. To see the Titans play undisciplined football like that. And, I'm a big fan of their coach, too, but that was interesting.
They had more yards and penalties the Cowboys got from Tennessee than they did rushing yards.
Right. Yeah, that's tough. That's tough.
I mean, like, it's just
five
thing.
First downs from penalties, too. That's crazy for the Cowboys.
That's how you win and lose games. You know what I'm saying? So I do think that, like I said, it's so difficult because you could really look at this from two different angles when it comes to the Cowboys, and especially the way that they've played in times in this season, where you if you're a Cowboys fan, you're super happy, right? Because you're 12-4. You have a chance to be the number 1 seed in the NFC. Right. But then, like, you have to remind yourself too of the Packers game, the Texans game, the Jaguars game. I mean, even this Titans game. No disrespect to Dobbs and to Hassan Haskins and to the guys that did play in this game. But the Dallas Cowboys, the Dallas Cowboys should have, if you want to look at it from that sort of perspective, the Dallas Cowboys should have went and this game shouldn't have even been close. And it was fairly close for a long time.
The momentum is not trending way up for the Cowboys right now because if they were really truly prepared for a playoff run, and I'm not saying they're not going to go into the playoffs and do some damage because I'm pretty high on the Cowboys, but their momentum right now is very flat. You should have went out here against the Titans team that has a quarterback that they just signed off a practice squad from. I think Dobbs was in Detroit or something like that. 8 days ago. He hasn't started in 2 years. He hasn't took an NFL snap in about 2 years. I've always liked Dobbs. I told you that in the preview on Thursday. I thought he's a pretty decent quarterback, pretty mobile. But you should have went out here and handled business. And I think what you said about Tony Pollard is the major factor here. When you don't have Tony Pollard on the field, that really changes what the Dallas Cowboys can do. Zeke Elliott, he brings a certain toughness and grit to that offense, like you talked about with the pass protection and all that. But he's a running back that this year he doesn't have one 100-yard game on the season. He's been the later kind of a Brandon Jacobs to the Amon Bradshaw. And I think that, we talk about the NFL leaning more towards a pass attack and needing that quarterback. I've been talking about this for about 6 weeks now, that you need a quarterback that can buy time, right? Mm-hmm. Same thing I think is happening to the running backs. There was a point in this year where we said, are we getting back to the bruiser running back and the running style of things? And I think we were probably a little bit too ahead of the curve on that. You need a running back that is elusive in the NFL. I'm on record saying that the hybrid running back is kind of going away. But I think that you need a big play running back on your squad. Most teams are going to the 2 running back, set and whatnot, the dual-headed kind of style of rushing attack. And when they don't have that, they're a totally different team. You see it. CeeDee Lamb is still eating, still doing what he does, but this Dallas Cowboys offense is not thriving, and they're not moving the way that they do when they have Tony Pollard in the game, who to me is probably their biggest playmaker. Tony Pollard has the most potential to be a game breaker on that Dallas Cowboys offense.
It's interesting because if you think about it, like if you take a step back, right, the Dallas Cowboys are built for a good playoff team, right? Yeah. You have 2 good running backs, right? 2 different style running backs. Right. So, which is what you need. You got a quarterback, because let's be honest, Dak Prescott is a top 15 quarterback at worst.
100% top
at
15.
Worst.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Which is, if you some may even say top 10. I think he's probably not top 10, but right there at that threshold, right? But nonetheless, he's a upper echelon quarterback.
Who you taking right now? Are you taking Jared Goff or Dak Prescott? Uh-huh.
Like, okay, when we say right now, what do we mean? Right now,
Right now, dog. You got a game, you're going to the playoffs, you need a quarterback. Are you taking Jared Goff over Dak Prescott?
Yes. Barely. It's not a definitive yes. But I think Jared Goff is playing better football right now than Dak Prescott is.
Yeah. Because Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys offense are putting up a lot of points right now, I'll say, right? But the turnovers that are coming from Dak Prescott, which really ain't on him. I mean, we talked about that a couple episodes ago with the turnover-worthy plays. He's not high up on that list. It's unfortunate that we saw one in this game, too. The one the Henders shot, that looked like that wasn't Dak Prescott's fault at all.
Yeah, that's the other thing, too. Is this is the thing, though, if you think about it like this, Goff's probably won more playoff games than Dak Prescott has.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Because with the Rams, I mean, he made the run to the Super Bowl. He probably got more playoff wins in that one run, for real.
Yeah.
And throughout that whole tenure there, they were a 10-plus win type of team, during Jared Goff's whole tenure. The first year Jared Goff was there with Sean McVay, they won 11 games. And I don't think they ever got under 9 or 10 wins with him. So I don't blame you for taking Jared Goff. I do think it'd be a difficult decision. I'm gonna go ahead and take the push on this one. I'm going to put the P in the chat one time because I don't really want to be on record saying it, but I did want to put you on the spot for sure.
But think about it like this. So we went over this. We got the 2 running backs. You got a good quarterback, and a good defense. But the problem is you never, like, all right, for like Washington, right? Throughout the entire year, they've never been able to do, and this is the difference, obviously, between a losing team like the Commanders and a winning team like the Cowboys, is not once, I feel like, throughout the entire season, has Washington been able to have their best offense, defense, special teams all in one game. Like their offense would do really good, and their defense would let them down. Their defense plays out, lights out, and they score 7 points on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah.
So it's like those sort of situations. And the Cowboys, although they have had these inconsistent games, for the most part, they've been able to have a consistency show up and win games, which is why they're 12-4. My only question is, you don't have 16 games when you get to the playoffs. Right. It's not a best out of 3. It's one game. So it really just depends to see what shows up. But I do think that, this was a tough win for them, and they gutted it out, and they're 12-4 with a chance to be the number 1 seed in the NFC. So, you can't just sit here and say, oh, they're, this or they're that. They're literally one of the best teams in the NFC.
I think that defense really needs to get it together going into the playoffs, because if that defense can play dominant like they were in the beginning of the year, and they rely on takeaways a lot, and turnovers, but they're not really getting them the same way that they were getting them early in the year, and that stopping the run. They had a stretch there for 3 games where they played extremely well against the run, against good running backs, and now they're kind of just they're falling back down to earth a little bit. So this we'll end this segment with this question, and I'll answer it first. Do you think that the Cowboys have more momentum right now going into the playoffs than the Philadelphia Eagles? I'm going to say yes.
I mean, you have to say yes, right? The Eagles haven't, without Jalen Hurts, which is something that we're obviously going to talk about at some point today. Can people understand why I'm so heavy on Jalen Hurts being MVP? All these people saying all these weepons, and you can put anybody in there.
I just wanted to.
So yeah, I think by default, yes, you have to say the Cowboys have more momentum right now, but there's still one more week left. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in this last week, because if Dallas falls flat against a horrible Washington team. And
now
Eagles...
y'all horrible. A few weeks ago when I was like, y'all not a good team. You remember that, right?
I never said
we're a good team.
I never said that we were a good team.
I was preaching how y'all are not a good team, and that the Giants really aren't a good team. You didn't.
I concurred.
You were reluctant. I
was reluctant. Yeah, it's not easy. Reluctant.
But now y'all are horrible. One loss, eliminated from the playoffs. We're a horrible team. I mean, there's no way that we're going to beat the Dallas Cowboys. I like it, man. But I think it's a great matchup to end the year in Week 18. It's going to make it easy work for Awthentik and The Beard over here for Thursday's preview, too. We're only going to have 2 games, no Thursday night football, so it should be really easy. You got the Cowboys taking on the Washington Commanders and the Eagles taking on the Giants. So that should be really fun. A good way to end the year.
Mm-hmm.
And it's y'all Super Bowl, so y'all got to handle business. Y'all definitely got to handle business.
Good luck.
All right, so we're gonna go to the game of the day. We had the Giant overreaction yesterday, celebration, 4:20, 4 hours, 20 minutes on the episode. And now we'll give you a little bit of chance to, what's the word we're looking for here? Deflate, maybe deflate a little bit. Let's take the air completely out of the Washington Commanders balloon here and talk about this Browns matchup when they came to FedEx Field. got to play the music, right? I mean, I don't know what happened to the buzzsaw. Remember all that? I don't know what happened to the buzzsaw.
Somebody forgot to plug it in.
Who was it that we were sending it to the repair shop for to take care of it for? The cord
my guy, Leroy. Blood, sweat, and sell.
Hey, Leroy, he hit us up and he said, man, I can't get this fixed in time for the game, bro. The Browns now sitting at 7-9, defeated the Washington Commanders, who are now sitting at 7-8-1. They beat them 24-10. I thought this was an amazing, I wanted to clip it up, but I just quoted it so we could at least talk about it. But Steve Smith Sr. said this before the game. He said, this is what's going to happen. They'll announce Carson Wentz is the starter. If Wentz can play decent versus the Browns, it is his job again. Heineke put them in position to be this close to the playoffs. Heineke at this point has prepped the food, seasoned the meal. He's opened and closed the restaurant and brought in new customers. But Carson Wentz will get all the credit if the Commanders beat the Browns. The Commanders did not beat the Browns, and Carson Wentz looked pretty damn terrible. Now, Heineke was, as a starter, he was 5-3-1. Carson Wentz is now 2-5 as a starter for Washington. Fans booed Carson Wentz in the second half of this game and chanted for Taylor Heineke to no avail, while it was becoming abundantly clear that Ron Rivera's quarterback change backfired on him and the Washington Commanders once again. I'm on record talking about this a bunch of times, that Ron Rivera, there's something not quite right with the assessment of the quarterback position. Now, Carson Wentz said this, and I'm going to keep it funky with you. I don't like Carson Wentz's demeanor in the it wasn't the presser after the game, but he was being interviewed by who's y'all former linebacker that's now an analyst for Washington? Is it Fletcher?
London Fletcher.
London Fletcher. London Fletcher was giving him them piercing eyes. He was looking at him like, I will murder you for ruining these playoff chances for my Washington Commanders. But this is what Carson Wentz had to say. He said, and he was smiling and laughing throughout this whole thing. I thought it was kind of strange. He said, I have high expectations for myself and this team, and we underperformed. I did, myself as well. That's not what I had in mind and what we had in mind as a team. Not the performance I envisioned. A lot of stuff I want back. Yeah, that was a tough one. Washington is now eliminated from the playoffs, and shout out to former returner Brian Mitchell, who called the performance trash. That's how he said it. He said it's not garbage because garbage is the polite way to talk about trash. It's a trash performance. The Commanders had a lead 7-3 at the half, although Carson Wentz was off to a rocky, I'm talking about, and I don't mean like Rocky Sylvester Stallone. I'm talking about like a terrible, like Rocky Road skid marks on the back of some white undies. Okay? I'm trying. He threw 2 interceptions on the first 3 drives. And this energy's for Carson Wentz. We'll get to the energy for you in a little bit here. He threw 2 interceptions on the first 3 drives, bro. Washington scored their only touchdown. I had to go back and look at all the plays because I thought this was a typo. They had a 21-play, 96-yard drive that ended with a Carson Wentz quarterback sneak touchdown. It's the most plays in a single drive for Washington since 2001. Brian Robinson had 30 yards on that drive. It, to me, was the only drive where y'all really committed to Brian Robinson in a full-fledged way. I don't know if he was dealing with an injury or something like that. Something looked a little strange with him for sure. Carson Wentz was sacked for a 10-yard loss on that drive on 2nd and 7 from his own 31-yard line. But then he ended up converting a 20-yard pass to Jahan Dotson on 3rd down to keep the drive alive, which ended in a Washington Commanders touchdown. Now, Washington got the ball at the half. You know, they were up 7-3. Get the ball at the half. They went 3 and out for -2 yards before punting the ball. The Browns end up responding with 14 unanswered points in the 3rd quarter before Joey Sly made a 43-yard field goal to cut the lead to 17-10. And then the Browns came right back and answered with a touchdown to Amari Cooper. It was his 2nd touchdown of the day, a 33-yarder from Deshaun Watson. That drive let me know that Deshaun Watson still got game. He converted 2 third downs on that.
It's
he
his
was
best
sneaky
game
in the
so
pocket.
far.
Definitely his best game so far. When I get to his stats, it's a little strange when you get to the stats, but it was his best game so far. Didn't throw the ball a ton, but I thought he was pretty efficient. Now, this is another thing that really bothered me about Carson Wentz in this game. You're down now at this point, 24-10, 2-score lead for the Cleveland Browns, and there's about 5 minutes left in the game. You get a last-ditch effort, down 2 scores. Wentz converts on the 4th down with some little sneaky throw, and then he goes and throws it into double coverage to Jahan Dotson for his 3rd interception of the day to literally put the nail in the coffin for Washington. Now, you had a Washington interception on that play and then a turnover on downs, a couple of punts from the Browns, and this game was completely over. Now, I want to go over just the quarterback stats real quick before I kick this one off to you and we talk about the roadmap and everything that went wrong and how we ended up on the side of the road with 2 flat we had 2 flat tires in this situation, okay?
4.
Carson Wentz, 16 of 28 for just 143 yards. He was sacked 3 times on a day. He had 3 interceptions. Not his quarterback rating, his QBR was 36.5. He had 1 rushing touchdown, which was the quarterback sneak. Now, when you look at Deshaun Watson, he was 9 for 18 for 169 yards, okay? So his completion percentage is just a little bit under. He was dead at 50%. Carson Wentz, 16 for 28, a little bit over it. But he had more yards. He had 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, but somehow his QBR is lower than Carson Wentz. Deshaun Watson's QBR was 32.1. Carson Wentz QBR is 36.5. It's a head scratcher for me. I don't know how that happened. And the last thing I'm going to say before I kick this off to you, when we were talking on the parlay on Sunday, I know you was trying to, get behind your team. People was asking questions about Nick Chubb. And you were like, nah, man, I wouldn't start Nick Chubb. I forget I think you said Zonovan Mitchell over him or somebody like that. Nick Chubb was excellent in this game. 14 carries for 104 yards, had the long run of 35 yards, and the rest is history. The Washington Commanders are going home. Unfortunately for you, because it would have been extremely nice to have all 4 teams from the NFC East, but those dreams for Awthentik and The Beard and all the family out there who thought that could happen have came to an end. The floor is yours, my man. Is that a 7? That was about a 7, right? I didn't go too crazy. You're supposed to be cleared. You guys like cough drop in there or something, man. You're supposed to be ready for this segment.
I don't want to do it, man.
It's over. It's over.
I mean, look, I was behind. I was obviously behind the move. Like I was behind the move to play Carson Wentz. I think Ron Rivera was in a lose-lose situation here. Like if you play Taylor Heineke and he goes out and plays like Carson Wentz did in this game, then everybody's like, why did you stay with Heineke? You should have went to Carson Wentz. Why didn't you go to Carson Wentz, right? If Carson Wentz goes out here and we win the game and he throws 3 touchdowns, Ron Rivera's a genius, right? Man, he made the tough decision to go with Wentz when everybody was asking for him to go with Heineke. You know what I'm saying? So it's like there was you were basically this is like a Hail Mary. This is a half-court shot with your eyes closed at halftime and you don't even play basketball. This is, you know what I'm saying? Like it was a very difficult situation. I mean, Heineke had a chance to put us into the playoffs for 3 weeks straight. He couldn't do it.
Sort of. It wasn't one of those it's on the line type of thing.
Yeah, it wasn't necessarily
clinched 2 or 3 weeks ago.
But you know what I'm saying? Like he had 3 chances to win a game. He didn't win the game, right?
Yeah.
He turned the ball over, 3 times, 2
Giants.
times. Yeah, like it made sense.
How many turnovers did he have against San Francisco 49ers?
2, I think. 2 or 3.
Okay. I want to know if it was 3 or not. Like, because I feel like he doesn't have. I mean, this game from Carson Wentz was just so damn bad. It was just so bad.
And it was weird too. Oh, and you know what? Because I don't want to get too far behind, and I forgot. Yeah, let me get up here really fast. Thank you for reminding me. Big shout out to Word for the $1.99 super chat. Says I feel like I could talk music for hours with Awthentik.
Salute, man. We're gonna do that one day. And
yes,
I like how you put the 4 hours, because we did the 4-hour stream. We could do 4 hours. Just talking hip hop and talking music, man. Like that's my whole vibe, man. When it's not sports, it's definitely music. We gotta do that. And shout out to Word one time, man. I've been keeping an eye on what y'all been doing too.
And big shout out to Sebastian for the $1.99 super chat. Says Carson Wentz will never ever be a starter again.
I'd say that's about 99.9% sure.
Yeah, I think that's pretty clear. I mean, unless he comes in like a reserve role. But I don't necessarily think he wins a starting job. I mean, it's unfortunate because I mean the guy has the skills. He broke down mentally and physically. I
think it's physical. I think it's more than physical. I don't think it's mental. The way that he looked so comfortable when he was talking to them after the game, it's almost like he didn't give a shit. It was like I'm getting the $28 million anyway. Like. It don't matter. I'm getting paid, bro. You guys can criticize me all you want. I went out there. I gave my best effort. It wasn't good enough, but it's almost like he didn't care. It was the weirdest energy I've ever seen. Like just for a losing effort, from a quarterback now, and we're talking 2 seasons in a row that this happened to him. He lost to Jacksonville with everything on the line last year. You get brought back in as a starter this year, you lose, and it almost looked like there was no remorse from him. Like, if I'm in that situation, I'm going to be like, yo, put this all on me.
Yeah.
I went out there and didn't get it done. And he wasn't giving those vibes to me.
This is a very, very weird situation, but welcome to Washington. Big shout out to Crypto Moves for the $4.20 super chat. Says, no Beard, sorry. He's the damn coach. He should know. He should know what, though? But what should he know?
I was going to say this for after your, when you let it all out, get the rant out, right? But you said if Heinicke played like Wentz, people would say, why didn't you start Wentz? The records show Carson Wentz was not playing good when he was healthy. He lost a couple games in a row, and then he won that I'm talking about the luckiest victory against the Chicago Bears, because when I was looking up stuff today about it, I'm going to tell you what made it even more lucky. Not only did they falter on 3 possessions on the 1-yard line and came away with 0 points, y'all got the muff punt after that, and that's how y'all scored the game-winning touchdown. So I don't look at that game, and if we can debate and split hairs if it was lucky or not. But I don't look at that game and go, Carson Wentz was the reason why you won that game. Not one bit.
Yeah.
And that's one of his 2 wins on the season.
The other thing, too, you have to remember is there was the stretch when Heinicke was playing, right, where things kind of changed. Defensively, the Commanders, during Carson Wentz's games when he was a starting quarterback before he got injured, Washington was a bottom of the league defense for those first 6 weeks, okay? The play calling was horrendous.
Still
offense
is. Even during Heinicke,
yeah. We're gonna get there. Yeah. And the offensive line, it was different. It was bad then. I mean, it was worse then. It's bad again now.
Oh my God, the 4th down, which we'll get to, we'll talk about that. The 4th down, your offensive line looked like tissue paper, bro.
Yeah.
People getting thrown literally to the side, and they're making the play. But I just think that, like, when you look at Carson, to this super chat from Crypto Moves, right, where he says he's the damn coach, bro. He should know which players can excel. Carson Wentz went out there and looked like, I don't say this about players, bro. He looked, I'm not even going to say it. I'm not even going to say he was trash or garbage. He looked horrible, bro.
Yeah.
Especially in the first half. He looked horrible. And your defense didn't play a terrible game.
In the first half. Second half, they broke down. Obviously.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it, 24 points, you should be able to score, and that game should have been closer.
That was the roadmap.
If you lose it 24-20, I'm looking at it like, okay, that's not bad. They held the Browns to 260 total yards, man.
Yeah.
Bro, you're supposed to win that game. 24 points. It's the 13th time this season that the Washington Commanders have allowed a team to score 24 or fewer. It's the most in the NFL.
And then think about all those games that we lost. With Heinicke and with Carson Wentz. Exactly, because of the offense. But it's a combination of Heinicke and Wentz. And I said this, and I think it was in our group chat. Taylor Heinicke and Carson Wentz are almost the exact same quarterback.
I don't think so.
They both can make plays.
Carson Wentz has not shown me that he could really make plays.
I mean, he's thrown some hell of touchdown passes in his stints,
he's an
right?
NFL quarterback, right?
Exactly.
So you should be pretty accurate when you get time. And you know the saying, right? If you get time, there's almost every quarterback in the NFL should be able to excel with time. We saw a 4-1 guy, Cooper Rush, who, dude, we shouldn't be comparing him to a guy like Carson Wentz, right? But we saw a guy be very efficient when he got time and got rid of the ball quickly. Now, this Heinicke-Wentz thing is the same. The defense, okay, you could say the defense stepped up a little bit more when they were playing with Heinicke, right? But Heinicke, at the end of the day, has 5.5 wins.
He does.
Carson Wentz got one fluke win and one good win.
I understand what you're saying, right?
In 7 starts, bro.
But it's not Heinicke. It's weird because it's like, it's easy. We could say Heinicke, they won those games because of Heinicke, right? If you wanted to. 1,000%. But at the same time, you could also 1,000% say Heinicke did not win those games.
I don't think you can say that.
He was just a starter for them.
There's 2 games that literally Taylor Heinicke saved the games for y'all. The Indianapolis Colts, it comes down to a 4th and whatever in your own territory on your own 2-yard line. If you don't got Heinicke in the game, Carson Wentz is not making that play to convert the first down.
That's hypothetical, though.
It's not, though. I don't live in hypotheticals.
It is. You can't tell me for sure.
Let me tell you why. Show me any play from this season where Carson Wentz buys time, rolls out the pocket, and makes a great throw. Any point. And we'll do it when we get off air. But show me at any point that happened. That's one game. The second game, after being sacked by Kayvon Thibodeau on third down against the New York Giants in the tie, it's 4th and 4 on your own 10-yard line, and Taylor Heineke digs them out. That's the reason why y'all tied the game.
Okay, so let me.
So, and I'll finish it with this real quick because I'm going to give you the floor completely, right? Taylor Heineke, to say that they're relatively the same quarterback, their play style is totally different.
They are. The play style is totally different, 100%. And we talked about this before. Heineke can do things that Carson Wentz can't do. That's blatantly obvious, right?
Oh, yeah.
But the problem is Heineke has his downfalls too. And the coaching staff thought that Carson Wentz could do the things that Taylor Heineke couldn't do, which eventually the Heineke magic ran out, which is why we were 0-2-1. We didn't win a game in December. We went a whole month and didn't win one game.
Competition. You went a whole month. 2 of those games were against. Okay. And the other one was against the San Francisco 49ers. You're not going to win that game, which is why I go back to what Crypto Move said. It's even more spot on. You should have gave Heineke the buffer because what did you think? You were really going to go out there and beat the number one defense? Not only are they the number one defense, they're the number one rushing defense in the entire NFL. They're allowing only like 90 yards per game. So you knew you weren't going to run the ball great against the San Francisco 49ers. You could hope. You could live in la-la land and hope. But the fact that Taylor Heineke didn't have a good game against the 49ers, that shouldn't have been – you should have called it quits before that. You should have brought in Carson Wentz against the 49ers.
I
you know
agree.
why they didn't do that is because Carson Wentz would have looked like straight-up dog shit.
But they probably should have done that.
Do we go back to Heineke now against the Cleveland Browns, which you couldn't have done? It's why Steve Smith knew exactly what was going to happen, bro. And this is what I ask you, too. Do you think Carson Wentz is a better quarterback than Taylor Heineke? I'm going to tell you straight up, no, he's not. He's cooked, man. He can't move in the pocket. He's a statue. After he tore his ACL, his mobility is completely gone. This was a guy who was one of the better running quarterbacks that year when he was in MVP contention. He can't run no more.
So let me ask you this. After those first 2 games of the season, right, when Carson Wentz was, for whatever it was, the first 3 games, and Carson Wentz was leading the league in touchdown passes, and he was in the lead, the top whatever, for passing yards. Were we not kind of looking at it like, man, maybe this Carson Wentz thing is not such a bad idea? And then obviously the wheels came off and everything came crashing down and burning.
Of course. He had 2 300-yard games. But this is the thing. I told you this back then. You can't look at 2 weeks of football and go, man,
I know that.
Our guy he's leading the league in passing yards and touchdowns. How many touchdowns did he have?
But this is my thing. But this is my thing, though, is that when you're a Washington fan, right, and you have been in quarterback purgatory for the better part of 20 years, and you get a guy that comes in here and does that the first couple of weeks, you're thinking, thank you, Lord Jesus, finally, right?
Yeah, but then when it tanks, the reality should settle in, no?
The reality settled in. And Taylor Heineke was the best quarterback for us. But it got to the point where it was like Taylor Heineke wasn't doing anything.
Is Carson Wentz better than Taylor Heineke?
They're the same. They're the same. I'm taking a push. They're the exact same level of quarterback. They both can give you plays, whether it's the type of plays that Taylor Heineke makes where he buys time and finds a guy on 4th down, or the type of plays that Carson Wentz makes where he actually hits the receiver in stride and they score a touchdown. Or they both turn the ball over. They both turn the ball over.
Taylor Heineke misses. Make that play.
Yeah, Taylor Heineke misses all game long, too.
The plays that you say Carson Wentz can make, and you say they both can make plays, right? Those plays that Carson Wentz makes, we saw Taylor Heineke make those. The fade route is what.
No, never.
The fade route is what Carson Wentz made his money on the first 2 weeks. We haven't seen Taylor Heineke hit Terry McLaurin on a fade, and we're talking in a game here.
Never. Once, maybe.
Oh,
how many times?
So we got some homework.
All Taylor Heineke does is just close his eyes and throw the ball down there. The difference is he throws the ball into double. He throws the ball into double coverage, and McLaurin catches it, so everybody's okay with it, right?
I'm specific. I'm not talking about the seam route and double coverage where you see DeHaan Dotson make a play or Terry McLaurin make a play. I'm talking about the fade route on the sidelines. I'm gonna get them all from this season. I'm gonna clip them up for you. That's my homework. You got some homework too. What was it? Oh, you got to find Carson Wentz rolling out of the pocket, buying time in a critical moment and making a play with his legs and then the throw to finish it out. So we both got homework. I'm going to put a little note down here. I guarantee you I'm going to find at least 3 times where Taylor Heineke hits the fade route in perfect stride. Yeah, he's got those throws that are high and he's ugly all over the place, but he can make the plays that Carson Wentz can make. The one thing that Carson Wentz cannot do that Taylor Heineke can do is buy time. And I've been saying it for 6 weeks.
So then how come they couldn't score points with Taylor Heineke then?
They did score some points with Taylor Heineke. Yeah, on occasion. How'd y'all win? He's got 5 wins. He's got 5 wins.
And how many points did they score in those wins, Awthentik?
I'll let you go on the rest of the rant while I look it up right now.
Well, obviously, you know, the first Carson Wentz interception was the worst of the 3 to me because he was late. And I'm always on Taylor Heineke's ass about being late, so I got to be on Carson's butt about being late too. Carson was late on that throw. It was a horrible decision. You know what I'm saying? That interception was bad. The defense, though, obviously played phenomenal in that first half. And I will tell you one positive thing of all of this. Chase Young, I'm so glad that they handled the Chase Young situation the way that they did because he looks really good. And I think, you know, I'm looking forward to what he's going to be able to do next year after, you know, having a whole offseason and moving forward. So I'm really happy about the way that Chase Young looks. That's about the only positive thing you can take away from this game. Obviously, the play calling in this game was horrendous. It has been that's one of the consistent things about the Washington Commanders this year. Scott Turner's play calling. 4th and 1. It's 4th and 1. No. I'm talking about the 4th and 1. Was it 4th and 2 or 4th and 1? I thought it was
with Jonathan Williams.
Yeah, 4th and 2?
4th and 2, yep.
I thought it was 4th and 1. We have confirmation on the yardage.
Oh, I know it's 4th and 2. I was digging through y'all play-by-play heavy.
And I'm like, you put in the 3rd string running back and run a sweep or toss, whatever the hell you want to call it. It doesn't make sense to me. This has been the case on so many instances during this season where you don't have your best player on the field. And I understand we're going to do what they don't think we're going to do. And you know what I'm saying? Like it looks brilliant if you do it right, but it comes to a point where, damn it, give the ball to your best running back in a situation where you only need 2 yards to a guy who's playing hurt, but still carrying people on multiple occasions during this game.
In the beginning too, because it looked like Brian Robinson actually might have took himself off the field on the 3rd down right before the 4th down because he literally, as soon as he got up, he ran to the sideline.
He tried. I remember this distinctly. He tried to run back on the field for that 4th down, and they waved him off.
Really?
I saw it with my own eyes, 100%.
Okay. I remember when I rewatched it today, he's standing. There's no coach near him or no training staff or nothing like that, like tending to an injury, but he's just standing there on the sideline with his helmet.
He didn't even start the game. The first series was Jonathan Williams, which I thought was really weird too.
I'm not too mad about the call. Your offensive line, bro. Oh my God. I looked at that play in slow motion.
You want to know the worst play on?
They were getting bodied. Your center and your left guard. Oh my God, man, it's pitiful.
This is not our normal center, obviously, and the play where it was the 3rd down, and they were talking. The damn announcers were like, "Myles Garrett's been so quiet so far today," and then it was 3rd down. I mean, they ran that stunt, and he was on Carson Wentz with in under 2 seconds, it felt like the sack happened. It was an abomination. But what really killed me was they stuck with the run. They ran the ball for a significant amount of times. I want to say it was 30-something runs, not the 40 that I like, but it was close. I think 35 to 39 runs in that game. But when you're running it like that, right, and you're playing Carson Wentz because Carson Wentz gives you a better opportunity, right, to down the field. This is, I'm just telling you what.
To get to the points. To get to the points real quick.
Yeah, exactly.
2 major games where Taylor Heineke and the offense scored points against the Philadelphia Eagles and against the Green Bay Packers, 24 and 32.
The 32 was against the Eagles?
The Eagles. Mm-hmm.
And 7 Monday of those night came on defense and special teams.
Okay, so go 24 in both games. Those are 2 games. The 2 games where Carson Wentz scored high points was against the Jaguars opening day, and it was in a loss to the Detroit Lions, who we already know, especially at the beginning of the year, that defense was absolute garbage.
So there's obviously a common denominator here, and I think that's Scott Turner. You know what I'm saying? Because if both of your quarterbacks only had 2 games where the team offense scored more than 21 points, so I guess 24 points basically was the highest point total that Heineke scored, right?
Yeah, 32 with the defensive touchdown you're saying there with the Eagles.
Yeah, so 24 points is the
but
highest.
But y'all aren't built
scored
to score a lot of points. Dog, you talking to
but
a
that's
New York
what I'm
Giants
saying
fan
is like
we
should
went 40 games without scoring 30
We
points.
should be scoring points with Terry McLaurin, Jahan Dotson.
Y'all have a good wide receiver
Samuel,
core, but your team is
Antonio
built
Gibson,
your
Brian
team is
Robinson.
built on the run. It's not built on the pass.
But I understand that. But
and why do you think that is?
Because our quarterback situation sucks.
Nope, it's because your offensive line, and the Giants have been dealing with that forever. When you don't have time in the pocket, especially if you want to go with Carson Wentz, there's no way you're going to be able to consistently stretch the field and throw the ball down the field with that offensive line.
The offensive line was a problem to begin with. I mean, obviously the injuries.
Because any quarterback can get the ball down the field, man. Look at Jared Goff, man. But you know why he can get the ball down the field? His wide receivers aren't half of what y'all got over there in Washington. But they have one of the best offensive lines in the whole damn league.
Yeah,
He's got time to throw the ball.
The offensive line, the play climate, it's a little bit of everything. To me, the big problem is like so the point I was trying to make was that, the reason why they're playing Carson Wentz, their reasoning, not just mine, their reasoning as a coaching staff, is because they want to be able to stretch the field. They think that the offense can score more points. So you establish the run and you're going to run play action, right? But they were running the play action out of shotgun. It kind of defeats the purpose of
You said they were
running out of shotgun as opposed to, running the play action from Carson Wentz under center. The effectiveness of a play action and shotgun versus under center is really big difference.
What you think about this?
No, I don't agree.
You don't think that the money had anything to do with it?
I have nothing to do with it. Absolutely nothing to do with it.
Why do you think he played him then?
Because he thought that he played him because Heineke had stopped winning. What did Ron Rivera say when Carson Wentz was getting ready to come back from injury?
Yeah, he said
as long as Heineke keeps winning, I'm gonna go with Heineke.
Yeah.
And Heineke wasn't winning. So, Ron decided I'm gonna go with Carson Wentz. He took a risk. It's basically what it is. He took a risk.
It's one of the biggest mistakes I've seen in a regular season in a really long time because it's just like what Steve Smith said. It's like you were not in the hunt. You guys were a fourth place team throughout the whole front half of the season. And then you put in Heineke. He's literally showing up. Y'all are winning games. And this is another reason why you can't get caught up in looking at the damn stats. Like, you know me, I'm a stat dude to the death, right? But look at Deshaun Watson's game. He scored 3 touchdowns on 18 throws, man. Yeah, you cannot look at this. Now, we could run home and be like, yo, man, Deshaun Watson, he was out here balling. He had 3 touchdowns, but when you look at it, he's 50%, man. Yeah, you really can't look at the stats, really, of the first 2 games, especially for Carson Wentz. In a game against the Detroit, he had 4 touchdowns in one of those games. And the Detroit Lions game, y'all are out of that game for most of it. 2-score game.
Do you think my whole thing is that like if you're in a situation, let's say this. Let's take away Carson Wentz and let's take away Taylor Heineke, right? Let's say your starting quarterback gets injured, right? And then your backup quarterback takes over. You guys have a winning record, right? But then your starting quarterback begins to get healthy and the backup quarterback who was winning before now goes a month without winning a game.
Yeah.
Do you not have to think about?
He goes 3. It sounds a lot worse when you say it like that. He goes 3 weeks without getting a win. One of them was a tie.
Okay, but
he lost 2 games.
But do you not think about as a coach putting your starting quarterback, the quarterback who won the job from the beginning of the season, I didn't even have to win it. You brought him in. Okay. He was getting paid the money. He's gonna be the guy. All right. Let me tell you the perfect exact scenario. But listen, let me finish what I'm saying though. Is that do you not think about putting in your starting quarterback with the game on the line after your backup quarterback hasn't won a game in 3 weeks and your starting quarterback is healthy?
I was going to answer that. You're just reiterating. It's the exact same situation like the Indianapolis Colts are in. You bring in Matt Ryan because don't forget, there's a quarterback who was already here and established with the Washington Commanders from last year, played decent football, right? He played okay football. I don't know if we want to call it starter football, but the quarterback was definitely in question by the end of 2021, 1,000%, right? 2022, you pay a guy and you bring him in. So think about it like the Colts. They're bringing in a Matt Ryan, right? And Matt Ryan comes in and it looks good for 2 weeks, but then it looks like trash for 5 weeks. And he ends up getting hurt in that 7th game. Now, let's say it's Sam Ellinger, who was on the roster from last year, played some good games. He comes in and he starts winning, and you start making your way to the playoffs. And then this guy, here's the thing, is Carson Wentz had been healthy already for 3 weeks. He'd been
he wasn't active. He was not active.
He was not active, but he was able to return. They didn't trust him in one of those games.
Not until the San Francisco game. Not until the San Francisco
he was healthy
game.
for one game. I'll give it to you, one game, okay? From what I had heard, he was healthy before that. But let's just say it's one game. You didn't start him when he was healthy. You wait for Taylor Heineke, we'll call him Sam Ellinger, to lose that one game and go, we're going back to Matt Ryan. To answer your question, hell no, I would not go to Carson Wentz. Hell no.
But I'm telling you about taking out the names. I'm telling you, taking out the names, taking out the stats.
I did. That's why I compared it to the Colts.
When Dak Prescott goes down, right?
Neither one of these guys are Dak Prescott.
Okay, but listen, when Dak Prescott goes down and the backup quarterback comes in and the backup quarterback wins some games and then the starting quarterback is ready to come back in, they put Dak in without a question, right?
No, it was not without a question. There was a bunch of controversy. You had so many Cowboys.
Not within the Cowboys coaching room.
We don't know that. We don't know that. You don't remember Jerry Jones' comments? You don't remember his comments about Cooper Rush? That had people speculating, are they going to really keep this kid in? And we're talking about Dak Prescott, who has been starting for the Dallas Cowboys for how many years now?
I'm saying eliminate just the scenario that I'm presenting. You gave me a scenario
with names, bro. You literally compared to Dak Prescott.
But the scenario is this. The point of this conversation at this point right now is it's not necessarily an instant mistake to go to Carson Wentz in this situation.
It is. And I'm going to tell you, there's context that's involved in this. You using Dallas Cowboys as an example, that's why I brought up how many years Dak Prescott has been the starter over there. This is a situation where Carson Wentz has not even proven that he's going to be a guy for Washington. They brought him in as hope that he could elevate the quarterback position. If after 7 weeks, everyone in that fan base realized or did not realize that Carson Wentz is not elevating the position, when you bring in Heineke and he starts winning games, there's no reason, and this is just my opinion, I'm sure it's a lot of people's opinion, there's no reason to go back to the guy who you brought in to elevate the position that has not been doing that for 5 straight weeks.
I mean, listen, it's like you said, everybody is going to have a different opinion. I had no issue with him starting Carson Wentz.
Oh, I know, and you know there's that little grain of salt for Taylor Heineke with you. I know that, and we all know that. And
I always cheer for Taylor Heineke.
Nobody's saying not going to cheer for him, man.
I always gave him his flowers.
Daniel Jones, and
you know what I'm saying?
When it comes Giants Sunday, they're going to hope the team wins.
But the problem is at this point, Taylor Heineke wasn't getting it done. He took a risk. He went to Carson Wentz. It did not work, obviously. Now, my thing is had
it got to a point where Taylor Heineke's record fell below 500, like Carson Wentz, I might have thought about it.
And so, 5-2-1. And this other thing too, it's like, so I say this, right? But at the same time, I would not have been, I don't think I would have questioned it, but I don't think I would have been mad that if they stuck with Heineke for this game. Also, if Carson Wentz doesn't score on that drive, that last drive, I think you would have had to have put Heineke in at halftime.
I see them asking about that in the chat one time, and there are a couple of super chats, I think. Let me see if it's more than one. I just want to scroll back real quick.
The thing that's crazy is that the Washington was winning this game at halftime, 7-3.
Yeah,
you know, they were winning 7-3. Right. Big shout out to Lax Ofofo for the $4.99 super chat. Says, I can't see Rivera lasting too much longer as the head coach.
Ooh, we gonna get to that. This got to be a long segment because there's so many questions here. There's so many things that went wrong down the stretch here for the Commanders, and to me, it's like this is why I just don't, especially with y'all team, I can't look at the stat box too heavy. There's a guy in there, he's winning more than he's losing. I think it's that simple. You brought in, there was a quarterback that you paid $28 million for the year to come in and win games for you, and he was losing a lot more games than he was winning, and he was looking bad. He was taking a ton of sacks. He was standing in the pocket like a statue. You bring in this kid from last year who played relatively decent. He comes in, he's winning more than he's losing. And instead we go, you got us here, but bro, take a seat over there. We're going to let this guy. We paid him the bread.
But he was losing more than he was winning as of recent. And the offense was not performing under him.
What was the game before y'all played us the first time?
It was. Let's see. It was the Falcons.
And y'all won that game.
19-13.
Right, and you had a bye between. So you're looking at 4 games within 5 weeks where Taylor Heineke was 1-1 or 2-1? Or was he 1-2-1? Let me think. So y'all beat Atlanta. Y'all tied the Giants. Y'all lost to the San Francisco 49ers, and y'all lost to the Giants. So he had 1 win, 1 tie, 2 losses within the 5 weeks of the bye. To me, that does not show that this guy's on some trend of being this bad quarterback falling down. And like I said, man, the San Francisco game, you really got to look at that as a little bit more with context. You're not winning that game unless you have a performance like you had against the Philadelphia Eagles on Monday night.
But but he turned the ball over a couple of times in that San Francisco game, and then Carson Wentz came in and looked way better than he looked in this game.
You said, if Carson Wentz comes out here and he struggles, they should put Taylor Heineke in at the half. And they didn't even consider it with the crowd chanting for Taylor Heineke.
Because that's why I said, because the long drive before the half, they scores a touchdown, and obviously everybody changes their tune after they score a touchdown. And then the second half, they just came out completely flat, obviously, in the second half. And then the defense broke down in the second half because their offense couldn't stay on the field. They were 3 and out, and then the defense gave up all those touchdowns, and they gave up 146 yards rushing. Jonathan Allen gets hurt. He's not in the game. That affects, obviously, the defense. The penalties. I mean, we outscored 21-3 in the second half. They gave up all those big plays on defense. Amari Cooper had like 3 catches for 105 yards, bad tackling, So, listen, could things have gone different with Taylor Heineke? Absolutely. Could they have gone the same way with Taylor Heineke? Absolutely.
I don't think so. No, he has no games with 3 interceptions, right?
He has games with 3 turnovers easily.
But he has no games with 3 interceptions, right?
Let's see. Well, listen, the interceptions, the second interception was basically a punt. It was 3rd and 17. He threw a deep pass. It was basically a punt. We can agree on that, right?
I guess.
Okay. The third interception down 14 with like 2 minutes left to go.
Terrible decision.
It was a bad decision. Should have been a pass interference on that play, obviously.
No way.
They pushed DeHaan Dotson out of the way before the ball even came down.
The 2 defenders are in better position than the wide receivers. DeHaan
Dotson's like this. Go back and look at that play. They literally pushed DeHaan Dotson out of the way when the ball was still coming down. It's clear as day.
Let's talk about the decision. It's a horrible decision.
It's a bad decision because the safety, if he was going to go to one of those deep routes, he should have went to the left side. The safety was leaning a little left, but not far enough where you should throw it into the right side. If you're playing
quarterback for my team and I'm playing wide receiver and we just convert a 4th down and we're down by 2 scores with 5 minutes left in the game, I'm coming for your dog. I'm going to be livid at you as the quarterback. On 1st down, you go out there and you throw it into double coverage 50 yards down the field and literally squander any opportunity that we possibly had. To me, the first interception was horrible, but at least you're like trying to get your feet wet. The 3rd interception is the worst of them all because, dog, you're literally on your last effort, not for the game, but for your whole entire team for the playoffs. And you just go, screw it. I'm just going to throw it up. What is going on in your mind? I wouldn't even do that in a game of Madden, bro.
How many times has Heineke done that this season, though? At least once a game.
Has he done that once a game where he threw it in double coverage, got picked off like that?
At least once a game.
So I got more homework. And trust me, I'm going to come with the facts, bro. You know how I do. There's no way he's doing that once a game with the game on the line. Heineke's doing that with the game on the line. Literally your last chance. Yo.
Big shout out to Fabian for the $2 super chat. Says, Beard, you have to admit Wentz kept you out.
I think that's what I'm trying to pull out of you.
No, I would never sit here and say that the Commanders didn't make the playoffs because of Carson Wentz. That would be ridiculous for me to say.
Why would that be ridiculous?
Bruh, Taylor Heineke had opportunity after opportunity after opportunity to win, and he didn't do it. So they went to the other quarterback. He had an opportunity to win. He didn't do it. You can't say that the Washington Commanders did not make the playoffs because of Carson Wentz. That just doesn't make any sense to me.
Wait, what did he say right here, though? You have to admit Wentz kept you out. I won't sit here and say that the reason why you missed the playoffs is because of Carson Wentz, because he obviously wasn't even playing for half the damn season. this game was everything on the line, and he kept you. I agree with Fabian here. He kept you out.
I mean, we were winning 7-3 at the halftime, were we not?
Yeah. It's two bad games have two halves.
I'm just saying.
And this is the crazy part. You're winning at the half with a quarterback who just threw 2 interceptions on the first 3 possessions. You think you were winning at the half because of Carson Wentz?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I would not say
keeping
that.
y'all in the game. So maybe
Exactly.
if you have Heineke there, maybe it's 10-3 at the half. Maybe it's 13-3 at the half.
But the Heineke wasn't scoring points either.
I mean, you said that, and I brought up the 2 games where he did put some points
Yeah,
up.
okay, but as of recently, we hadn't scored a first half touchdown in the last 4 games.
Did y'all didn't score a first half touchdown against New York in either game?
I'm gonna check right now for you.
I feel like you winging that.
Of course, I'm winging that. Okay,
like
we scored 1 touchdown in the tie in the first half. Okay, against you guys, and in the loss, we did not score a touchdown in the first half. And then in the San Francisco game, we scored 1 touchdown in the first half.
So come on, at least be accurate, my guy. At least be accurate with it. You can't.
But I'm saying it's the same
Heineke
thing.
is giving you
It's
touchdowns,
the same
at least.
quarterback. It's
But
1 touchdown in the
You know
first half.
You know what the difference is, though? I'm gonna show you the biggest difference, and you got nothing for this. I promise you. The Giants are a 9-win team. The 49ers. How many wins do the 49ers have? 11 wins or something like that.
Yeah,
How many wins do the Browns have?
6.
Okay, so Carson Wentz went out there, and he did that against a 6-win team. Taylor Heineke's going out there struggling against teams that are actually winning and are in the playoffs. What are we saying here, dog?
Bro, all I'm saying is that you're trying to tell me that no matter what, Heineke goes out there and plays better than Carson Wentz. I'm telling you that you don't know for sure. There's no way to know for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I won't know for sure, but I'm just saying, if you look at the footsteps from the history of what's happening this season, Taylor Heineke is a better quarterback than Carson Wentz, especially for this offense. Especially.
Maybe so. I can't. I mean, that's a very good. That's 100% possible.
And to me, it's a blunder. You, as the head coach, you botched it.
I mean, we
don't know what's going on behind closed doors. I don't know. Maybe you know something more about this because this is your squad. I don't know if going out there and getting Carson Wentz was a Ron Rivera move.
Hell no, it wasn't Ron Rivera.
But I will say this:
it's 100% a Daniel Snyder move. That was already came out. That's 100%.
Oh, that was a Snyder move.
And then Ron Rivera got upset because Ron Rivera is supposed to have control over those sort of situations.
So do you think that Snyder had something to do with Carson Wentz starting in this game?
No, not at all.
You think this was all Ron Rivera?
I think this is Ron Rivera.
This takes me back to a point. I remember I was watching Pat McAfee during the summer, right? And I forget, maybe this was actually in the spring during the draft. They were doing a show where they were at a big function, something like the draft, right? And Taylor Heineke was the combine. Was that what it was?
I think so.
Okay, well, I'm going to tell you what the story is if it is confirmed. They had Taylor Heineke on set with Pat McAfee, and Ron Rivera walked by. And Pat McAfee looked like he was trying to get – first of all, they were saying, we're sitting here with the starting quarterback for the Washington Commanders, and Taylor Heineke's just chilling. He looks like, I'm going to be the guy. Ron Rivera walks by, and Pat McAfee tried to get him to come up on the stage pretty much, and sit there with his quarterback and vouch with him. And Ron Rivera gave him one of these joints and kept it pushing. Like he knew that Taylor Heineke was not going to be the starting quarterback when it came time for the 2022 season.
Yeah, because he had his shot in 2021. We saw what Taylor Heineke was. It was, listen, Washington was in a predicament from the beginning. They had to make a move at quarterback, right?
Sure.
Okay. In the
I
hindsight,
wouldn't even consider this making a move.
But listen, in hindsight, listen, I was not necessarily on board with Carson Wentz until I had to convince myself, because that's what you do as a Washington fan. You convince yourself.
We both had hope for Carson Wentz. I think we both had him over 30 touchdowns.
If you look, if you look back at it, I mean, it's crazy now that I think about that.
Ain't it?
If we look back at it though, what are the other options at quarterback, right? Mitchell Trubisky, dud.
You could have traded and went for Russell Wilson because y'all made the move before
Yeah,
Russell Wilson
he didn't
became
want
available.
Russell Wilson didn't want to come here. Hey, and look at what happened in Denver right now.
It
and look
it
at how
wasn't
much
on the list. It wasn't on the list of his teams. But who's to say that with this wide receiver core and with this particular team that Russell Wilson wouldn't be different? Another guy
about
could have
this?
went out
What
there
about
and traded
this
for.
offensive line with Russell Wilson? And
Yeah.
look what's happening to him in Denver. Oh, it would have been horrible. And look
Yeah,
how
but
much
I
we
think-
would have had to give up for
It could have
Russell
been.
Wilson.
It could have been. I don't care about that. But what I'm saying is I'm trying to list more quarterbacks. You also could have traded for Jimmy Garoppolo when the 49ers were trying to get rid of him. Y'all didn't
But
go and
his
make that
shoulder
move either.
because of his shoulder injury. And
when he
everybody
came in, he played well.
Yeah, he did. And listen, I
played great,
think
actually.
I would rather have. I'm a
100%.
Garoppolo guy, but
Yeah.
at the
Oh, there's
time,
more too.
at the time, his
committed to the
injury.
rookie. You could have committed to the rookie.
But they won't even commit to the rookie right now.
I mean, there's one game left in the season, man.
They say he's not even close to being ready.
Yeah,
is what they say. But I don't know.
I'm
I
just
mean,
giving you the options that you guys could have had in the offseason because when you listen.
but how many of those options would have looked better right now?
If my New York Giants would have went out there and got Carson Wentz to come in at the quarterback position at $28 million, I would have been extremely worried.
I mean,
And-
I was
and
worried,
less-
but I had to
less
be
worried.
helpful.
Less worried than y'all because y'all entering the 2022 season, you could look at it in hindsight and say y'all are horrible now and all that, right? Entering 2022, Washington looked like they were going to be a better team. Didn't you predict they were going to be at the top of the division?
No.
Where'd you have them at? Third? You had them at third?
I had them in the Cowboys with the same record. I think at 9-8.
At 9-8.
Or 10-7.
So
10-7
me
or
at least,
9-8.
I thought that Washington was going to be a better team this year, right? But bringing in Carson Wentz, we thought it was going to elevate him a little bit, but not a lot. My thing is that when you see it ain't working, all that stuff you said about Heineke in a month of not playing good football, you're harping on the month thing, which it was 3 games, right? Find me a stretch of Carson Wentz that looked better than that stretch. The first 2 games?
You took a risk. It didn't work out, man.
It was bad.
I mean, but if it would have went good, nobody would say anything, right?
I like that.
Big shout out to Barth 3400 for the $2 Canadian super chat. Says Heineke versus Wentz is a sad debate.
It really
is
is,
so
man.
bad. It's
It
so
really
bad.
is. It is.
It's
and
very
I
bad.
think Heineke, this is the puzzling part for me because he wasn't the starter in 2020, right? He started some games, but he wasn't the starter in the beginning of the year. It was Alex Smith, I believe.
Taylor Heineke only started the playoff game, right? Against Tampa Bay?
That was 2020, right? When y'all made it to the playoffs. So then they come back the following year. He's named the starter. He got almost the whole year, right?
He played
was
the
that
whole
Alex
year
Smith?
because 2021 was Ryan Fitzpatrick got injured on the first
it was Ryan
the
Fitzpatrick.
first drive of the game.
You know,
And
I've been
then
talking about how
then-
teams been doing quarterbacks dirty.
Yeah.
They did Taylor Heineke dirty.
I mean, he's not a starting quarterback in the National Football League.
But I think he
Authentic.
played well enough to deserve the opportunity because you could look and say that about Daniel Jones after looking at his last 2 years as well. He's not a starting quarterback in the league, right? You could say that. They gave him the shot, they invested in him, and he's playing great. Taylor Heineke, I think, at least deserved a shot as being committed to. He at least deserved that. And I think Terry McLaurin, when you guys did go on that run, the vibes that you were getting from Terry McLaurin, I think it speaks to that, man. The Black Ranger he got down with Taylor Heineke. He really did, bro. And he showed his support for him like he didn't show with Carson Wentz. And then you get Carson Wentz in the lineup and your boy Terry McLaurin, who is, I always say this, if you stop 17, you're going to have a good shot at beating the Washington Commanders. My man only had 3 targets in this game. Come on, dog. With everything on the line.
Big shout out to Sebastian for the $1.99 super chat. Says maybe ownership didn't want $28 million on the bench.
Of course, and that's what I'm meaning at. They're looking
I don't
at it
believe
like,
that
we
at all.
brought him in to win games. Why are we going to finish it without him?
I mean, if you're the coaching staff thought Wentz gave them the best opportunity to win the game, they were wrong in this situation because he didn't win the game. But if he won the game, everything's fine and dandy. It's easy in hindsight to be like, Taylor Heineke would have won the game. We don't know that.
I don't think anybody in their right mind is going to say Taylor would have won the game.
I mean, there's about 5 people in the chat that said that.
Maybe they're a little skewed right now. I don't think that anybody's going to say that. Maybe that's their opinion on it. But the way that you're proposing it is that it's a guarantee that these people are saying Taylor Heineke comes in to guarantee win the game. I'm not saying that. The Browns scored 24 points on y'all, right? So that's a big part of it. The defense did play a decent game. Time of possession was lost by y'all in this game, I believe, too. Y'all's style of play is to control the clock.
We won time of possession.
Oh, y'all won time of possession. Okay.
Mostly because of that 21-play drive, though.
Which took up, how much time did that drive take?
I think it was like 12 minutes.
I'm trying to get the exact time of possession numbers because I had them here. I know I did. Yeah, Washington 33 minutes, Cleveland 26 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but to hold them, to just 260 yards, I think the defense did enough to keep y'all in it.
And we were winning 7-3 at the half because of the defense.
But then you get the 13 unanswered points and you get the 3 and out to start the second half with -2 yards. You really weren't in that game. First half, sure.
And you know what? I think, to be fair to Taylor Heineke, too, is that I don't think Scott Turner put either one of these quarterbacks in position to succeed to the point in which they probably could succeed at. I think that's fair to say, too.
Because when Heineke was excelling in this offense, you see Scott Turner get way too pass happy. We didn't really see that with Carson Wentz. He stuck to the script with Carson Wentz, tried to beat teams with the play action. But with Taylor Heineke, for some reason, we got this kid dropping back, throwing the ball 35, 40 times. There was that stretch there where we were looking at Scott Turner like, bro, what the hell is you doing? So he's doing that quarterback a disservice, if you ask me. I just think, like, in my gut, they did Taylor Heineke dirty. Like, he really, and maybe the story is influencing me a little bit because this kid's a journeyman quarterback who's been a backup forever. He was sleeping on his sister's couch in Atlanta and all this, and he finally gets an opportunity, and he looked damn good in that playoff game. Yeah, it was up and down, but he gave y'all a great shot in that playoff game all the way up until the fourth quarter where we thought the Washington Commanders had a chance to win that game. And then he comes back, and you want to intervene and bring in Ryan Fitzpatrick, who's an older version of him. You messed up the quarterback position there, Ron Rivera, already in the beginning of that season. And then you come back in this year, and you bring in Carson Wentz, which I'm okay with, okay? I'm like, at the beginning of the year, I'm okay with it. But then once Taylor Heineke goes on a run and wins you 5 games, there's nothing else to look back at. It's done. You got 2 more games left. Why are you going to screw with the little bit of momentum that you had? I think there's no point to mess with that. And they went in there.
Did you really have momentum, though?
Dog, y'all were
you were 0-2-1. You were 0-2-1. The momentum was kind of dead. So they tried to re-spark it.
Was it really dead? You think it was dead?
You were 0-2-1, bro.
Dog, you won 5 out of 6 games with
and
Taylor Heineke.
And then you won 0 out of 3.
Yeah, you tied one. A tie is not a loss. It sounds a lot better when you say you didn't win in the month of October, November, whatever it is, right? At the end of the day, he had a tie, and the reason it was a tie was because of him.
Hey, man, tie's not a win,
bro. In the first Giants matchup in the tie, y'all really, statistically, y'all should have won the game.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Listen, man, they didn't start Taylor Heineke. I'm not mad at them for not starting Taylor Heineke.
And the momentum thing, right? Where was the momentum with Carson Wentz? Did we ever have any point in time during the season where we're like, let me ask the question like you be doing, right? Was there any point in time during the season where you were like, damn, Carson Wentz got some momentum underneath him right now?
After the first 2 games, he looked pretty damn good.
Yeah,
did he not?
6 or 7 touchdowns and one. He was 1-1.
The team was a different team when Carson Wentz was playing in the beginning of the season than it was at the end of the season. We're not going to agree on that. We agree on that, right? The defense when Carson Wentz was playing was exactly.
Yeah, that's a fact.
So you're thinking this. You're thinking, man. This is what I'm thinking. They're thinking is, man, when Carson Wentz was playing, we were giving up 40, 30 points a game. Now we're giving up, 17, 19 points a game. And we didn't have Brian Robinson when Carson Wentz was playing. Now we got Brian Robinson.
Which was better, if you ask me, especially for Carson Wentz play style. Antonio Gibson lends a little bit more to that. But I think you're ignoring
not having him in this game hurt us too.
That did. But I also think you're ignoring the matchups. You say, the team was different and all that stuff. The defense was different, and we weren't allowing people to score 30-plus points on us. Bro, the Lions score 30-plus on damn near every team. The Eagles, the Cowboys, bro, the Cowboys are scoring the most points in the NFL since Dak Prescott got back. And when Cooper Rush was at quarterback, they were scoring hella points. Y'all lost to a Titans team with Carson Wentz at the quarterback position. And then
that was
barely
all play.
beat
That
the
was
Bears.
all. That was all play calling too.
And that was
that
it.
End zone.
Like that's literally it right there, right? You got the Jaguars. You come out and you beat the Jaguars, who are a decent team, but really didn't get their stride going till midseason. They scored 22 points on y'all. The Lions put 36 on y'all. That's not like unexpected. The Lions score points. The Eagles put up 24 points on y'all. That's not unexpected. And Carson Wentz in the offense, y'all only had 8 points in that game. Against the Cowboys, y'all had 10 points with Carson Wentz at quarterback. And then you go up against the Titans.
No.
I'm looking at him right now.
Taylor Heineke. I thought Taylor Heineke played against the
I thought Carson Wentz played every game all the way up until the Bears Thursday night game where he broke his hand. He started every game. Taylor Heineke comes in against the Packers.
You're right.
So let me rewind that back a little bit for you. The Jaguars, you beat them 28-22 opening day. You catch a team slipping. It reminds me of our win against the Tennessee Titans early in the year. It's like they're not quite prepared yet, and you come out and you play a good game. Quarterback looks good. Bam, everything's clicking. But against the Lions scored 36 points on y'all. Y'all put up 27 on offense. That looks pretty good. But the Lions, that's how they beat teams. That's how they've beat teams all year. They score more points than y'all. They have a bad defense. The Eagles put up 24 points on y'all. We already know Jalen Hurts, the rest of that offense, that's a great offense. They weren't quite striding the way we thought they'd be, but they scored all those 24 points in the first half, if I remember correctly. Then the Dallas Cowboys, which was against Cooper Rush. He put up 25 points on y'all, and your offense only put up 10. To me, the pivotal 2 games where you know Carson Wentz is just not the guy is against the Titans. The Titans have had the worst pass defense throughout the whole entire year. They've been 31 or 32 the whole entire year, and you only put up 17 points with Carson Wentz in that game. And then you go on Thursday night against the Bears, and you put up 12 points in a game where they literally gave you the game-winning touchdown at the end of that game with a muff punt. It's time to get what are we doing here? He's done. Right there, he's done. He broke his hand in the game. Then Taylor Heineke comes in. Taylor Heineke comes in against the Packers. Y'all surprised them. Y'all literally surprised them. And you get the W against them. Right? That was right after the Giants beat them. We're like, oh, we feeling good that week. You know, this is all on record. Giants beat them, Commanders beat them. And then you barely sneak out against the Colts. The reason why you won that game against the Colts was all Taylor Heineke on that last drive. Vikings, you lose. Eagles game, you surprised them on Monday night with Taylor Heineke at quarterback, dog. After that Monday night game, I'm done with Carson Wentz. My man came out and surprised the undefeated team mid-season. I think they had 11 wins at that point, 10 wins. Taylor Heineke comes in and he wins that game when I can't remember how many points the Eagles were favored by. But at that point, I'm looking at it like, this kid just revived our season. How am I going to
all of that is 100% true. All that is 100%
bringing you
true.
Back to the momentum.
But listen,
I'm bringing you back to the momentum.
You got to think about what is this? The NFL is what? What have you done for me lately, right?
Yeah. It's not week to week. This is why, and I can't wait till we get to the Giants game, right?
What's his last 3 games,
Let me respond to that. I don't look at Daniel Jones versus the Colts and versus the Vikings and go, man, this dude's 1,000% a franchise quarterback because look what he's done for me lately. No. You have to take in consideration of what he's done throughout the year, which has been good. Don't get it twisted. It's been good. But at the end of the day, I don't look at the Colts game and go, that's our quarterback for the rest of this season and moving forward. It can't be a what have you done for me lately on a week-to-week basis. We got to at least look at the footprints that are in the past, at least with Taylor Heineke, which is what I feel like you do your best to ignore.
Okay. I don't know what else you want me to say anymore.
I want you to say that the reason why you guys had no shot in this game is because they started Carson Wentz.
I will refuse to say such a thing. That makes no sense. Listen, Heineke's a bad quarterback. Carson Wentz is a bad quarterback. That's it. That's the end of the story. Taylor Heineke turns the ball over. Carson Wentz turns the ball over. Washington loses. We don't make the playoffs. Nothing changes. It's the same thing every damn year.
I think
you need a real quarterback and you need an offensive coordinator.
Fan base would have felt a lot better to watch Heineke go out there and lose.
Yeah, I mean I don't care what they think.
Locker room
because
too. Locker room too.
I don't know that because I'm not in the locker room.
Did they send Terry McLaurin out to do a presser? I don't even think he spoke. Do you remember the speech he said after that Eagles game, man? Oh, literally it was like, it was a balloon, and your boy Ron Rivera, which is why I do think now he needs to be on the hot seat, and we can't move off this game because I got more questions. I got a lot more questions about this. You saw what he said in the press conference, right? What's your thoughts on what he said about not knowing if the Vikings were to lose that game, that the Commanders would be eliminated?
I think he was either trolling to some sort of extent. He was trolling because there's absolutely no way in hell that he didn't know that they could be eliminated. It's just that I don't believe it, not 1 second.
So
I think he was absolutely trolling them, or like trying to make a point of, like in a weird way, being like, oh, it's we're playing to win. It doesn't matter about what else happens. We only concern ourselves with winning the game. Sort of vibe, But he knew. Come on, man. It's 2022.
I don't know. I said it to Mike Kwan yesterday where I thought he was trolling, but there's something about Ron Rivera, and this is no disrespect to him, right? I'm trying to word this the right way, right? You know how I'm talking about, like, you need if you're going to have a dual-headed kind of a running system, you need the two different styles, right? You need the big play game breaker. You need the bruiser. If you're a quarterback in the NFL now, you need a guy who can buy time. The pocket passer is kind of being a thing of the past. Ron Rivera strikes me as a guy who is not the sharpest tool in the toolbox right now. And when you see the league transitioning into these coaches, the McVays, the Shanahans, the McDaniels from Miami, Brian Dable, Mike Kafkas, when you see them in their press conference, you see the intellect. They wear it on them. I don't know if you saw the presser after the game where Ron Rivera did it remote. I don't know if he's getting too old. I don't know what it is, but he looks like a guy that is not sharp right now. That's what it looks like to me. So when I've re-looked at the press conference, the one where he's doing it by Zoom, I changed my opinion on him not knowing, because it's not like he's just doing content like me and you and just following the team and trying to get all these scenarios. This guy has practices to worry about, offense, defense. He has to worry about plays, schemes. He's looking at the other teams. He's trying to figure out what their weaknesses are and all that. And maybe, Ryan Clark said this on ESPN, maybe he was so focused on just trying to handle business that he didn't know. I'm just not ruling it out.
It's possible, but I find it hard to believe that in a day and age where everything is everywhere, and it never got mentioned once between him and his coaching staff, the players, the front office, not seeing it on TV. I understand the idea of maybe he was just so involved in the game planning that he might not have seen it, right? I just find it hard to believe that in this day and age, you go into a game like that as a professional head coach and not know that. It's
I
hard
feel like
to believe.
It was such like so many things had to go wrong for that to happen. There was a lot of fans on the internet that didn't know that. You can remember when we were doing our Thursday stream, not everybody that was Washington Commanders fans didn't know all the outs of how y'all could lose and not make the playoffs. We had to go over that and explain that. So, I know this is the information age and whatnot, but I think that's also another reason why you kind of turn a blind eye to it a little bit as well, because Ron Rivera's not on social media looking, checking out what's going on Twitter and all that stuff. And like I said, I just think that, and I don't know if you agree with this part. I'd love to know how you feel about this. He just doesn't come across as sharp. Mike McCarthy doesn't come across as sharp, and Mike McCarthy comes across as a lot sharper to me than Ron Rivera.
I'm a Rivera guy. I've defended Ron Rivera multiple times, just because I don't think there's anybody in the National Football League who has had more to deal with in his position not even close. The amount of things that he's had to deal with since he's been here in Washington, right? And considering where I know, it's more about the wins and losses on the field, and rightfully so. But to consider what he inherited and everything that he's had to go through in his tenure here, not to mention his own personal stuff, with the cancer and everything like that. Maybe it's just worn on him now at this point, and he's just it's literally beating him down, like physically, emotionally, and mentally.
It's crazy because it reminds me of Dave Gettleman a little bit, and they're both Carolina guys. They both come across as like, I don't want to be disrespectful, but
he's a football guy. He played in the football league.
He's a football guy, and those guys are kind of.
And he's left up, and that's the problem to me.
Like,
if
who's
there's
the
one
defensive
thing,
coach right now?
Jack Del Rio.
No, I don't mean a coordinator for you guys, but I'm saying like, you know,
in
the
general,
teams
like a
that are
head coach?
excelling. You know, you got Andy Reid, you got all these offensive minds, Shanahan, McVay, you got Brian Dable now. They're all offensive minds. McDaniel. Who's the defensive mind? I know we got Belichick still out there winning games with a poor roster and a poor
Raheem
quarterback.
Mostert, I guess. Not Raheem Mostert.
Mike Tomlin.
Raheem.
Raheem Morris. Raheem Morris.
Yeah.
Is he interim? Is he interim coach right now?
No, he got the head coaching job when they hired him.
Tampa Bay.
And
they look bad too. I mean, Tom Brady kind of willed them to a.
They're winning. They're winning that division,
win.
though, right? You know,
yeah,
getting a
Tom
home
Brady
playoff
willed
game.
them, and they struggled. That division is just what is it? 8 wins now that they won the division.
Yeah,
with?
they're 8-8.
So there really is there's no real defensive minds left.
His downfall is his loyalty to Scott Turner. That's his downfall. I think that he has to come to a conclusion that he needs to your point, he needs to bring in a young, fresh offensive mind.
I think it's time.
Todd Bowles. It's Todd Bowles.
It's Todd Bowles. I knew it wasn't Raheem Morris because I remember
Where is he though?
I thought he was in Atlanta for a while, and then
he's a defensive coordinator somewhere. I think right now.
Todd Bowles. It is Todd Bowles, and Todd Bowles is a defensive mind
guy. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Where's Raheem? Raheem is a defensive coordinator for the Rams. That's who he is.
Defense coordinator for the Rams. Yep. So there's no defensive guys left in the league right now. Yeah,
just Tomlin and
Tomlin's just
Bowles.
and you see Tomlin strikes me as a guy who does have, and this is what I was going to say before. Not if this comes across a little bit offensive towards him, towards Ron Rivera, that's my bad. But I'm just lacking a better way to describe this. Ron Rivera comes across to me as a guy that's low IQ. That's what he comes across to me as. A bit oblivious, you know, like just not. He's getting up there in age too, and I don't remember what he was like when he was in Carolina. But he's coming across to me as a guy who's kind of just the IQ is suffering now, and the decision making from his perspective as the head coach has been questionable all year. The whole thing of trying to force Brian Robinson there and like, it just was weird. It was all weird to me. You literally got Antonio Gibson, who was the
the draft and everything. I get you.
Not even just the draft. Like, you could draft a running back, bring him in and utilize him, but you could tell that they were making a conscious effort to make Brian Robinson the starting running back when Antonio Gibson was the 3rd leading rusher in the NFL the season before. What are we doing? Like, why are we doing that? I can understand trying to implement a guy.
You know, I questioned that.
And remember, we talked about it with Darius Geis. They did the same thing with Adrian Peterson. Same thing. Adrian Peterson comes back, revives his career. He's a savvy veteran. That wasn't
Rivera, though, right? That was Gruden.
Was it not? He ended up cutting. I remember he ended up cutting Adrian Peterson, though. I can't remember if he was there for that season with Geis, because this is Ron Rivera's 4th year, right? 29. Yeah. This is Ron Rivera's 4th year. I want to be right on that.
Is it his 4th or 3rd? It might be his 4th.
Can't be his 3rd. It's got to be his 5th. I mean, his 4th or his 5th. So Geis was the 2018 season that they drafted him.
It's his 3rd year.
This is 3rd season, just his 3rd.
Yeah.
So he was hired when Joe Judge was hired. So that is before him. But the following year, he gets rid of Adrian Peterson. Remember that. You know, so for me, it's just what does Ron Rivera do well?
I mean, he changed the culture.
Come on,
of what?
Man.
I mean, what? I mean, do you ask me a question? I'm giving you an answer.
I know, but the culture, bro.
Bro, do you realize?
Do you mean like good guys? Do you mean good guys when you say that?
Go through what we've been, the amount of crap that has been going on in Washington, and he had to come in here and take care of all of that.
Yeah, I
and
understand
win football games at the same time.
I understand that. But what do you think that
he built a good culture.
When you say that, what is your def? Because some people look at culture, right, and they think like the guys that are in the locker room. Is that what you're talking about? Like having like good dudes on the team and whatnot, and having a clean image, like that kind of stuff?
I mean, that's part of it. But I think like there's just was so much negativity going around. Paulie. Big shout out to Easy Does It for the $2 super chat. Says enough is enough. Washington fans deserve better.
This is facts, bro. And they dragging y'all on the internet. I don't like that. I seen all these TikTok dudes making videos like they treating y'all like y'all the Browns. They treat y'all like y'all Browns when y'all have relatively been an average football team for about 4 or 5 years now.
Yeah. Mediocre. Big shout out to Paulie, Gunny, $2 super chat, Commanders recap, Streets need bodies.
Hey, Paulie, I missed you, bro. You ain't been here for a couple of weeks. I just want to say I missed you. The streets definitely need some bodies, bro. Like, I don't know who the body gonna be, but the streets need some bodies.
Let me ask you, do you think they should fire Ron Rivera?
Yeah.
Because if you fire Ron Rivera, that means you're firing everybody. So we have to start all
clean.
over again.
Dog, it's been 30 years, man.
What do you mean? We got to start all over again for another 3 years.
When's y'all last Super Bowl?
I absolutely hate you right now. I never liked you. That's all there is to it. I mean, this guy, Awthentik said to me, man, I'm going to take it easy. I'm going to let you have the floor. Whole Commander section. It's me taking it easy.
This is about a 7 right here.
I'm like getting like this, further and further. Down my chair. Like you
getting that authentic lean right now.
Like, damn, man. I just got kicked out of the playoffs and now you want to beat me up? Listen, I don't like Taylor Heineke, but I stood by him. Okay?
Yeah, I know.
And it's not like I'm saying a great quarterback is bad, right? And I'm not saying
an average. You're saying an average to below average quarterback is a bad quarterback.
Right? And I'm not saying Carson Wentz is Patrick Mahomes, but I'm just saying that I understand.
That would be absolutely ridiculous to say. And
I understand.
At this point, we can't even say Carson Wentz is. What was Patrick Mahomes' brother doing the TikTok dances? What's his name? What's the other Mahomes name? Jackson. We can't even put him in the same category as Jackson Mahomes because he's not even sniffing. He's not even sniffing greatness right now. He can't even stand next to greatness.
Big shout out to Paulie. Says, damn, culture needs wins, Ron. Kick rocks.
That's what I was going to allude to.
And that's why I said
culture is a winning culture.
That's why I said that when I prefaced that whole thing, I said, I know it's about the wins on the field, right? But, I mean, you asked me.
Elaborate for me a little bit.
I mean, I like
what did
Ron
he do
Rivera.
To the culture? Because, I'm not familiar. I know I live down here in D.C. and whatnot. But, I don't know what he did for the culture. What did he do?
Big shout out to Easy Does It. Ron Rivera should be fired. I'm sorry.
That one, Beard didn't even want to read that one. Big shout out to Easy Does It. Ron Rivera should be fired.
And this is the other thing, too, is you guys are giving me people to compare Heineke to that are not good quarterbacks either, man.
Oh, yeah, Heineke's better than Foles.
Can you compare a quarterback? Heineke, what starting quarterback in the National Football League right now is Heineke better than?
I would say it's hard to tell with this quarterback because he definitely doesn't have, good weapons over there outside of Brandon Cooks, but Taylor Heineke is better than Davis Mills right now. He's better than Zach Wilson. I'll tell you that.
I'd give you Zach Wilson. I won't give you Davis Mills. He's better than Zach Wilson.
Davis Mills, who else are some of these quarterbacks? He's better than Nick Foles. He's better than I wouldn't say he's better than Matt Ryan. I wouldn't say that. I don't keep my eyes on these garbage teams, but let me take a look.
I mean, just go through the divisions. He's not better than anybody in the NFC East, right? Easy.
Yeah, definitely not.
Okay, he's not better than Aaron Rodgers. He's not better than Kirk Cousins. He's not better than Justin Fields.
Is he better than Andy Dalton?
I don't know,
That's
man.
a tough one. Andy Dalton has been winning some games, just taking care of the ball, really. But I think Taylor Heineke gives you the big play capability a lot more than Andy Dalton. I'd say he's better than Andy Dalton at this point in his career. He's a lot younger. Andy Dalton was a lot better when he was, younger for sure.
He's not better than Tom Brady. What about Sam Darnold?
I'll go through all the bad teams with you.
What about Sam Darnold?
He's right in the same bubble. Same bubble. I might give him Sam Darnold. You got Baker Mayfield who's been playing better. I'd go Baker's better than him. He's better than Russell Wilson at this point.
That sounds so asinine.
But now, look, let me tell you why I don't, because look what you were just saying just a few seconds ago.
I'm not saying that, but it sounds crazy to think that.
I know, but I'm gonna bring it back to a point you made, right? Where you said, it's what have you done for me lately?
Yeah.
This year, Taylor Heineke's been a better quarterback than Russell Wilson.
That's so wild to think.
That's crazy, right? And then you could look at Marcus Mariota. I think he's in the same bubble. Marcus Mariota gives you a better running capability, but Marcus Mariota turns the ball over just as much, maybe more. than Taylor Heineke. But we know about the turnover-worthy throws. I think I take Marcus Mariota. I do think I take Marcus Mariota. So I'd say maybe there's like three quarterbacks that he's better than right now.
Yeah.
He's not better than Justin Fields. Davis Mills, man, he's better than Davis Mills. This year, he's better.
I think I'm going to have to disagree. Big shout out to Stephen Lilly for the £5 super chat. Says, hi, you guys. Beard, just say to Awthentik, at least Ron didn't call 2 quarterback sneaks like our ex-coach did. Yeah, but I take y'all coach. Yeah, he is. I'll take y'all coach right now over Ron Rivera.
Hey, so this dude was coming at me on Twitter, and he was like, yeah, weren't you the same guy that was saying, like, Tyrod Taylor would be a better option for the Giants at quarterback in the offseason? I was like, yeah, I kind of thought that. I'll die on that. So, you know me, I always go searching. I'll search your tweets. If you try to pull up some old receipts on me, I'll pull up some old receipts on you. So I looked up his latest tweet or whatever that he had pinned to his profile, and it was like, I will die on the Joe Judge hill, and I'll go to the grave with Joe Judge. I was just like, bro, humans are wrong, man. Humans can be wrong.
I was wrong about Carson Wentz, obviously. Big shout out to Gunny, to Paulie for the $5 super chat.
Right there.
Says, nah, bro, you wanted Wentz. Remember I told you, you jinxed the New York game.
Hey, this is probably the last time that I could do this to you for the rest of the season. So,
Listen, I'm not mad at you.
7.5 IMDb rating.
Listen. You have it, and one of these days you'll get it back in return. That's for sure.
Hey,
this team has changed
on the up and up.
tremendously since Bruce Allen left.
I think we missed this too. Shout out to the Beige Boy. I've been seeing Beige Boy's comments as well in the comments section. Some siding with you on some of the points you've made. I have seen that. So shout out to Beige Boy. But I think we did. Didn't we miss this right here?
Oh, big shout out to Lax Ofo for the $4.99 super chat. Says Ron Rivera didn't even know Washington could be eliminated if they lost. That's not true.
We don't know that.
No. But the way he worded this,
just
that's
if
not.
They lost. Yeah.
He didn't know. He didn't know they would be eliminated if the Vikings beat the Packers.
But we also don't know that he didn't know. We also don't know that.
I can't believe I defending. Like, you guys are killing me right now. Big shout out to Omar. Keep Rivera, Major Tutty, Wentz, left hand up, guys. I think he's being sarcastic. I hate the new mascot. I think it's ridiculous.
I was going to ask you about that. Yeah, you thought the mascot's ridiculous?
It's ridiculous, yeah.
I think the idea of a hog is not too terrible, but what he looked like Porky the Pig or something like that in Washington. It was
bro. They set him up too. They had the Tutty coming out the WB sign, and it said, "That's all, folks."
That's horrible. See, I didn't even know that. He definitely looked like Porky the Pig a little bit. They could have did that a lot better, made it more aggressive. When you think about like the Arkansas Razorbacks. That's an aggressive-looking hog. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could have did something that was, man, have him running around on all fours all crazy or something. Don't have him, he's standing up with a football uniform on. It looks crazy.
In a gut. Like a gut.
Yeah,
like, he's literally got a gut. Shirt's too small.
And they had the hogs at the game, too.
Man, right when you think you're doing okay and you got a chance to make the playoffs, and then it's just like, boom, 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 boom.
Oh, the ceiling came crashing down on you,
it's horrible. Big shout out to Easy Does It. Starting Wentz was waving the white flag, shaking my head. I think it was a completely opposite. I think it was basically like doing whatever you can to win. Maybe I wish they wouldn't have scored at halftime and they would have put in Taylor Heineke and we could have just started the game right there. And then we could,
So that way you'd have to deal with the Carson Wentz slander today.
Yeah. It would have either been let me think of this. Would I have rather been more upset to be wrong about Taylor Heineke being good or more upset about Carson Wentz being wrong?
Yeah, being the wrong choice. Yeah, being a mistake. Yeah. You probably would, of course, you would have rather being wrong about Taylor Heineke because that would have got y'all in the playoffs.
Yeah. Or we would have been playing for the playoffs right now. Because even if we won,
Seattle ended up winning, right?
Yeah. Even if we won, we still would have had to end up winning this week and to make it in.
Because of the Seattle window.
And the Packers win.
No, I thought it was different. I thought it was if you lost, the Vikings and the Lions game were the most important ones, right? So if the Lions and the Vikings or the Lions and the Packers were to win and you won, or you lost, you were eliminated. Yeah. If the three teams were to have won and you won, you would still have to win next week. So if Seattle would have lost, and the Vikings,
Yeah,
and the
'cause
Packers and the Lions would have won, and
'cause
y'all
Seattle's
won,
in
y'all
the
get
eighth
in.
spot. Yeah, because Seattle's in the 8th spot right now.
7th, I believe. Seattle's in the 7th
7th
spot.
spot. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah.
7th.
Yep.
Big shout out to Paul. He says, it doesn't matter who he's better than around the league. He was the best we had. Maybe.
Man, Paulie, I told you I missed you, Paulie. I really missed you, man. We really needed you in these. We needed you for the, the streets need a body type of vibes here. We needed you for that because I could have just skipped all the stuff that I was saying and just said that. He is the best y'all had. And he showed it throughout the year. They both had, what is it? Taylor Heineke had 8 games to start. He was 5-2-1, I believe. Let me go back to the notes. He was 5-3-1. So he started in 9 games. Carson Wentz started in 7 games and was 2-5. So even if Carson Wentz would have won 2 games here down the stretch back to back, his record still wouldn't be better than what Taylor Heineke put up out there on the season. And I know a lot of people like to say, win-loss record isn't a quarterback stat, but for me, it kind of is. Coaching and quarterbacks.
I hate it because sometimes I agree, sometimes I don't. Big shout out to Jason Ferris for $2 super chat. Says Major Tutty had a better chance than Wentz to win.
The Beard, so the Beard, when we started the show, the Beard was like this. He was like, yeah, man, all right, so this is what I thought about the game. And we got down here to the 4th quarter of this segment. He's like, man, dog. Big shout out to Jason Ferris, man. Major Tutty had a better chance. Carson Wentz. He said Major Tutty had a better chance. Now y'all just frying. Now y'all just roasting right now.
Big shout out to the man of the culture for the $1.99 super chat. Says left hand up. Who are we? I don't even know who we are anymore. Are we the Hogs, the Commanders, the Tutties, Carson Wentz, Ron Rivera, Taylor Heineke? It's
I gotta look at this full screen real quick. Okay, so I thought in the profile picture, man of the culture, the dude that's like ghosting in the clouds and he got the peace sign up like this to me. I thought he was giving you the peace sign right there with that left hand up. Who are we? But he giving you the gang sign. All right, that's what's up.
All right, here we go. We got another one. Big shout out to Yvonne 84 $4.99 super chat. Say, Beard, after a season full of hate on my boys, are you finishing the year strong and picking the Commodores to beat us? Absolutely. No pork on my fork.
No pork on my fork.
Oh, man, you guys are bringing it on. All right, here we go. We got another one. Big shout out to Paulie. Rod's recap. Lucy pulling ball from Charlie Brown.
Oh, man.
All
I'm
right,
sorry.
here we go. Here we go. We got another one. Big shout out to Brad. For the $1.99 super chat, says from a Cowboys fan and in all sincerity, go Giants.
Hey, shout out to Brad Howard one time. We're going to try to take care of business for you this week, man, against the Philadelphia Eagles. We'll see how it goes. I think my plan is, we'll get to that when I forgot we got a whole Giants game.
We have 2 more games left to go. We should have saved this game for last.
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. Because I need to bask in this playoff, this berth that my New York Giants got, man. So is that?
I didn't have any. I should have never.
Can we go over the roadmap, though?
Hell no, man. What do you mean the roadmap is over, man?
That's the roadmap right there.
Listen.
The Beard said.
Let's go. Let's go. I felt down and out, right? And I felt a little bit better about it, and then you guys just destroyed me. I mean, this is a beat down you guys gave me today. I want to block myself out so I can take a hit of my vape right now because I'm so
Monday
upset.
You got a day to kind of absorb the loss and be like, dang, my Commanders ain't making the playoffs. It settles in, and then you had to come on here today, and they I'm telling you, all you had to do was just not say you wanted Carson Wentz. But I mean,
I wanted to be. I'm real, I thought it was I'm not gonna sit here and backtrack. I thought it was a good idea. Apparently, it wasn't.
That's where the roadmap went wrong right there.
We are all wrong. Nobody's never wrong, right?
Facts.
Okay, so this is the Beard's one wrong moment. But man, it would have been
moment.
Yeah.
What you mean, man?
This is my time being wrong.
The one wrong moment. Carson Wentz, man. The Heineke Hive, they came out today. He done lost the match. Shout out James Funk holding us down on Facebook right now.
All right. So I'm gonna need you to
put.
I'm gonna need you to pull the box score here because I
got you on the box score.
All right.
Before we bring up the box score, bring up the box score, it's only right we bring this up right here.
Yeah, you're getting on the freeway. What? No, turn right. Get out of the lane. No. Okay, get the procedure. Just get out the lane.
Hey, dog. Look, I tried to warn you, right? You was on your vibes, right? Talking about that buzzsaw for like 3 weeks. I was like, where's the buzzsaw against the 49ers, man? Where was the buzzsaw against the Giants in the second matchup? You know, it was trying to get an alley-oop, right? I was like, here it go. Tossed it up for you. He was like, nah, that buzzsaw's still intact. I showed you the box cutter, the butter knife, the X-Acto knife. But we still thought that this buzzsaw defense, even though they played pretty good, they allowed 24 points in this game, you wanted to die on that mountain. So I know you said the one time you was wrong about Carson Wentz. You know, the chat is giving me gas right now to pour on this fire right now. But you did talk about that buzzsaw defense. But let's go over this. Presented by Awthentik, the legendary roadmap to victory. And I'm going to give you your music. It's not going to be a lot of, it's not going to be a lot of this for this one.
Big shout out to Paul. He said, Beard's roadmap is leading to Wentz's house.
Yo. It got ugly. Yo, I saw a TikToker. He had to be from D.C. the way he was talking, too.
The one who called the cops on Carson Wentz?
He called the Prince George's County Police and said, this man is out front of my house dealing drugs right now. Tell me about this roadmap.
Oh, I mean, listen, there's so many of these people. Omar Ed says $1.99 says, Awthentik, don't rest and blitz all night. Go Giants.
Shout out Wink Martindale one time. Shout out the homie Omar.
Big shout out to Paulie. You was wrong for 15 weeks, bro.
Hey, dog. They in this joint frying right now. They cooking right now.
Big shout out to Easy Does It for the $2 super chat. Left hand up. Drop and give me 3 interceptions.
Y'all are killing me right now. At least they are paying at the expense of this loss for you.
Oh, God.
Shout out 84 in the building.
If y'all want to pay for your kids' tuition, just have a segment where we just pile on Beard while he's down regularly. Hashtag this little piggy went to the market.
Oh, nah. Oh, nah. This little piggy went to the market? Nah, dog. Yo. Oh, I got to cool down. Y'all just killed me with that streak right there. Y'all just killed me right there. The beard got that notebook like, man, looking at that playbook like, what the... Oh, man, shout out to the gang one time in the building. Y'all are representing heavy today, man. We appreciate y'all. All those super chats go a long way to support this channel. Y'all know what it is. Oh, all right, Beard. All right.
RTDB, 40 carries. Box score.
30. Oh, you need me to get the box score for you. I got you. Box score. Commanders. The Browns. All right, box score for the Commanders. Team stats. I know y'all had over 30. It was 37 attempts for the Commanders. Just 3 short, man. It's not too bad. Do we?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Do it.
Okay.
All right. Score 24 points.
Yeah.
Finish in the red zone. Be 100% in the red zone.
We ain't even talking about y'all was 100% all right.
1 of 1?
1 of 1 in the red zone. All right, we off to a decent start here. Let me give you some more vibes. Let me give you some more vibes.
50% plus, more than 50% conversion on third downs.
Just under.
Just under.
Just under. I'll give you a low volume.
Less than 5 penalties.
5 exact. We're taking a push there. I can't give you the I'll give you a low volume one.
Protect the quarterback. Less than 3 sacks.
Yeah, I think y'all did do that one. Let me see. Carson Wentz, Mr. Wentz, where you at, buddy? He was sacked 3 times.
So not less than 3. Here we go. Turnover. Win the turnover battle.
How many interceptions did Carson Wentz have in this game?
3.
Yeah.
Eliminate the big plays on defense.
They didn't do that. Bad tackling.
Stop the run. Less than 100 yards.
Yeah, that didn't work out. Nick Chubb over 100 himself.
Yep, that's it. Roadmap failed. The red roadmap is headed to Cabo.
Yo.
Big shout out to Paulie for the $2 super chat. Said Ron said we playing to win. Start Wentz, says Beard. Paulie, come on, man. That, ladies and gentlemen, has been the unofficially sponsored roadmap to Carson Wentz's house, presented by Waze. Unofficially.
Damn. Oh, that was one of the better segments of the year. I don't know why I'm taking so much joy in this. The chat, I was supposed to be on your side here, man, feeling sorry for you and your Commanders, but the chat, dog, they literally showed up with like a 10-gallon tank of gas for this fire right here. Whew. That thing went. That's how that thing went. Roll, man. Yeah, you got pulled over for a DUI. I don't know about the DOA. Y'all got pulled over on y'all way to the party one time. That's what happened on that one. Ron said we're playing to win. Start Wentz. When you look at that, especially in hindsight, we're trying to get to the playoffs, man. We're going to start Carson Wentz. It sounds batshit crazy.
All right, next game. I'm done, man. I'm tight. I didn't deserve it. Did not deserve it.
Beard said, I didn't deserve this.
This is not what I signed up for.
When I sent Awthentic the idea for Awthentic and the Beard, I never knew it was gonna come to a screeching halt like this, yo. Wow. Week 17 recap. We appreciate all of y'all, man. We've been over 100 the whole entire show. Shout out to the gang in the building, all the Commanders fans who had the guts to show up today. Shout out to Paulie one time, man. Yo, shout out to Laylo one time in the building, man. This is coming from a Raiders fan right here, dog. You already know. He feels for you, bro. He feels for you, man. He feels for you. Raiders been eliminated now for a couple of weeks. Commanders can join y'all on that couch one time, man. Y'all can watch my New York Giants go to the playoffs, try to handle business.
This is supposed to be my therapy.
Yeah. The Beard, he's sitting over there like, this is some bullshit. I did not sign up for
All
this.
day, man. HTTC all day, man. Listen, can't wait till Thursday and I can put on that Beat Dallas t-shirt and forget everything that ever happens on Tuesday.
And let's hope, you see a little bit of better results against the Dallas Cowboys because, yeah, that was – I mean, the game was tough in its own right, but this segment right here that was brought to you by Waze. Yo, whew, man, that was wild. Shout out to Informal Deviant one time in the building, dropping in to say what's up and happy Blue Year. Oh, I ain't even heard that one yet. That's fire right there.
Good one.
Happy Blue Year to you too. Like that. My Giants in the building one time. So we got 2 games. We got 2 games to go. All right. Let's keep the vibes high over here at Awthentic and the Beard. We appreciate all of y'all tuning in, man. This has definitely been an entire vibe, at least from my perspective, man. I'm having a great time here over here at Awthentic and the Beard. Salute to the Beard for showing up and, taking on the onslaught from the chat.
That was literally like a Comedy Central roast.
It really was.
Right? Like
Really was.
Now that I'm sitting here digesting it and taking a second to breathe.
Like, I'm here for this.
I feel like I just got roasted on national television.
I'm telling you, all you had to do on Thursday was say, you should have took the push. That's what you should have did. And you should have been like, whoever they think is the best quarterback to go out there and start this game. Both quarterbacks haven't played well. I'm not a fan of either one. Whoever they decide to start this week, I'm gonna root for them.
I think that's what I said.
Oh, nah, you were talking about I asked you direct. I remember I asked you direct.
So you've been planning this the whole time.
I planted the seed, man, and it grew. I watched the tree grow, and then I brought the buzzsaw to the party, and I said, zing, 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 and I cut the tree down and watched the Commanders now eliminated from playoff contention. But that's neither here nor there.
Thanks a lot, Jack Jingleheimer Smith.
You was hitting me with the buzzsaw for like 4 weeks straight when I was like, dog, that buzzsaw is getting, it went from a chainsaw to then it turned into like, the little saw that'll come with a Black & Decker kit where it's like, it ain't gonna be able to do no real deal work. But it's like the tool that's in your tool bag as a guy who's not really a handyman. You try to use it on something and the battery, it just won't go through. That's how the buzzsaw started looking.
Big shout out to Chaz G. He just felt bad and just sent us $2 with no words.
Yeah. That's for you. That's definitely for you.
Big shout out to Paulie for the $2 super chat. Says beat Dallas.
These were definitely some epic shows. Sunday's parlay and this one right here. I know this one, the vibe ain't quite the same, but yeah, I've had some good laughs. Big
shout out to Jason Bears. Before you move on, it starts on Sunday.
He's right though. Who starts on Sunday?
God, who knows at this point? I mean, the logical thing would be Sam Howell. You have to start. No. You want to know who starts on Sunday?
Mark Sanchez.
Jake Fromm.
Is Jake Fromm on the roster? Practice squad?
No, he's been elevated, I believe.
So y'all are carrying 3 quarterbacks right now on the active roster? That would be ridiculous. I don't think so. I like this. This is a good way to end this segment, though. Shout out Jason Ferris, man. Local homie right here.
Big shout out. I'll take Derek Carr over Carson Wentz any day of the week, Lalo. I know you're upset, too, but I'm taking
I do take Derek Carr. I take Derek Carr.
Big shout out to Easy Does It for the $5 super chat. Someone get Joe Judge so he can give the Beard one of his great speeches and feed him false hope. I fed myself the false hope. I drank the juice. I made the juice and drank it.
Derek Carr is Carson Wentz, and Joe Judge is the Beard. That's what it is here right now. That one made you really like, these mom.
Beard starts at quarterback.
On Sunday. That man will be out there for two plays, one running play, one passing play. It'd be over. Michigan experiments with their towel boy at quarterback. Beard will be right up out of there.
I mean, if I would think you start Howell because it makes sense, but at this point, obviously, nothing makes sense anymore. We're back again to that in Washington.
Y'all did Taylor Heineke dirty, man. Y'all did that man dirty. Got y'all back in the mix, 6 out of 7. Tied a game, lost.
Can you stop?
2 games.
Stop, please? Can you stop?
And then they went and said, you know what? Let's go Carson Wentz. I would just go with Carson Wentz, man. Like, I wouldn't, why I wouldn't bring the rookie out? Because if he plays bad, it's the only sample size you're going to have going into next year. And I think that don't do 2 quarterbacks at this service. Don't do Taylor Heineke dirty and then come out here and do the rookie dirty, set him up for failure, have him play a bad game against a good defense with a bunch of speed rushers on the edge. And Sam Howell's not the most mobile guys. Well, put Carson Wentz back out there, man, just to, pour more gas on that fire that he lit for y'all in that game against the Browns one time and let him go out like a bum and get rid of him. Because I agree with Sebastian on this. We're not going to see no more Carson Wentz. That's a wrap for him. Page Boy said deactivate Wentz. Now, I put him back out there. I put him out there. Let him show face in front of those fans again. And again, just before we move on, did you see the interview? You didn't see it with Fletcher. You should go back and look at that, bro. It looked like somebody who's like, gotcha. Got him. That's how Carson Wentz was looking. He's just like, I went out there, I tried my best, and it's just my effort wasn't enough. And dude, I wish we could have did better. As a team, bruh. Come on now. I put him out there face to fans. But let's talk about a good football team now.
You told yourself. You said you guys weren't a good football team either.
Oh, we are now. We are now. Daniel Jones plays his 2 best games of the year. We're a good team. The Beard would rather me finish the show like this, y'all. He would rather me just be like, and the New York Giants defeated the Indianapolis Colts this past week.
Welcome back to a Tuesday edition of Giant Overreaction.
Overreaction, right? All right, let's talk about these New York Giants. Are we done? Is the chat done? Chat, give me some biceps if we're done. Yo, Crypto Move said, whenever all says he's going to take it easy on you, duck.
I told him too. I said, listen, I know how this is gonna go before it just started. It's like, you know, you said you're gonna take it easy on me, and then the walls are gonna close in.
You said it. You did. I mean, you know me better than I know me, bro. You know what it is. It's like those walls start closing in on you. Hey, chalk this one up to the chat. The chat gave me all the gas. They put the battery in my back. They literally did. What was I gonna do? Not come up here and perform like the Energizer Bunny would do? I had to.
Listen, I knew this was gonna happen. I knew it was coming. You know, I took it like a man.
All right, I see a couple biceps. You know, shout out to the gang one time, man, for rocking with us on this Tuesday evening here, man. 9:26. We've been an hour and a half, 2 hours and a half already on the stream. It feels like it's been feels like a Comedy Central roast of about a good 30, 35 minutes. You know,
it feels like we've been live for 4.5 hours.
Well, let's add another hour here, man. We can talk about my New York Giants here one time, man. We took on the Indianapolis Colts, and this game was at home. Shout out to the gang.
Giants are on the board with 11:16 to go here in the third.
That was real good, man. I enjoyed that. Thank you, Chad. I definitely enjoyed that. It's always next year, man. You know, there's always next year. There's always next year. You can't be too upset, right? All right, let's talk about these New York Giants, man. And, you know, we gotta bring in I should bring in the buzzsaw theme because the New York Giants defense was definitely looking like a buzzsaw on Sunday. Took on the Colts, man. The Colts are now 4-11-1. The Giants improved to 9-6-1. We defeat the Colts 38-10, man. What a performance at home. The Giants won for the second time in 3 games, and we clinched the 6th playoff seed in the NFC, our first postseason berth since 2016. The Giants ended a 4-game losing streak to Indianapolis and defeated the Colts for the first time since December 22nd, 2002. Brian Daboll is now the 5th coach in Giants history to lead the team to the playoffs in his debut season. A New York Giants team, that is. You got Ali Sherman, Dan Reeves, Jim Fossil, and Ben McAdoo. Finally led comfortably at the half. The Giants were out in front 24-3 in this game. We finished 5-3-1 at MetLife Stadium, our best home record and first winning season at home since we were 7-1 in 2016. And the one for me that really felt really good about this game, the Giants ended an NFL long active streak of 43 games without scoring over 30 points. The 38 points is the Giants' highest total in a 4-quarter victory since December 9th, 2018, when they won against Washington Commanders, 40-16.
It doesn't end, does it?
It does not end. You know,
don't care.
not one bit. The 28-point margin of victory is the Giants' largest since December 7th, 2014. The Giants scored 24 unanswered points in the second quarter to take a 24-3 lead at halftime. It is their highest scoring quarter since they put up 27 on the board in the second quarter at
Washington
in 2018. Their 21-point halftime lead was their largest since they led in 2018 at
Washington for 500, Alex.
Oh, sorry, they gave me the battery. That 7 turned into a 9 so quick. The Giants did not allow a first-half touchdown for the 6th time this season, which happened in games against Carolina, the Dallas Cowboys, Chicago Bears, the Houston Texans, and
Washington for 400, Alex.
All right, that's all for Washington. Shout out to Daniel. Man, yo, I almost want to go over there and get the Daniel Jones fathead, but it's a little bit too far. It's a little out of reach. I had to do way too much because I had to get that 6-foot table for you a couple of weeks ago. That storage area just looks completely crazy right now. But Daniel Jones, man, that dude balled out, man. Big shout out to Daniel Jones, man. To me, his best game of the season, man. And the big drive for me, like really capitalizing on a window, right? We always talk about these windows. And the first one came early in this game when the New York Giants were up 7-3. And Daniel Jones, man, he had the 2 big throws to Daniel Bellinger. One of them was on 2nd and 11. And then he had the 13-yard run on 3rd down where he showed great lateral movement. The drive ends in precise pocket maneuvering by Daniel Jones. steps up, slides to the right, hits that man Isaiah Hodgins for another touchdown. I think that's Isaiah Hodgins' 4th touchdown of the year. Maybe it's 5th of the year. I might be wrong on that. And at that point, Daniel Jones was 11 of 14 for 102 yards, 2 touchdowns with 4 minutes left in the half. And the Giants were up. I'm looking at this like, wow, Daniel Jones, you dove through the first, not a window, but the first window. And I think that's very important. And it's why after the New York Giants got that interception, a pick 6 from former Washington Commander, Landon Collins. Ooh, that was a pretty one. 52 yards to the house. We're in command at the half, 24-3. Daniel Jones did finish the day 19 of 24. He was 79% completion percentage for 177 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, and a passer rating of 125.2. Jones has 5 career games in which he completed at least 76.5 completion percentage or of his passes all this season. Every last one of them has been this season. So shout out to Brian Dable one time. This is the 12th time in 16 games that Jones did not throw an interception. He also was not sacked in this game either. I thought that was amazing. Jones also led the Giants in rushing with 91 yards. I said this on the Giant Overreaction. I wish Brian Dable would have kept him out there for a couple more read options, maybe a couple more quarterback design runs to get him over that 100 mark, because that would have been a lovely statistic for Daniel Jones to add to how he performed throughout the passing game. I mean, just a great day from Daniel Jones. It's the second time in 3 games that Daniel Jones has not been sacked. So this offensive line is stepping up in a major way. For those of y'all that follow me on Twitter, I retweeted one of the breakdowns from Brian Baldinger, where he brought attention on the touchdown run from Daniel Jones, man. Andrew Thomas, first of all, just throwing people out the way. And Glowinski, man, from the left guard position, this dude got all the way to the 3rd level to get to the safety, and he literally just shoved him on the ground and got him out the way. Daniel Jones had 1 man to beat, reaches to the pylon, scores his 2nd rushing touchdown of the day. I forgot to add that to the statistics. Daniel Jones did have 2 rushing touchdowns on the ground. Definitely balled out, and it was good to see this offensive line start to click. Glowinski, who has been one of the weaker points, or one of the weaker players on this offensive line, to see him playing well is that's fantastic, and I think that, with the adjustments that they've made at the left guard position with Ben Bredesen getting healthy, I think that's helping everybody out, And Evan Neal also had another pancake in this game. He had a good game, bouncing back from the terrible game that he had just a couple of weeks ago. It was good to see that. And I think the Giants are striding at the right time right now. I think we're doing a good job. Of all the teams in the NFC East, I wanted to say this during that earlier segment with the Cowboys, I think the Giants got the best momentum right now going into the playoffs. A lot of these analysts on national media and national TV, they're saying the same thing. Like, the Giants now are a team that you want to watch out for. And I remember Marjorie popped into the Giant Overreaction a little bit late, and I did say during that show that I wanted to bring up this point from Ryan Clark again, and I forgot to bring it up. So I'm going to bring it up here on this show. And I think this is just the perfect way to entail what Daniel Jones has done this season and how he has played this year. He has surprised a lot of people who have been critical about him, me included. Daniel Jones has been playing some really good football, and I think he's an example of why you necessarily just can't look at the stat box, because, yeah, I do have the points that I made in that one rant where I told you that a lot of those game-winning drives were not on Daniel Jones. But these last 2 games, Daniel Jones has put this team on his back, and I think the team kind of fell short and didn't hold him down and do their part of it against the Minnesota Vikings. Granted, he did have an interception in that game that was on him, a throw that was behind Isaiah Hodgins. But for the most part, Daniel Jones played a really good game, and he opened up the pass attack, and I think he showed Mike Kafka and Brian Dable that, hey, look, if we don't have the running game clicking, I can handle business, and I can take care of this, and we can win games on the back of me passing the ball with this wide receiver core that a lot of people have been down on. But Ryan Clark summed this up pretty perfect. And I just want to bring this to y'all attention for those of y'all that weren't here at the Giant Overreaction. And when Marjorie catches this stream later on, she can see this as well. Ryan Clark said, Daniel Jones has shown that he can be the franchise quarterback of a team. This is the key part of this statement. He can be the franchise quarterback of a team that knows how to play to his strengths, and also with the resurgence of Saquon Barkley. This has been an amazing year for head coach, quarterback, running back, and a defense with Wink Martindale that will continue to put pressure on people. This is a team that is building for the future, but this is a great step for the present. To me, that is the best way to sum this up. And Daniel Jones, the stats, they speak for themselves. This was a great day for Daniel Jones. 176 yards, 19 to 24. The QBR, that's what I wanted to bring attention to. 96.9 is the highest quarterback or QBR. When I see people say quarterback rating and they call it QBR, I hate that. They're very different. They should have different names, though, because quarterback rating, the acronym would be QBR. We got to find a way to fix that. And I'm going to dig into QBR and see why things are like this, because to me, this doesn't say this was the best game by a quarterback this year. But according to QBR, this is the best QBR of any quarterback in the entire NFL all season long. And I brought attention to some of the unsung players like Isaiah Hodgins, like Darius Slayton on the Giant overreaction, and Richie James, man. For one, the backflip celebration, amazing. I love that right there because we flipped into the whole new year and we flipped into the playoffs. We got our berth. 7 receptions for 76 yards, 1 touchdown, 7 targets. He caught every target. And he had the 25-yard reception where a lot of that was yak. I think the throw was probably like a good maybe 10 to 12 yards as far as the depth goes, and he took care of the rest. Richie James is like quietly, man, dare I say this could be our starting slot wide receiver next year? I know we got Wan'Dale Robinson. He's going to come back after 7 games, right? But dare I say this guy could be the one who could be the starting slot wide receiver. He's shown that he can do things and he can maneuver in this offense, and he can make Daniel Jones look better, and Daniel Jones can make him look better. And why mess up this chemistry? Why pull out the legs from underneath the table? Why mess up the chemistry? It's clear that Richie James has been Daniel Jones' security blanket for pretty much the whole entire year, except when Wan'Dale Robinson got healthy and they brought him in, and he played for a couple of games, and Wan'Dale Robinson did have a 100-yard game, which was amazing. And I like Wan'Dale Robinson. I think he can be a piece that we can utilize when he does get healthy next season. But just a great day from Richie James. And this prompted me to bring up something that I saw on when I was listening to the Talking Giants podcast, right? And me and Bobby Skinner, I remember one time Bobby told me this. He was like, because me and Bobby had this little beef that like was a misunderstanding that somebody in the Giants community, I know who it is, but I won't snitch. I'm not a snitch. But somebody in the Giants community saw a podcast with me and the Pest on a Giant overreaction where I mentioned Bobby's name at the beginning of the segment as one of the people who are doing better offensive line breakdowns and doing play-by-play stuff and actually, looking at the film. And which was a reason why I don't do film stuff, because I feel like there are people who do film they bring way more value than I could ever bring. I tried doing a couple film breakdowns on Twitter like once or twice, and I was like, this really ain't my vibe, man. I'm not like I don't have football experience on that high of a level to be breaking down plays like that, right? So I commend Bobby. But somebody snitched and said that Awthentik was saying that like something about like these Twitter GMs or something like that, these Twitter coaches, blah, 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 blah. So I'm here on record to tell y'all that Bobby and Justin Pennick do a fantastic job. I'm trying to make it a point, actually, to go up and check them out when they do the playoff party that they're going to be doing in New York, if we don't do something down here and watch the game down here. But I think they do a fantastic job. So let me just put that on record. Now, I shout Bobby out a ton because I think they just do a great job with Talking Giants. When it comes to putting out high-quality content, they're probably the other channel that I look at that's like, yeah, in the Giants community, they put out high-quality content. Shout out to John Boy Media, who sponsors all their shows. The camera work is great. The quality, everything is great about what they do. And Bobby told me something that back when we squashed that so-called whatever thing that was at the time, he hit me up and he told me in my DM, he was like, look, I want you to know something, that I will never have a beef with you over anything that has to do with opinions. If it's a football opinion, I will never have a beef with anybody over a football opinion. And he invited me and Pest on the show, and we went and we chopped it up with him and Justin Pennick, and it was a great time, all of that, right? So on listening to their podcast yesterday morning, I checked it out, and they said they listed the Giants starting wide receivers and tight ends catch rate, which Richie James has an 81.4% catch rate on the season. Isaiah Hodgins, he's only been here for about 6 weeks starting or whatever. He has a 78.5% catch rate on the season. Daniel Bellinger leads all of our tight ends and wide receivers with an 85.7% catch rate on the season. Darius Slayton, a couple of drops early on. He's not as high as the other guys, but it's still pretty decent. 64.7% catch rate on the season. Now, this is where I got to disagree with Bobby on this when he said this after they listed the stats. He said that's a Daniel Jones stat, that Daniel Jones is making the most out of a very lackluster wide receiver room. And I commend Bobby for getting these stats and listing these stats, because for me, I've been giving props to these guys for a little while now. I think Richie James, even after the 2 fumble, when he fumbled the 2 punt returns, I was still like, I don't blame him for that loss. There were other mistakes, other key moments in that Seattle game where the Giants could have came out with a victory. But I disagree with him when he says that that's a Daniel Jones stat. if we're not going to give these guys their props and give them their flowers, y'all know I'm here to give the flowers, right? Before the funeral. I'm on my Nori vibes. We got to give people their flowers while they can still smell them, right? I don't know if Richie James is going to be a wide receiver on this roster next year 100%. I don't know if Isaiah Hodgins is going to be a wide receiver on this roster next year 100%. I hope they are. I think there are two guys that are proven that they should be on this roster, along with Darius Slayton. I think Darius Slayton should be on this roster as well. He could be a depth piece. This guy showed humility this year by taking a pay cut at the beginning of the year when most people thought he was going to be cut. If this is not going to be a wide receiver stat, we got to give this stat to Brian Dable and Mike Kafka, not just Daniel Jones. And I'll tell you why. Why couldn't Daniel Jones do this last year with a lackluster wide receiver core, if that was the case? We know why. Jason Garrett is not nowhere near the play caller that Mike Kafka is. Joe Judge is not near the head coach. He not even thought. You know how I say Stan is, I'll be like Stan is on one end zone, or Daniel Jones is on the 5-yard line on one end zone, and Stan is all the way in the bleachers on the other side.
Joe Judge is in green lot E40.
Joe Judge is in green lot E40. He don't even got tickets to the game. He leaves after the tailgate, gets in his car, and he goes home, right? So for me, this is, if it's not going to be a stat that we're going to get the flowers for Richie James, this is where I just disagree with their take on this. This, to me, is a Mike Kafka and Brian Dable stat, but more importantly, this is a Richie James stat. This is a Darius Slayton stat, and it is an Isaiah Hodgins stat. They're catching the ball. No one can go out there and use their two mitts and bring that ball in and tuck it into your gut other than those two guys. The reason why I give a little bit more props to Brian Dable and Mike Kafka is because they found a way to utilize a short passing attack for most of the year. Outside of the last 2 games, the Giants have been a short pass attack type of team. And they found a way to make Daniel Jones very efficient, where he doesn't have to get to the second and third read too much. And when he does, they're putting it on one side of the field and making it a lot easier for Daniel Jones. And now we're seeing the maturation of Daniel Jones. So will I sit here and say that it's not a Daniel Jones stat at all? Of course not. He's throwing the ball to them. I encompass it on all of them. This is Richie James. This is Darius Slayton. This is Isaiah Hodgins. This is Daniel Jones. This is Mike Kafka. This is Brian Dable. Shout out to all of them. And I'm going to give kudos to this offensive line that has found a way to give Daniel Jones a little bit more time this year. So shout out to Andrew Thomas, Nick Gates, Ben Bredesen, John Feliciano, Mark Lewinsky, and Evan Neal at that right tackle position, and any of the depth pieces who have played this year that I haven't had a chance to give them their kudos as well. Shout out to all of them, because this is the accumulation of an entire unit surprising people this year. And with a lackluster, if we want to call them that, a wide receiver core, which I don't even want to call them that, with some guys who just have not made a name for themselves, they are making a name for themselves right now. So big shout out to this offense. Now, outside of that, defensively, the Giants' rush defense came into this game ranked dead last, and I thought that, this was a key point. And I know that they didn't have Jonathan Taylor in this game, but we held them to a low minimal amount of yards. I think it was just over 100 yards. You got that number on you?
The rushing yards or the total yards?
The rushing yards for the Colts.
I think it was over 130.
Was it over 130? Was it that much?
I might be mistaken. Give me 1 second. I will give you that for certain. Because I was looking at it because they had a committee sort of rushing numbers. Let's see. Rushing was 100 and... Oh, shoot. Hold on 1 second. Wrong box score. Rushing was
128.
128. So, yeah, I thought it was
128.
around 130.
I had it in my notes. I just knew it was a little bit farther down. So to hold the Colts to 128 yards, it's not fantastic, because we could look at teams like the San Francisco 49ers who are holding teams to about 90 yards on the ground throughout the year. But it's much better for this New York Giants defense. I love how Landon Collins showed up in this game, the 52-yard interception return with 1:45 left remaining in the second quarter. That pushed the lead to 21-3, to me, was one of the biggest difference makers. That and Daniel Jones diving through that window when the score was 7-3. You get Daniel Jones, he goes down there, drives us down, 2 big throws to Bellinger. You get the touchdown to Isaiah Hodgins, and then right after that, you get the interception return. The Giants are up 21-3. I'm texting the homies at that point like, yo, I think we got this game in the bag, right? Shout out to Dexter Lawrence, Kayvon Thibodeau. Both of them had a sack in this game. Kayvon Thibodeau has 4 sacks on the season now, and Dexter Lawrence has a career high now, 7.5. Jalen Smith had a game as well, 9 tackles, 5 solo. And I think Xavier McKinney showed up in this game. He didn't get the interception. It did land in the breadbasket. He played the play right. Maybe if he, doesn't have the club on his hand, maybe he gets the interception there. But he also had 7 tackles in this game, 4 solo, and he had the 1 pass deflection there on the interception. So big shout out to them. the Giants played a complete game pretty much. Offensively, I think the one thing that I would say was not quite all the way there, which is why I think the Giants have a little bit of more room for improvement to play a little bit better, is we kind of got away from the running game. And you would think in a game that you dominated like this, where you're up 24-3 at the half, you would rely on a little bit more Saquon Barkley. But they didn't in this game. And Saquon, he had 12 rushes for 58 yards. But this is what's so awesome to me about this year. Saquon Barkley had, the year where he came back last year, the knee injury, it didn't go that great. He had just over 500 yards on the season. People starting to question Saquon. And he came into this season when he was on the pivot. He told y'all, for the people that are doubting him, stay on that side. And now Saquon Barkley has breached a career high as far as rushing yards go. He's got 1,312 yards on the season. So he breached the rookie season. And when you look at the receptions on the year, Saquon is over 50 receptions on the year as well, too. I remember going on Entertainer's channel in the summer before the year had started, and we were kind of guessing, how many receptions you think Saquon Barkley will have this year. Me and him both were in agreement that we thought that Saquon Barkley was going to have a bounce-back year with this new system. We were very high on Brian Dable. We thought that this offense was going to be probably a little better than it is, especially starting off kind of slow. Injuries did get in the way. But we both were kind of thinking that Saquon Barkley would have around 3 to 4 receptions, every game. And to see him breach 50, that's amazing. 10 touchdowns on the season for Saquon Barkley. He's 1 away from tying a career high as well. And I like how they utilized Matt Breida in this game. He had 9 carries for 59 yards. That was a season high for Matt Breida. We should have seen a lot more of that. But
it was a balanced run attack. I mean, you had Daniel Jones. I mean, Barkley at 12, Jones 11, Breida 9. I mean, between the three of them, I mean, obviously Brightwell had some touches at the end. But, I mean, 217 yards rushing, 5.9 yards per carry with that sort of balanced attack is pretty
And I like
awesome.
it. I just wouldn't describe it as balanced, because balanced Saquon Barkley should have the most attempts. He should have the most attempts and probably the most yards. But Daniel Jones had to step it up. They keyed in on Saquon because Saquon was seeing success in this game. I think he was averaging over 5 yards per carry.
Yeah.
Right? So he was seeing some success. And I think Brian Dable and Mike Kafka realized, oh, man, we're seeing it here. Daniel Jones is going to have room for the bootlegs. 4.8. So it's right around just under 5. And I think they saw the room for the bootlegs, and they saw room for designed quarterback runs. I love the 2 touchdowns. I know one of them was a designed quarterback run for sure. Daniel Jones just takes that thing and just goes. It's like a quarterback sweep. I loved it. Great play call. I think Daniel Jones took a little bit too many hits in this game. There were a couple there where I was kind of like, obviously on the end zone, the late hit on the slide. But Daniel Jones is getting better at sliding, and I'm here for it, man. I thought that this was a 9 out of 10. If I had to rank how they played in this game, it was a 9 out of 10. They stepped up in every facet of football in this game. I just want to see a little bit more from Saquon, and we could really be blowing teams out if we could see that. But I'm not overlooking this. I'm not overlooking that this was against a bad team. This is kind of like what I was saying about you against the Browns, right? We could look at all those games. Taylor Heineke struggled, but they were against better teams. I'll call the New York Giants a good team, and I'll call the San Francisco 49ers a great team right now, especially with what's happening with that defense. Offensively, we know they got that young quarterback out there, but he's doing what he does right now, and he's finding ways to win games. But to go up against the Colts here, 4 wins on the season, Colts are not a good team. We know that. And it showed in this game. And I like that the Giants went out there and they just straight up handled business. So big shout out to my team. Big shout out to the Giants Nation, man, out there. I know y'all are ecstatic about this playoff, clinching the playoffs here to 6 seed. This is major for us, and we really needed this, I'm glad that things went the way that they did with Joe Judge so that we could see what's happening today in current and present time with Brian Dable and Wink Martindale. And Wink Martindale, I think, is not getting the flowers as much as he should. He deserves a ton of them, man. He deserves, it's Valentine's Day right now for Wink Martindale. He's definitely the big reason why this team started off hot. And Brian Dable and Mike Kafka are showing you that they can close the casket on teams and win games down the stretch.
I think Dable has to be, maybe even the favorite. Definitely, should be considered for Coach of the Year, obviously.
Yeah.
To turn the team around the way that it is and get in a playoff position. I mean, I think to kind of double back on the Colts being a bad team, I think that's what makes this win even better, because you did what you're supposed to do against a bad team.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I think that's super important. I mean, for me, Dale Jones, obviously 4 total touchdowns. That's pretty damn good, to say the least. I think the most impressive stat for me to see from the New York Giants, though, was 4 out of 5 in the red zone. because we know how this Giants offense has struggled at times this season in the red
Facts.
zone. So to see them go 4 or 5 in the red zone, I think that says a lot to me personally from the outside looking in, obviously. Third downs, they were 4 of 7. So, not a lot of third downs.
So interesting to me.
Yeah,
Just 7 third downs. Like,
that means you're doing really well on first and second down. So that's a good thing. Obviously, I think the Landon Collins thing was just it was so big, and it wasn't even just the interception and the pick six.
The Giants punted one time in that game.
Yeah.
That's
Kansas.
crazy.
That's Kansas City-esque right there.
That's Kansas City-esque right there. And this Colts team beat the Chiefs, didn't they?
Yep, they did.
Woo.
And the red zone defense was, 1 of 2 held Colts, and then the third down defense was really good for the New York Giants, holding the Colts to 2 of 12, 3 of 12, 3 of 12 on third downs. So I mean, it was I think you hit it right perfectly when you said complete game. I mean, no special teams blunders, a defensive touchdown, sacks, no turnovers, protecting the quarterback. You ran for 200 yards. Daniel Jones had 4 touchdowns. I mean, you can't really ask for much more. I mean,
this was one of them games where it was like, am I about to wake up like from a dream here and be like, it's Sunday? This was one of those games. We haven't had one of these all year long.
Yeah. It's a good time to have one. Big shout out to Fabian for the $2 super chat. It says, Beard, the taste of playoffs tastes so good. Sorry. Don't be sorry.
2020, he was there.
Listen, you guys are, you guys deserve it. You guys played lights out football here when it mattered. A man of the culture for the $4.99 super chat. It's crazy how we've said this is Daniel Jones' best game as a Giant several times this season. I think that's a good thing.
Oh, that is a great thing. But I feel him saying how it's crazy. I wasn't one of those people though. To me, the standout Daniel Jones performance before this was the Packers game, and he played well in the Ravens game as well. Those were standout performances where I felt like, especially the Packers, man, because you're out there in London and Saquon Barkley, he's banged up with the shoulder and whatnot, and you saw Daniel Jones drive us down that field. To me, it was one of his better games of the year. And this Colts game is up there with the top 5 Daniel Jones games ever. You got the 5 touchdown performance against Washington, which is probably Daniel Jones' best statistic game of them all. He did fumble in that game and lose a fumble, but he had no interceptions in that game. You also got the 4 touchdown performance against the Detroit Lions in 2019. You got the 4 touchdown performance against the New York Jets in 2019 as well. And then you can't forget the only other game where Daniel Jones had 2 touchdowns and 2 rushing touchdowns was against the Bucs in his debut, which was a really good game too. But I think the Bucs kind of gave us that game. We can't forget, I believe it was Matt Gay who was the kicker who, he shanked the field goal at the end there. It was like a 46 or 47 yarder, I believe, after Mike Evans had put them in position with a big catch over Janoris Jenkins and ended up shanking it, and Daniel Jones wins his first game as a starter. Rocky road there after that. 2019 was pretty decent, and then it was a major rocky road there. But for me, I'm still very even keel about Daniel Jones. I know a lot of people out there on Twitter, especially, they're running around with the Daniel Jones like apology form and all that stuff, and they're so hype about this game against the Colts and whatnot. For one game will never change how I feel about a quarterback, and y'all know I never get too down on Daniel Jones, and I never get too high on Daniel Jones. I stay right in the middle. But to see a performance like this in a clutch moment, this is a 1 in that column for me for that clutch gene, because we know Daniel Jones 0 for 11 in primetime games before this, and now you get a game here in a big spot, man, with the playoffs on the line where you don't want to wait until next week. I know we could have lost this game. Some things could have went our way, and we could have played next week to still get in. But Daniel Jones went out there and played, we could argue, his best game of his career with everything, with all the chips right out there, with everything on the line. So to me, this is I won't say it's the best game from Daniel Jones, although it might be. I'm going to say that this is the biggest moment for Daniel Jones.
I knew those were going to be the exact 2 words you're going to say.
Yeah, man, and then the standing ovation from the crowd, man, like, dog, like huge. This, they were like, DJ, Daniel
MVP.
Jones.
There was MVP chants.
Like, dog, that's what you want. And it makes it easier for the people that are, not sold all the way on Daniel Jones and whatnot. I got a couple of homies that they're not sold on Daniel Jones all the way. But when you see those things, man, it makes it a lot easier to get behind your quarterback, because not only is he playing well, but the fans are recognizing it, and they're acknowledging it, and they're giving him his props for it. Love to see it. That was the moment. And then Brian Dable, you saw Brian Dable. You know how this is almost like when you get, as a man, right? You get around like a a little puppy or, you know, a little cat or something. You're like, oh, he's so cute. You know, you get around that cat and that little soft gene comes out, right? You saw Brian Dable when they did the standing ovation and Brian Dable set it up for Daniel Jones to come off the field. When he looked at him coming across into the sidelines, he looked at him like, he gave him that look like, boy, I'll cry for you right now. I'm like the proud son that made it. Like he, you know, his eyebrows kind of went up right here. He was like, like my man. Gave him that cool runnings clap. Like, let's go. I need more moments like that. So it's all about building on consistency. The one negative thing I'll say about Daniel Jones is we still haven't had those games with the back-to-back touchdowns through the air. We haven't had one all year. I want those games. I want those back-to-back. Show me you can do this for 3 and 4 games. And then when you build upon that 3 and 4 games, show me that you can build upon that and have a season's worth or a playoff run worth. I'm starting to feel like Daniel Jones is going to get into these playoffs and really make some noise, man.
It's gonna be fun to watch. That's for certain. It's gonna be good for Awthentik and the Beard family. So I'm happy for you guys.
I'm telling you, man. I think he's gonna make some noise.
Hey, I listen. I like the matchup. If you guys get the Vikings, you already know where I stand in that matchup.
Yep.
Big shout out to Omar for the $4.99 super chat. If you beat Philly, that has lost 2 games in a row, then everyone will give you the best momentum award.
Facts.
Philly needs to win badly, take their momentum.
Facts. And I don't care who's starting at quarterback. If Daniel Jones can go out there and put up another solid performance like this, that momentum, that stock is rising. That stock is rising. And we're starting to see a quarterback in his 4th year that when you put some decent surroundings around him as far as a coaching staff and competent players who are out here handling business, man. I know guys have had a couple of drops this year. We've seen a couple of blunders from that offensive line from Evan Neal, but this is a major, major, major improvement here from what we saw last year from the New York Giants. And I don't think anybody thought this team was going to be this good. Maybe some people had us at some, at a win total like this, maybe around 9 to 10 total wins. But I don't think anybody thought when they picked the wins at the beginning of the season that the Giants would come out here and beat teams like the Packers, like the Ravens, the Titans, and finish in big spots. Remember, this Colts game was supposed to be one of the more difficult games because we thought the Colts were going to be a good team coming into this year. We're like, they got everything. They get the quarterback. They spent some money to get Matt Ryan over there. We thought the Colts were going to be good. Had the number one running back in the whole entire NFL. Nobody marked this as a guaranteed win for the Giants, and people didn't think that, we were going to compete against the Minnesota Vikings either, and that's exactly what they did. So for me, the Giants have pretty much been in every game this year, pretty much. We've been in just about every game outside of the Dallas Cowboys game, and we were kind of in that one. And the Philadelphia Eagles, man, that was the one where we got dog walked. So I want to see the Giants go out here, put up a good fight against the Philadelphia Eagles in Week 18, finish the season strong, and go into the playoffs, like my homie Omar is saying right here, with the best momentum award. Because right now, we're looking like that team that nobody wants to play. Last week, I didn't say that because we didn't see this performance from Daniel Jones in back-to-back weeks. We saw a good performance against the Minnesota Vikings, but it wasn't enough to convince me that the Giants were going to be a team that most teams didn't want to play in the playoffs. But that performance against the Colts, yeah, they were a bad team, but that shows you how the Giants can look when they're clicking on all cylinders, and they can go out here, and I think they can compete with any team. I was going to ask people on the Giant overreaction. There was one Twitter statement I saw about Brock Purdy and the San Francisco 49ers if we were going to be scared of them. And right at the time, I was a little bit reluctant to use it. I was like, I'm still a little bit scared of the 49ers. I'm not scared of the 49ers. I ain't scared of no team right now in the NFC. Big
shout out to Tuto!
Shout out Tuto. That scooter was cracking on you right there.
For a $4.99 super chat. Says massive salutes to Awthentik on his live show, Giant Overreaction yesterday, 4 hours and 20 minutes, rocking the YouTube, packed house with all NFL fans from every team.
Salute.
That's always the best part about that. I'm really trying to find my prediction receipt for the New York Giants. I don't know where I put it though, but
your score?
No, your record for the season, yeah.
I think you had us at 9-8. I think you had y'all in Dallas at 10 wins, actually.
10-7, and then I had you guys at 9-8, right?
Yeah, because I remember you had all the teams in the NFC East with winning records. You've been saying that throughout the season a good bit.
Man, feels good, doesn't it?
Oh, it feels fantastic. So we got to talk about this. What's your thoughts on the? And I saw Beige Boy was saying, don't shout out Kayvon Thibodeau because of the celebration, the snow angels and whatnot, right next to Nick Foles while he's on the ground, dying pretty much. What was your thoughts on the Kayvon Thibodeau thing?
I mean, he hit him and he was down on his back and he was doing the snow angel. I thought I read somewhere where you can see him look over and see that he's on the ground like that.
Yeah, I said it on the Giant Overreaction.
But
He looked
I
at him.
didn't. He did?
Oh yeah, he looked at him. You see the helmet? he gave him that look like. You remember when Squints woke up when he was kissing what's Shorty's name in that movie?
Oh man.
I know my girl would know that name.
It's like a Jenny or a
It
Sarah.
had a first and last name too, because they used to say her first and last name in it.
Jenny Lee?
Nah,
Sarah
something
Lee?
else. It's like
Becky. Isn't it Becky?
like something Horn. Like had a couple syllables in the last name. I feel like, but Kayvon
Wendy
Thibodeau-
Peppercorn. Wendy Peppercorn.
There you go.
I think it's
Thank you, Lax.
Peppercorn or Peppercorn. It's Peppercorn.
Shout out to Lax one time in the building, dog. Yeah, Wendy Peppercorn. Yup. You remember how he was getting the mouth-to-mouth resuscitation and whatnot, and his eyes open, and he gave that Chris Alvarez look where he's just like, that's how Kayvon looked over at him like, damn, cuz.
So at first, I think you want to give him a pass, but if he looks over and then he doubled down with the night on the sideline,
night on the sidelines. Yep.
Yeah, so he just messed up. You chalk that up to being young. Coach pulls him into his office after the game and gives him the business, and he won't do it again. That's just
what I'll say.
It's messed up, but
I think when you were talking about culture and I asked you about the culture in Washington, this is why I asked you about that. Because to me, when I think about culture, I don't think about good guys. What I've been saying the past couple of years when the Giants have been losing games, we got 3 years on record right now on YouTube where I've literally been saying, like, I need a bad guy on this team. Yeah. I need a bruiser gang type of guy on this team, right? And I get it. You see the guys in pain over there, but they pay Kayvon Thibodeau to do just that right there. And that was a game-sealing play. So for me, I'm not mad at the celebration. And I think Fabian is saying it proper right now in the chat. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. I know we're dealing with a situation in the NFL right now where it wasn't a big hit, and we got a player in the hospital right now, and we do wish him the best. If Nick Foles is carted off the field and he's got like a concussion or something like that, and if I'm sure if Kayvon Thibodeau looked over at Nick Foles and he was knocked out, like we saw Tua or like we saw Russell Wilson, you probably wouldn't have got that celebration. Yeah. But I just think in this situation, it's not really a big deal. It's not a big deal. And I just got a comment on one of our videos. I don't know if it's this video, but it says it's from Alyssa Gigliotti. And it says the Bears need a quarterback.
I just got that on my phone too.
Man, Justin Fields to me is going to be a top 10 quarterback here in a couple years.
Yeah, that doesn't.
That don't make no sense. This guy is just.
They don't like.
Justin Fields just put up 1,000 yards on the ground this year.
They want their pocket passes, man.
Why?
I don't.
You know how I was telling you about Ron Rivera, right? There ain't no defensive guys out there. There's no pocket passers out there. It's Tom Brady. That's it. I'm not drafting a pocket passer. Nope. You can teach these guys and put weapons around them to get them better. And we're going to talk about that in the Philadelphia game here too, because we know they're definitely missing their guy. But yeah, I don't get that. And Justin Fields is only in his second year. I hope you listening, Alyssa, because we don't agree with you. That's bugged out right there. That's wild. But I think the Giants did a really good job in this game. And then the second thing, let me see what Beige Boy's saying here. Beige Boy's committed, man. He'd be here all day, so I gotta highlight some of his comments. He says, if they pay him to do that, great. But come on, man, Kayvon could have very easily been on the other side of that. Yeah, he could have been. It's football, man. It's football, It's football. For me, it's like, just like Fabian said, it's just not a big deal to me. You got a big hit on the quarterback. You rolled over. You see him. First of all, you're going to celebrate. If you looked over at him and you saw he was knocked out and you celebrated, I'd maybe look at it a little bit different. But I'm also at the same time, I understand where people with the stance like you were coming from, Beige, but I understand where you're coming from. I don't think it's like you got to think the way that I think on this one. Definitely not. I can totally make an argument for your side as well. But for a team that has just lacked in the pass rush department for so long and just really ain't had no goons on the defense, I'm glad we got a guy like Kayvon Thibodeau on his team. And I'm also just as happy that Nick Foles doesn't have some serious injury and he's okay. I don't know if he had to have x-rays on his ribs. Did he break some ribs? I speculated he broke some ribs.
I don't know anything came out except for because it was all the news was more so about what Jeff Saturday said than the actual injury. I feel like. Yeah,
and you see, people on Twitter were had rebuttals for that as well, saying like, who are you to say that was not a classy move and it's trash? Did you see the one on Daniel Jones?
Yeah, the forearm.
He's sliding to the ground and like, okay, you don't lower a shoulder and try to go in for the tackle. You see that he's sliding and you're not going to make the tackle, and you try to club him with a forearm, bro. Y'all was playing dirty too. And Kayvon, I like that. Kayvon, Saquon. I'm about to use that. I don't need the lineman. Y'all remember that bar. But with Kayvon, it's like it's a perfectly legal tackle, and he celebrates. He didn't do anything dirty. It's not trashy. And when it comes to class on the football field, I'll go out there and do what you do. They didn't penalize him for a reason. They didn't look at it like it was unsportsmanlike conduct. Until they changed the rules, I'll go by the book. I'm okay with it. I'm not saying it's like the most classiest. Look at it, he's got caviar and it's the classiest thing ever. No, like it's a goon move. It's a goon move for sure. It's definitely a goon move.
Tuto for the $4.99 super chat says, attention. Every time I shatter any spine on the pitch.
On the pitch, I like that.
Not only I stand over him so he remembers who did it to him, also make sure his teammates will remember. So I'm assuming Tudo is okay with the Thibodeau.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Kayvon Thibodeau might be Tudo. Who knows? Who knows? Kayvon Thibodeau on Saturdays playing rugby for Italy's national team, and on Sundays going out here cracking skulls. But I'm with you on this, Tudo. I'm definitely with you on this. I think like, as long as the guy's not completely knocked out, because we know the severity when a player gets knocked out. Everyone is like, yo, get over here, get over here.
Yeah.
But that's what Kayvon is paid to do, man. He's paid to rush the passer and get big hits on him. And man, Wink Martindale is scheming these things up, man. Because if it wasn't Kayvon Thibodeau on that play, McLeod was going to get the hit anyway. He was right there as well. And then you had McFadden on the blitzes. Man, that was ugly. I don't know if that's more on Wink Martindale or more on Jeff Saturday for what he was doing. I don't know, but they missed some protections on that. There was a lot of free Giants getting to the passer on that one.
It's crazy to think about how a lot of people were talking about Kayvon Thibodeau earlier this season and preseason. And all
he looks like the best draft pick right now. Like, defensively, good God, that guy's going crazy.
I swear at one point people were calling him a
B word.
A bust.
Yeah.
And then, it's funny, I forgot to mention this when you talked about Richie James earlier. It was like, I remember all those people who were ready to, Richie James should be cut.
I'm glad you said that. I'm going to go dig up some receipts when I get off.
Yeah. I'm
going to dig up some receipts because there were so many people saying that. Cut him. You can't drop 2 punts. And remember what I was saying. Do you remember? Because you remember Seattle? Do you remember what happened in that game with one of their players?
Yeah.
You remember what the situation was?
They dropped the punt too, right? Or was it the
drop
pass? The
Tyler Lockett had the two
pass,
big drops in that game. The touchdown, then didn't get his feet in or something like that. And I said, look at how Coach Pete Carroll went right back to him. And I said, although Tyler Lockett is a guy who's proven himself in this league, you still got to have faith in these guys. One big mistake should not be a reason for you to pull a guy out the game.
Yeah, especially because you're going to have to rely on this guy. Do you want to make the guy feel like, okay, you can go out there and do this? I know like it sounds cliche, but yeah, sometimes, I mean, their athletes are humans, so sometimes they are, a little messed up mentally, especially after a situation like that. So it's a coach's job to go out there and make sure that they know, hey, look, I'm going to need you. At some point again, I'm going to need you. And I think Richie James has come to answer those needs multiple times in this season since that game.
Yeah, Richie James, man, if he had been starting and getting the amount of snap counts that he deserves, that dude would be a 1,000-yard wide receiver right now, which is crazy to say. And he's definitely done a lot. When you look at the game that he had with San Francisco where they gave him a little bit of playing time, the dude put up 189 yards and 2 touchdowns. So he's capable. to me, it's like Richie James is not one of these guys that's some bum.
Yeah, no. He's not a Home Depot worker. Shout out
Right.
to Home Depot.
Shout out to anybody
Shout out
working at
Home
Home
Depot.
Depot. Facts.
Big shout out to Tudo
That
for the
thing,
$4.
Now we getting pitchy. We got raspy.
I try to throw in a little mix on that one.
Oh, yeah.
Nah.
Like, yeah,
Now
knife
you
in your
made it
heart.
seem like I was sitting up off of the couch.
It's like they twisted the knife mid-tudo.
The knife has already been in the back about an hour and a half ago.
Threw a dagger through you. That thing.
I mean,
it hit that wash
I
mitt over
was
on the back.
on one of those spinning wheels with my arms and my legs like this, just spinning around while everybody was throwing knives like this. Big shout out to Tudo for the $4.99 super chat. Says, Awthentik, we've signed up for this, have studied, prepared, trained, practiced every move to be in that situation. Hit hard and expect to get hard as well. Salute.
What does Tudo
Italy.
mean by that? Expect,
I don't know.
It probably means expect to get hit hard as well.
Yeah.
Expect to get hard as well, man. Boss. Shout out to Tudo in the building. When Tudo sent in that last super chat where it said ATT, it made me think about attention, right? And that reminded me of Bone Crusher. That's exactly what I know Tudo does on that rugby pitch. That's exactly what Kayvon Thibodeau was doing in this game, man. I don't know if you remember how I Ain't Never Scared started by Bone Crusher. Yeah.
I
You know how the record started?
I ain't never been.
But you
That
remember how it
video,
started?
the the beat, right?
Attention.
Yeah.
And
that joke cranked, man.
That record cranked.
Look,
record
that
definitely
video
cranked.
too is crazy. They had Bone Crusher like he was the Empire State Marshmallow.
Yeah, the Empire State Marshmallow. Isn't it the State Puff Marshmallow or something?
I think so. I don't know why. I don't know why I gave him.
Yeah,
I knew
man.
it was
Big
State
shout out to
there.
Tudo. And I bet you if we go back and look at that CGI from that Bone Crusher video, that's going to be pretty bad.
It's pretty awesome then, though.
Oh, yeah, it was great. Yeah, look at Pubs. Attention. That beat came in cranked so heavy, yo.
Crank.
So heavy.
Man, you want to get
Yo,
ready
Tudo
for
said,
that.
Get hit hard. Get hit hard. Hope in the trunk. Facts. Facts, man. But yeah, last thing I want to do on this game right here to ask you is, you think the Giants should rest their starters? I saw a lot of people asking about that. Should we rest our starters week 18?
I know you don't think so, right?
My thoughts on it is you should treat it like a preseason finale. Start your starters. Be safe. Don't get nobody hurt. Try to, get a decent lead or keep the game
Couple
close.
good drives to keep them
See how
warm
it goes.
and stuff like
If
that.
the game is kind of like in the loom and whatnot, maybe play them for the second half.
Because
But
there's
at bare
no way
minimum,
you
play them
guys.
for the first.
There's no way you guys can change your position, right?
Nope.
Yeah, I think you got to play him a little bit because based upon Awthentik and The Beard research, it's not really good to rust your players.
Especially when you get that first round bye. That ain't the vibe. 3
You
weeks.
think Hurts plays this week?
I'm gonna say. So let me see. When did he get hurt? How many games ago was that? That was
2
Gardner
games.
Minshew's been for 2 games now.
Yeah.
I think they're not gonna play him. Because in my gut, and this is Dr. Awthentik speaking here, I have a feeling that he fractured or broke his collarbone. I'm doing my, you know how Boondock Saints, when they showed up to the crime scene, that's how I'm looking at that Jalen Hurts hit. The way that the pressure of the tackler fell on him and the way that his shoulder hit the ground, it just reminded me of when I broke my collarbone sophomore year. I seen that a bunch of times. And when your 2 shoulders kind of get they get compressed a little bit, that puts that pressure on them collarbones. And I think it's a fractured collarbone. I'd say he'd be out for at least 4 weeks. And why risk it? I mean, you don't look good right now without him in the lineup. Everything is on the line here, though. For the number 1
Think
seed,
about that.
you an extra week of rest.
You can drop from the number 1 seed, home field advantage, bye week, everything, all the way to the wild card spot.
Yeah, a lot got to go wrong for that to happen.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, you need a Vikings loss. You need a
No.
you need a Vikings win, and you need a 49ers and a Cowboys win, right? One,
No,
2 of the 3.
if the Eagles lose and the Cowboys win,
Yeah,
then the Eagles and Cowboys swap positions.
that's it. That's all that needs to happen this week.
That's all that needs to happen this week.
Well, then, yeah, you got to consider it. But I think it's more important to have a healthy Jalen Hurts, even if you got to have an extra game in the playoffs, than put him out here and risk him getting hurt and having to deal with Gardner Minshew, who's not that good, bro.
Then that
Let's
would
keep it
be. He's good, but he's no Jalen Hurts.
He's not good. He's not good.
I don't think he's the
I'm
match.
dialing it back now. I like
Okay,
the whole
okay.
touchdown to interception ratio. But here's the thing. I think the game has changed since we last saw Gardner Minshew as a starter. You got to be able to buy time, man. Dude's slow, man.
Who are you taking, Gardner Minshew or Taylor Heineke?
Tails is going to be Gardner Minshew. It's heads. I'm taking Taylor Heineke.
Jesus. Okay, next question. If you had to, would you pay Taylor Heineke $20 million a year?
No, why?
Okay, I'm just asking because that's what his current market value is
I saw
estimated
that,
at.
man, but nah, dog. Mitchell Trubisky just got like a $10 million deal with the Steelers. His deal should be around there. Y'all overpaid him already. Didn't y'all give him $10 million for 2 years?
Taylor Heineke?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
What'd y'all give him?
I'm not sure, but I don't think it was 10 million. I think it was 4 million.
For 2 years? Can't be that low. As it coming in as a potential starter. Oh, he does have an incentive-based contract.
Yeah.
They were giving him average. They're giving him 2.3 million per year. That's what they were giving him.
Yeah.
With 1.5 of it guaranteed. 2 years, almost 5 mil. Yeah, so they paid him about right. And considering he was the starter, I wonder how much money he ended up making. You said something last week or something about
It was like 100. I think it was 100. I think I want to say he made 150K every win.
Oh, 150. So he probably got like another mil up out of that. Oh, he's got an incentive bonus of $625,000. His dead cap hit was 3.3, and a dead cap value of 500,000. So that's a good deal actually for Taylor Heineke. I mean, considering he won 5 games this year, not too bad.
So do you think
Why would they give him 20 now? The hell?
That's what's crazy. Yeah. Do you think anybody gives him starter money?
My stream should freeze right now.
Why? You're doing so good at a frozen stream. That's pretty fucking damn good, man.
Come on, dog. What starter money in the NFL right now is above 30 million. At least like 2/3 of the quarterbacks who start are probably making above that, or they're rookies that are gonna make that.
So what, you think Taylor Heineke resigns with Washington for $5 million a year?
So the 2-year deal is up this year. He's a free agent.
Yeah, he's a free agent.
I'd bring
Carson
him
Wentz
back.
is probably going to get cut.
I'd bring him back. I'd bring Heineke back.
They're talking about Heineke and Wentz. Just bring them both back. Let's do the whole rodeo again.
Who's they? You see where I'm going with this, right?
Yeah.
Who's they?
That's the
Some
word.
some 18-year-olds that don't know what the hell they talking about on Twitter.
No, not those guys. The word. That's the word on the street, man.
Have any of the beat writers said that?
They've been talking about it.
So some of you
Those
like
sources
JP
are
Finley,
confirmed.
he said that.
No, but did you see his speech after the game?
Yeah, I did. It was
pretty good.
great. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's like, we ain't about to sugarcoat none of this. Loved it.
It's over. It's a
Wasn't
wrap.
like yours. Your joint was like, man, Carson Wentz, man.
No.
I like how JP Finley had the tone,
Yeah.
because
He
usually
was upset.
broadcasters,
He was
they
upset.
stay in their professional kind of a
Yeah.
tone, and he was like, I'm getting my angry bag right now. These that's how he was talking. I like that. I'm a big fan of that.
And
But
see,
Taylor
this
Heineke,
is-
$20 million, that's just ridiculous. That's
the market
ridiculous.
value is ridiculous, right? Okay.
I don't even think that's market value. I ain't listening to that, man.
No,
Wait.
Wentz is gone for sure, 100%. Wentz is not coming back. He gets cut at least. I mean, maybe they bring him back on a Heineke deal, but I don't think he wants to sign for that, But this is the biggest dilemma, though. You can't do anything.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be They're gonna take care of that before March. They have to. If they don't, it's going to be something that happens late. Because what are you going to do? Go into the draft with no owner? Can't do it.
Can't do it.
Somebody, listen. I wish Paulie was still in the building. The streets need a body. It's going to happen before April. 100%. Otherwise, plan on being a terrible franchise for 2023. Because you got to figure out your quarterback situation, who's going to be here next year, coaching situation, and most importantly, the owner.
Yeah. Stay tuned. After next week, I will be doing a Commanders recap 2023 titled "The Streets Need a Body."
The streets need a body, for sure. Who's the body? The street need a few bodies right now. Couple bodies. Maybe a Jack Del Rio body, Ron Rivera body.
That's the thing is, if Scott Turner. Scott Turner's he's got to be the first one. But Carson Wentz isn't really a body. His body's already gone.
Oh,
the streets already have his body.
Look, listen, you're not going to
Streets got my body.
I think Carson Wentz should start to he's not a body. He's a body. That body's going to be etched in white chalk.
He had his chance, man. He came up short.
He did. That's it for him. No. I think Rivera gets fired at the end of the year. That's my thoughts.
I hate it. Because listen,
this
is what I'm going to say. I'm not going to campaign for Ron Rivera to get fired. But if he does get fired, it's his year only experience. I'm not going to campaign for Rivera to get fired, but if he does get fired, I will understand it to a certain extent. I hate it though. I don't want to.
Ryan Clark, I think it was. Ryan Clark is slowly but surely becoming the best analyst on anything that has to do with national media right now.
You know he stay around here.
Yeah, they do him and Scott Van Pelt do the show from DC.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is amazing. But I'm a big fan of Ryan Clark. I like something about his takes that are just he's not one of those guys that's going to go way off and say this quarterback will never be nothing or nothing like that. He stays very even keel. And let me tell you what he said today. He said something about Ron Rivera is like Jeff Fisher. You're going to stay at that 7 to 8 to 9 win range as long as he's the head coach.
Unless he has a unicorn.
Maybe not even then. You think Justin Fields could be a unicorn?
I wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah.
Because to me, he already has that it factor, right? It's not the it factor. Let me rephrase that. He has the big play capability, right? He has arm talent. I think he has the arm talent.
Yeah.
I think he's got the fight in him. Probably some tweaks that need to be made. It's too early to tell yes or no because of the surrounding cast. But I think he's giving you flashes of the possibility of him being a unicorn. It's so hard. I don't want to say unicorn because unicorn is like
Patrick Mahomes.
One.
We know. There's one. But there have been times in this, throughout the history of quarterbacks where there was more than one. Like to me, Peyton Manning and Tom Brady were unicorns.
Yeah.
That whole time they were going back and forth battling, right? Aaron Rodgers was a unicorn to me. If we take it even farther back, there were definitely unicorn quarterbacks in the 90s. I thought Troy Aikman and Joe Montana were unicorns, bro.
Okay, let me ask you this: if you had to give me a number 2 right now behind Mahomes, who would it be right now?
It's Josh Allen. You can't ignore the body of work that has been presented before this season.
All right, who's your number 3?
Lamar Jackson.
See, for me right now, I think Joe Burrow is moving closer to number 2 than anybody else.
I like Joe Burrow, and but I still think Joe Burrow plays the position like a normal quarterback. When I think unicorn, I think of guys who make plays where you go, "What the hell was that?"
You know what? That's a great point for this conversation. When unicorn for sure, I understand that.
Right,
but I think
it's not just being the best quarterback in the
NFL.
Which I think Joe Burrow could be that. There could be a season where Joe Burrow just completely lights it up, 48 touchdowns, and have like 8 picks and just light it up and be the best quarterback in the league. I still wouldn't say he's a unicorn because of the style of play. I also think if Deshaun Watson could get it together, he's shown you previous in his career that he plays football like a unicorn.
Yeah, 100%.
So I'd go. Josh Allen still plays a bit traditional, but then you'll see
this
guy run on the sideline and hurdle somebody.
Yeah, it's unicorn-esque when he runs different too. He's a football player.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Football player, man.
That's
I
what
really like
give him,
Josh
yeah.
Allen, and it took me a while to turn the corner on Josh Allen because the first 2 years I was just like, I don't know about this dude, man. And Lamar Jackson won that MVP, and I'm looking at it like I think Lamar's probably the better quarterback at this point. But people were sleeping on Lamar during that season, and I wanted to be the guy to vouch for Lamar Jackson because quarterbacks with his play style just don't get the flowers they deserve. So I really love vouching for Lamar Jackson. I still think Lamar Jackson is more of a unicorn than Josh Allen is because look at the surrounding cast around Lamar Jackson right now.
Do you think he ends up? Do you think he ends up in Baltimore next year?
I do because they'd be fools not to bring him back, right?
Do you think he
But
wants to
just
come back?
imagine Lamar Jackson if he had Joe Mixon, Jamar Chase, and T. Higgins. What?
Yeah.
And you see what that offense does. You
And
see
you
what
know
the
what?
Baltimore Ravens offense does.
When we say that, we're not trying to take anything away from Joe Burrow.
At all.
We're
Joe Burrow's a beast.
We're just saying that that would be very fun to watch.
Oh, my God, man. It's why, like, when I thought about Lamar Jackson coming to New York, I'm like, Saquon and Lamar? That would be ridiculous. But when you look at what Joe Burrow has probably, of the top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL, Joe Burrow probably has the best situation. Offensive line's been shaky, we know that, but the weapons are ridiculous. He has a great running back. It's consistent. Josh Allen don't got that consistent running game. Patrick Mahomes don't even have a running game for real. And right now, with the wide receivers that you got out there, you got Kadarius Toney out there trying to make plays, and then you got Juju Smith-Schuster, who's been pretty decent this year. Marquez Valdez-Scantling is I would just
they're all hit or miss.
cut the cord on him, man. Just go find somebody else. Draft a wide receiver. But Lamar Jackson, he's dealing with scraps over there. And that's why I feel for the fans who have been saying that all year long about Daniel Jones. Like, yo, his weapon and his offensive line is like one of the worst casts in the league. But I will say this, for the people that are still saying that now after what you saw with Tennessee and what you've been seeing with the Baltimore Ravens, nah, dog. Those two teams have worse supporting casts. I could say the Houston Texans too, man. The Houston Texans, look, they're horrible. They're horrible. And when you don't have Jonathan Taylor in Indianapolis, they're also terrible. Michael Pittman Jr. is a good wide receiver, but to me, he's not a number one. He's one of the better number twos.
Yeah. He's like a T. Higgins. He's in T. Higgins.
T.
It's
Higgins
close.
could be T. Higgins. Yeah, I'll give you that. No, I'll give you that.
It's
I'll give you
close.
that. Yeah, I'll give you that. He's like a T. Higgins. He is.
Man,
He's
that
definitely
draft
like a T.
class is so good.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely
Justin
good.
Jefferson, T. Higgins, Michael Pittman, Lamar, Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert, Jalen Hurts, Tua. I mean, Devonta Smith.
Don't put two in there.
I mean, it's a good draft class. Tua's a good quarterback.
Yeah.
He'll see.
He's all right.
You need one more year or two before you're convinced. I understand that.
How many years is he now? 2, 3 years? This is the third? Or the second?
It's the third.
It's the third. Yeah. I wish the best for Tua, man, especially dealing with the concussions and whatnot. I hope he can get that all together.
Big shout out to Lax044 for the $4.99 super chat. I think Lamar will get franchise tagged. I think he wants out of Baltimore, but they won't let him leave. That's an interesting take, and I cannot agree with you more. I think that's interesting for sure.
Love that take.
And
take, man.
I do not want to leave him out because I've been a big supporter of this guy, Brandon Ayuk too, who has
he was in that
Kittle
draft
has
too, word.
Kittle has stepped up, but Brandon Ayuk is having a hell of a season.
He is
very
balling
quietly with 4 different quarterbacks.
And you got to love it when you see a wide receiver like Deebo Samuel go down and a guy like Ayuk steps up like that. I always thought Ayuk was a little bit undersized.
Right? But he plays big. He plays
tough,
big.
Man. Yeah.
So
he definitely plays tough.
The league is
see
in good
a couple
hands.
people saying they would Beige Boy especially, he said he would take Joe Burrow over Lamar Jackson, which I ain't mad at that at all. And then also people were saying taking Justin Herbert over Jackson. Beige Boy said that as well.
Man, we get to see Justin Herbert in the playoffs now.
Yeah, it's great. Love it. And Daniel Jones. Shout out to both.
Daniel
of them.
Jones.
It's great, man.
Great.
Now you get to put the work to paper.
Listen, remember earlier in the season, somebody asked me, they said, Daniel Jones rookie card a good investment? And I was man, I think so, because right now you could probably get him for really cheap, and I think they're going to make a playoff run. And if they make a playoff run, and I have been a believer in Daniel Jones for a while, and I haven't given up on him. And listen, we're going to be giving away so much stuff coming up. This one's not being given away, but I have to show it to y'all since we're giving Daniel Jones flowers. Okay?
Let's check it out.
Oh.
The old man sound. You heard that? Doctor said I got a backiotomy.
Oh.
Oh, CeeDee Lamb is in that draft class too.
Yes.
Yep. Who brought that up? Shout out Omar one time.
This is a Daniel Jones rookie card, okay? Numbered 10 out of 20. And you want to know what's in that card right there underneath the 10 out of 20? That, my friends, is a real diamond. Yeah. But you know what's really funny is there's a misprint on this card.
Really?
Let me see if you can figure this out. It seems every year the Duke Hoops team produces multiple first-round selections in the NBA draft. That doesn't happen with the Blue Devils football team. In 2019, Daniel Jones was tabbed by the Giants with the 7th overall pick,
right there,
making him the 3rd player from the school selected in the opening frame in the common draft era.
Yeah, he wasn't the 7th pick. He was the 6th pick. I wonder if that'll make it worth more money.
It's interesting, right?
Damn, there was just an accident right out front of my house. Look, that's 2 accidents in 2 days now. I live on North Capitol. It's one of the busiest streets in the city. That's 2 accidents in 2 days. Yesterday morning, I just hear, I just hear people yelling. I'm just like, what the hell? And just now, literally, just heard a horn honk and a major collision.
Josie texted me because she went to go pick up her dad over on your side of town to go to the Kennedy Center. And she texted me and she's like, there is something going on Georgia Avenue in Tuckerman right now because there's a helicopter and there is a massive police presence. Damn. And apparently there was right there on Georgia Avenue, there was a bad shooting and 4 people.
I did see that on the news.
It's 4 people shot. 8-year-old, 1 man dead. They literally just jumped out in the middle of traffic and just started firing shots.
Crazy. Yeah, the city's been on fire, man. It's been crazy out here, man. Like the youth, this.
Is that me or you?
Suffered greatly from that, man. It's been unfortunate, man. I hope they can find a way to clean that up. I know, like, a lot of people were looking at, towards Muriel Bowser for that, and they just got to find a way to just, like, I think it starts in the school system, man, because the DC school system is so broken right now, man. Like, you got to get these kids when they're young and find a way to get them inspired, man. It's been tough out here, and we know Chicago's been the same thing, man. Florida's got a lot of gun violence out there as well. It's been tough, man. It's been wild out here. So prayers to all those families involved in those shootings, man. I saw that on the news actually right before we got on air. I saw somebody was speaking to the public and whatnot. And it's just terrible. It's just terrible out here with that, man. That's why I stay in the crib, man. I ain't trying to get into no trouble, bro.
Nope.
I told you that one time, man. Like, I was down there by Howard, right? And I went to park my car, right? And like this dude like snuck the parking space from me. And he gave me a look like he was strapped. And he was just like, what you want to do about this space, bro? I was just like, you got it, bro. I'm out of here, bro. I don't want no smoke right now. Anybody try to lose my life over a parking space right now. And you remember the homie from I believe he went to Einstein. He was an OG who he was like around my brother's age and whatnot. Man, they ended up shooting this dude because some lawn clippings off his truck fell off the truck and got onto somebody's car, and they stepped out, and then he ended up getting shot and killed, man. It's like,
that was right over there in Trinidad, right?
I thought it was actually I thought it was either on the highway or it was out that way, like out in Maryland on that side.
I think it was in here in the city. I think it was in Trinidad. I could be mistaken.
Because the dude, the dude who ended up killing him came back on a scooter.
Yeah, on a scooter.
And he was parked. That's ridiculous, man. But rest in peace to that homie. But the gun violence out here, they got to find a way. And I ain't know, I'm not the one who's got all the answers for that. But they got to figure out a way. Because when I was coming up, the gun violence wasn't as bad as it is today. And it seems like all these killings to be these young dudes, man. It'd be 15-year-olds, 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds. These dudes got guns. And I don't know if the music culture is aiding that, but I'm sure it's not helping. And speaking of that, I wanted to, before we move into this Eagles game to close this out, I got to meet Wallow this past summer at the there was a YouTube Avenues event that I went to that Wallow hosted. And Wallow, he's one of the hosts for $1 Million Worth of Game with Gilly the Kid. They have one of the best podcasts popping right now. It's one of the #1 podcasts out there. And this dude was just dropping gems and giving game throughout that whole thing. I watch their podcast as much as I can, and I follow Wallow on Instagram. And he's always dropping gems. And I remember in the conversation that we were having on the Giant Overreaction, we talked about a lot of life stuff, right? And, we were talking about, like, mentorship and OGs who drop jewels and whatnot, and, like, how that's viewed upon by the youth, right? A clip came out today that's going viral of when Young Thug was on $1 Million Worth of Game with Wallow. And Wallow gave some of the greatest advice. Right now, Young Thug is facing, like, life in jail right now. All his homies, Gunna included, they all snitching on him or whatever's happening right now. They're taking pleas. And it looks like Young Thug's going to go to jail for a very long time right now, right? And I hope that's not the case, but that's what it looks like. In the clip with Wallow, and I'm glad Beige Boy brought that up, because that's why I'm bringing this up. Beige Boy said the kids don't listen to the OGs, which they need to. And OGs got to do a better job of bridging that gap. Wallow was literally telling Young Thug, he was like, look, you already know the kind of money that you touching right now, not a lot of people from our culture get to touch that kind of money. You will be a fool to still have one foot in the streets while you making all this money in the music industry. And the way he was speaking to him, Wallow's speaking from experience, because Wallow did over 10 years in prison. He just got out, and $1 million worth of game came out when Wallow got out of jail. He was like, for one, that cell is a very lonely spot. And I can speak to it from my brother's perspective. My brother did 2 bids where he did 2 years. And trust me, when he was writing me all them letters, he was extremely lonely. Wallow was talking about how lonely it is in there. And he was giving game to Young Thug. And Young Thug, the room got so quiet for a podcast with people that talk a lot and have a lot of boisterous personalities and very out there. When Wallow started speaking on this, it got super, I'm talking about you could drop a pin in this room. It was so quiet, right? And he was saying, make sure you get out the game now. You don't want to be in there for 60 years is literally what he said. You don't want to be in there for 60 years. And then he pointed at Young Thug's homie, who I think is the homie, his name was either Keem or I think his name was Keed, who's an artist who got murdered. He was in that room and he said, you know better. He pointed right at him and said, you know better. Now you got one of them that's dead and all of them dudes is facing time right now. It's so important, man, that these youngins listen to these OGs, man. Like I was saying on that podcast, bro, if you could take a bit of game from an OG who's twice your age and has jumped those hurdles and you could skip those hurdles, trust me, you don't want to be that kid who's looking at a big sentencing where you might do life in jail or 20 in jail, whatever it is, and you could have skipped it if you just listened to an OG who told you, get your dumb ass up out the street. So anybody, who's listening to this podcast, to all my youngins, man, I said this on the Giant Overreaction. I wish y'all to see a Super Bowl from this Giants team. But more importantly, I hope that y'all can find a way to skip all the bullshit that we had to go through and the bullets that we dodged, the metaphorical bullets that we dodged, and in some cases, the non-metaphorical bullets that we dodged. And you can skip the bullshit before it's too late. Shout out to my nephew right now, he dodged a major bullet. And he only in his early 20s right now. He dodged one of the biggest bullets you could possibly dodge. And dodging that bullet is what got his head on right. And my brother's a great role model. My brother tried to instill it in him, give him the OG advice, and he didn't want to listen as a youngin'. So he had to learn the hard way, and thank God that he could dodge a bullet. But to you youngins, when we talked about it on the podcast about what year some of y'all was born, it really struck a chord with me, because I'm like, damn, I'm up here talking to people that's 16, 17, 18, 19. These dudes wasn't even born when I was out here getting my first piece of action. And I hope y'all just listen to at least a little bit of game that I could give you, right? Like just a little bit that I could give you. And to all these other people, we got the internet out here, bro. It's so easy to get good game. Stay away from that negative stuff, the bad game where they telling you, oh, you need a pistol, you got to be walking out here strapped up and all that. Oh, don't let nobody disrespect you, all that. Man, stay away from all of those vibes, because those vibes ain't going to do nothing but get you into trouble. And trust me, when you locked up and it gets serious, you're not going to be able to look back and be like, man, I wish I could have did. Nope, it's over. Once it's over, it's over. We only get one life. And I know it's easy to live a young lifestyle and think, oh, there's always going to be tomorrow. I could fix this later. I could fix this on another day. Start working on fixing. That's why I say at the end of every podcast, start raising that bar. Even if you good, raise that bar. Try to get better. Try to get better, man. Nobody got no time to be out here getting into no legal trouble, especially. And if you are of the minority, especially if you a black dude in this world or you a Latino in this world, you really got to keep your head on a swivel. because they looking for you. The numbers is high for our cultures and our communities. Don't be a part of don't be a statistic. Don't be a statistic, dog. Go out here, handle business accordingly, make your legacy stand strong, and make your parents proud of you. Whether they here or they not here, make them proud of you. So I definitely wanted to bring that up because I saw that clip this morning. I was like, and the way Young Thug looked at him, he said, yeah, because if I wait too long, it's all going to be gone. And look at what he's dealing with now. And I don't know if maybe after that he was thinking I could get my foot out the game and try it. Maybe it was just too late. And everybody comes from different upbringings, man. So I don't fault these people, but a life of crime is not a good life. Find a way to get your head on the swivel and get right, man.
Absolutely. Big shout out to Sebastian for the $1.99 super chat because I learned so much in the last stream. Respect, OG.
Salute, man. Salute, man. Sebastian, one of the youngest. I commend you, especially you come from the same cloth and lineage that I come from, man. We definitely got a rep for our people. You know what it is. You definitely know what it is. Big shout out to Sebastian one time in the building, man.
So we talk mustache?
Let's talk mustache, man. I know we that's how we do over here at Awthentik and The Beard, though. We ain't gonna censor nothing, man. You know what it is. We gonna talk about it how we should talk about it. And maybe that conversation right there makes somebody go,
Makes them think. Because
Make
I
them
mean,
think a little
listen,
more.
trust me. I've been in the mix. I was in the mix in the I was in the
Beard
trenches.
In the mix. The Beard was, y'all would have no idea this dude was in the, dog, we so lucky and it's so fortunate to be able to get out of some of them situations that we was in back in the day because the Beard was deep in this. I'm talking about he was deep in the game. Like, we ain't gonna get too crazy and talk about too much personal stuff, but the Beard was deep in the game. Trust.
We count our blessings, man. So it's definitely something to listen to for sure. It's not just talk. It's
real advice. It's definitely some real advice. Yeah, for the people that be tuning in that know about the days at Savannah's, y'all know what's up. Y'all know what's good. Y'all know what's good. But let's get into this Eagles matchup one time, and then we'll close out. This looking like this going to be another 420 stream, man. We've been out here chopping it up for a minute. I think it's only right. This is the funeral for the Washington Commanders. But let's talk about them Eagles, man. They took on the Saints this past Sunday. It's only right we do those kind of little talks like that, too, because football, there's so many things that translate from football to life, man. And for those of y'all that did, that were fortunate enough to play on an organized football team, I'm sure you understand where that comes from. The building and the bonding of people coming together with one goal and all coming together to make that goal happen. So it's only right, man. It's, football has taught me a lot about life. And I thank God every day for my brother, man. My brother went through a lot of stuff where I had to look at it from the window. And my brother was like, man, you better not be out here cutting up because I'm going to definitely be on you if you are. My brother was playing no games back in the day. So big shout out to my brother, man. He definitely held me down coming up as a kid, man, especially with my parents getting divorced. Definitely held it down.
They still throwing shots at me.
Ooh, Mr. Mini Guy just found – come on, bro. You've been here for –
I think it's a shot. And big shout out to La Mamba James. He didn't realize we're live. We're live for real.
We live for real. And I think before we get to this Eagles segment, I don't know if it came in on the StreamYard yet. But
it did.
Yeah, we definitely got to send a major shout out to the homie Lucas one time, who's always holding us down on this channel, man. One of our biggest supporters, man. That's a major donation. Yo, big shout out to Lucas. You've been holding us down for a long time, man. We appreciate them super chats. Your presence means a lot over here at Awthentik and The Beard, man. Big salute, bro. Big
shout out to Lucas. Checking in from Australia. He's been checking in from Australia since day one. He's been checking in from Australia on anything that we do, in our lives. He supports us up and down. Even when he's not here, he's always here. We appreciate this more than you could ever imagine, Lucas. Says Awthentik and The Beard setting that example. Role models. Younger guys listen when these gents speak. More importantly, listen to what is being said.
Big shout out
to Lucas.
We
appreciate you, my guy. And if you are in the chat and you are still rocking with us, definitely let's drop some biceps in the chat right here. Not just for us, not just for Lucas, but for everybody who's here rocking with us right now. We appreciate you guys very, very, very much.
I'll take this back to, I'm getting chills on my arms about this because just to that text in the morning where I was like, yo, should we do the show? I'm feeling like we should. Should we do the show? And a lot of gems came from this show. A lot of gems came from this show, man. And I think this is going to be a very memorable show. And I hope when all's said and done that, you know, the homie from the Buffalo Bills pulls through and we can come out of this on a positive note. You know, I think that's very important because this stream there's been a lot that went down on this stream. So I really hope that we can come out on the positive side of this. So again, man, our prayers are with Damar Hamlin 1,000%. And I'm going to be keeping my eye on social media. I hope we get some good news from him. You know, that would be amazing after a stream like this. I'm really glad we went live today, man. So big shout out to the Beard. Big shout out to all of y'all in the chat. The biceps going crazy. And big shout out to Lucas, man, for this major donation right here, man. Big salute to the fan, man. The day one right there. That's major.
Appreciate you as always, sir.
All right, yo, let's get off into this Philadelphia Eagles matchup against the New Orleans Saints one time, man. This was a game that I called. I definitely said this. I said that the Saints are going to upset. I picked a lot of upsets over the weekend. A couple of them didn't hit. Carolina Panthers didn't hit. You
did about 80% on those upsets, though, man.
80% on them upsets. Yeah, man. I had a gut feeling, man. You know, this is January football, and I thought some teams were going to show up in a major way. The Saints came out, man. They definitely showed up in this one. They improved their record to 7-9, and I think they're still holding on to their playoff hopes by a thin string.
No, they're eliminated. They're eliminated.
Oh, they got eliminated now. Saints got
eliminated.
That's too bad. Big win for them. Way to take the Eagles down, though, man. The Eagles are now 13-3 on the season. The Saints win 20-10. Jalen Hurts sat out for his second straight game in a row. And it was apparent how important he was to this offense, I thought, man. To the people saying, you know, I know the Beard wants to touch on this, so we're going to start right here with you, Beard, on this one. A lot of people saying it's the weapons over there with the Philadelphia Eagles. And I think when it comes to Jalen Hurts not being a guy who is actually, you know, contributing to that offense in a major way, I think people just need to stop it. But what are your thoughts on this this game and Jalen Hurts not playing in this one and how it affected the Eagles?
It's not even just the offense. I mean, obviously it is the offense. But there's one thing that we've talked about Jalen Hurts since day one. And I was very vocal about it, you know, when people were like, oh, he doesn't have the arm strength and this and that. And I said, listen, this guy, you know, we talk about Josh Allen being a football player. Jalen Hurts is a leader. His it factor is completely different than a lot of people that play football. And that's the difference between being good and being great. And he has that naturally. And it's not just like the hoorah, you know, get your guys up sort of situation. It's the way he carries himself during practice. It's the way he carries himself post press conference. It's the way that he carries himself preseason. It's day one from when they walk into those mini camps till the day that they leave out. Like he just the way he plays, you know, they talk about that with Taylor Heineke, right? And I always kind of bust people's balls for saying that, right? And I don't like to say that they play harder for one guy than they play harder for another guy, because I don't think that that's a case in any scenario. But it's a thing where there's this cohesiveness, you know, with the players, with your linemen, your receivers, your tight end. And I mean, obviously, Devonta Smith, you know, 60 seconds gets you 60 years.
That's a bar right there.
That is a bar.
I'm gonna keep that in my bag. That's a bar right there.
So it's you know, things just click in a different manner when you know Jalen Hurts is out there, and I think you kind of noticed that because Devonta Smith had a game, AJ Brown had a big play. The play calling was a little weird in this game. I thought that they would run the ball more. I mean, you know, third downs, defense for the Eagles was not great. We talked about that on Thursday. The Saints were 7-16. Eagles offensively were 3 of 12 on third downs, and they allowed 6 sacks. That's something that probably, you know, of those 6 sacks, I'd have to go back and look at each one individually, but I would safe to say 3 of those sacks probably would have been avoided with Jalen Hurts. They also had 8 penalties for 49 yards, you know, 0 red zone attempts.
Was it 8 penalties?
8 penalties.
I read this wrong? I thought there was just 1 penalty in this game.
I have 8 penalties for 49 yards.
Ooh.
Unless I wrote that down wrong.
Let me double check that, because I thought the only penalty came against the Eagles. I could be completely wrong on that. And that, you know, sometimes when I go back and I look at the box score, like halfway through doing the notes, I'm like, wait, these don't feel right. And I'm like, oh, this is a game from last year. So I'm like, I'll be like completely wrong. I'm like, what the hell is going on? Because I didn't get a chance to really keep my eyes on this game that much. But
yeah, 8 penalties for 49 yards.
8 penalties. Dang, that's terrible. That's terrible.
Time of possession, too. Every time, that's the one thing that I noticed when I was watching, going back and forth between the game. I said, every time I look at it, I feel like the Saints had the ball. And I mean, we talk about this with the Philadelphia Eagles. If you want to be able to beat the Eagles, time of possession is huge. And, you know, they had the time of possession 37 minutes to 22 minutes.
Yeah.
The thing that was crazy to me was the Eagles only had 17 plays in the entire first half.
Let me tell you, I watched the beginning of this game just a little bit, and I wrote down a note. The first quarter was ending, and the Saints had ran 19 offensive plays. The Eagles had ran 3 plays, bro. That was it. So that whole formula going back to Washington Commanders on Monday night against the Eagles. Now, I know Jalen Hurts was not in this game, but if you can dominate time of possession and keep the quarterback on the sideline like the Saints did in this game and like Washington did against the Eagles on the Monday night game, you got a good shot at beating them. You know, I know Gardner Minshew, he didn't have that great of a day, 18 of 32, 274 don't look too bad. 1 touchdown, 1 interception. His QBR was 11.3.
Oh, that QBR, man.
You got to shave that mustache. I think it's time, dog.
Nah. But listen, I mean, 61 yards in the first half. Total offense.
Stretch.
And they had 3 chances after they scored the A.J. Brown, a big A.J. Brown touchdown, made it 13-10. They had 3 chances. They came up short. In those 3 drives, they had 10 plays for 21 yards. And in the last one, then they had the pick 6, which obviously that's what kills the QBR, I think, because I think the QBR is like, it takes into consideration. I think that's probably, that pick 6 probably took his QBR down about 45 points.
I bet it did.
So it was tough because there was no run game. It was just weird to me. 15 carries for 67 yards. What did the Saints do? 35 carries for 130.
And it's weird that
that
they got
formula,
away from
man.
the running game, you know, because Miles Sanders was averaging a good yards per carry, 5.1, 12 for 61, right? I don't understand why they got away from it, but it's weird because their wide receiver statistics look like what it would look like if Jalen Hurts was out there and they're winning the game. 115 from Devontae, or from Devonta, and then A.J. Brown with the 97. But, I mean, 78 of those yards did come on that one catch. And that reception was a little bit puzzling to me. Like, the defender's right there. I don't know if it was like offensive pass interference or not, but it's just like he gets thrown out the screen, and then A.J. Brown's just walking into the end zone pretty much. I really didn't understand it. But that was the saving grace for the Philadelphia Eagles that kept them in this game. Outside of that play, the Saints dominated this game.
Yeah. It was just they stuck to the formula. And I mean, that formula is not going to work all the time, obviously, but we've seen it work now a couple of times.
And the Eagles never made it to the red zone in the entire game.
0 for 0 in the red zone. No
That's
red zone
crazy.
Maniac.
No maniac in the game today. That was crazy.
It's going to be interesting. I think if Jalen Hurts can play, he's going to play, because I do not think, because at one point the Saints were, the Eagles were considered the best team in the NFL.
I still think they are one of the best teams for sure. I mean,
they're definitely one of the best.
Quarterback goes down, and
to go from home field advantage, first round bye, number 1 seed, to a wild card playing on the road in Tampa Bay, probably. Nah,
yeah.
Jalen Hurts ain't having that.
I actually think
I hate to say it,
enjoy that
Giants.
to get the rematch.
From
Remember,
last
he took
year's
him out
playoff
last year in
game?
the playoffs. Yeah. Tom Brady ain't beating no Jalen Hurts-led offense right now. I'm on record. I will say that. No way. Jalen Hurts and this Eagles team will take care of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, no problem. Cut it up, take the receipts, write down the timestamp, write it down, take a picture, whatever you want to do. I promise you that. All it's going to do is add an extra game. And we've seen it happen with the Packers. We've seen it happen with the Tennessee Titans last year. You get I'm not talking about the run. I'm talking about you get that number 1 seed and you start to lose your little mojo there.
Yeah.
Right? You waiting, you were looking at teams playing the playoff. Now they got the one leg up on you, right? Because now they just won a playoff game. They're coming in hot, and you just sitting there on your couch watching football, and then you come in and you cold, and you end up losing the game to like a 4 seed or a 5 seed. Dallas Cowboys are a scary team right now in the second round if they can get there. The New York Giants, I'm with it right now. I'm about to get in my bag come playoff week because I got a lot of faith in this team. This offense is moving the ball. They're getting healthy. Adoree Jackson should be back in the lineup. Xavier McKinney was back in the lineup. This team could beat just about anybody right now. And if you're the Philadelphia Eagles, yeah, that bye sounds great, but health is more important if you ask me.
So who do you think makes the last playoff? I mean, we have Thursday, but quick preview. Who do you think takes that last spot? Seattle, Detroit, or Green Bay?
Seattle's playing the Rams for this last game, right? The
Detroit
Lions are playing
Green
the
Bay.
Packers.
Yeah.
I
In
think the
Green
Packers
Bay.
are a hotter team right now than the Lions. Dude, Aaron Rodgers, bro, if he pulled this one off, do you remember when he told people, relax? If he pulled this off,
they were like 3-7, right?
yo, they couldn't lose a game. They could not lose a game. And he literally just been running the table. I'm going to say, this is good. This is good. This is really good. You put me on the spot. I like this.
Because I like Green Bay or Detroit. I think whoever wins that game can make a run.
So, but if Seattle wins, they're in, right?
I don't think so. Because I swore Green Bay controlled their own destiny. So I think if Green Bay wins, then they're in.
Who
If
knows this
Detroit
playoff
wins,
scenario right now?
then if Detroit wins and Seattle loses, then Detroit's in. But if Detroit wins and Seattle wins, then Seattle's in. I think. Because right now Seattle holds a spot.
Yeah, Seattle holds the spot right now. So I just don't understand how if like the Lions or the
Packers own.
Lalo says if Green Bay wins, they in.
Yeah, Packers have the tiebreaker.
Now
Over
Detroit,
all
if
of
they
them.
win, they might need Seattle to lose.
That's what I would imagine would be the case.
Oh, I see. Oh my God, that's gonna be crazy. All right, I'm going with the Green Bay Packers. I think the Green Bay Packers are gonna handle business at home. And if it doesn't matter if Seattle wins or not, I'd go in the hierarchy. I'm gonna go Green Bay is probably gonna get it. Seattle will be at the bottom, and the Lions will be in between that. I take that back. I'm gonna go Packers. I'm gonna go Seattle, and I'm gonna go Lions at the bottom. So I think the Packers are gonna get in. If they don't get in, Seattle will get in. If not, Lions get in.
Okay, so let's say Green Bay is in there. Who's the least scariest team of all the playoff teams in the NFC?
That's another interesting question. I'm gonna go. So it'd be Packers, Giants, Cowboys, Bucks. The Bucks, 100%. The Bucks,
Even with Tom Brady.
no doubt about it, man. The Bucks.
Well, the
Tampa's
Bucks-
not good. They're not good, man. They
See,
should
I was
not
gonna-
even
I
be
was-
here. 8 and
I was
8,
gonna
they should
go.
not
I was
even
gonna
be
go
here.
Minnesota. I was gonna go Minnesota. but
You would go
okay.
Minnesota. I know that. You would go Minnesota.
They got
You've been hating on
shellacked.
Minnesota all year. They're 12-4, man.
They are. They just got shellacked.
That's all good.
Look,
Look
Mike
at high
Mike
power
Evans, Mike Evans and Tom Brady just got it clacking at the right time. Mike Evans
They
just
got shellacked by a
Mike
good
Evans
team.
just went ham.
Yeah, he did, but it was on 3 big plays. I look at that more of a problem with what was going on with Carolina than it was like, I mean, dog, he's wide open, backpedaling into the end zone on most of those fade route. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, man. The Bucks. Yeah, I'm not gonna come off that stance. The Bucks are the least intimidating team in the NFC right now. And second, I would probably say the Giants or the Vikings. It might be a 3-way tie between the Giants, Vikings, and the Cowboys, to be honest. Yeah, to be honest. They're like all right in the same range because the Vikings, if they play their best football, I don't think the Cowboys could hang with them or the Giants could hang with them. But the Vikings, their defense is so poor, you never know what's going to happen. And if you get pressure, which both the Giants and the Dallas Cowboys have, speed rushers, those are the kind of defensive fronts that give problems for Kirk Cousins and the Vikings. So I'll give you the Vikings maybe after the Bucks, and then I'll go Cowboys and Giants are neck and neck, and then whatever else after that. San Francisco and the Eagles are kind of tied for the best teams, I'd say, in the NFC. In the AFC, all those teams could make a run for real. The Jaguars are probably the least
They're a dangerous team.
Yeah, you like the Jaguars. I'm not a big fan of the Jaguars. I think they're a good team,
Chargers.
though. I do think they're a good team.
But we're gonna have to wait. We have to wait and find out.
Yeah, because right now the Patriots got that spot, I believe.
But the thing is the Patriots do have that spot, but everything can change based upon what happens when the Bengals-Bills game ends up being
But I don't think that would
resumed.
change the seeding for the Patriots being the last wild card. It would change seeding for the top 3 teams. Like the Bengals can still win and get the first round bye, and the Bills could still fall down to number 3. Right now, the Bengals are at number 3, and the Bills are at number 2. Chiefs at number 1.
And then the Bengals can because the Ravens could still win that division.
Ravens are 10-6 right now, and the Bengals are 11-4. Yep. So
Because they play each other. They play each other. Bills.
To the Bills and then lose to the Ravens can win that division.
Yeah.
But all those teams are in. Chiefs, Bills, Bengals, Chargers, Ravens are all in.
Yeah. The only thing that might change might be that depending upon how deep those tiebreakers go for those 8-8 teams.
Oh, and the Jacksonville Jaguars are solidified too. So really, the only
No,
spot
the
that can change.
No, the Jacksonville Jaguars have to beat the Titans.
Do they?
Yeah, the winner of that game wins the division.
Oh yeah, they're not clinched. They're not clinched. Yep. But their positioning can't change. It says.
Yeah.
Their positioning at the 4 seed, they'll stay there. So it'll either be them or the Titans. Get in. They're probably the least threatening team in the AFC for sure. I mean, the Titans are no good. Titans are just they're a below average team. And then Miami is the in the 8th seed right now. So it could be Miami, Patriots, or the Steelers are still in the mix as well.
Yep.
Steelers are not eliminated.
Beige Boy, we are playoff specialists here at Awthentik and The Beard.
Oh, yeah, we definitely going to do playoff episodes for sure.
We're doing playoff. We're actually in talks of trying to put together a Awthentik and The Beard family.
I mean,
playoff
well, clearly I'm
bracket.
not a playoff specialist. I'm over here looking at this scenario like this and this. Oh, yeah, I'm way off. But we're specialists at giving you some content for sure. We definitely going to give y'all some content.
But we're trying to put together an Awthentik and The Beard playoff bracket challenge.
Oh, yeah, we're going to put all that together. Y'all definitely be the first ones to know. Keep an eye on the community. We'll definitely let y'all know how this is going to go. It's going to be some different vibes for the playoffs for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm with you, Vlad. I do think that the Jags are better out of the Titans and the Jags for sure. Yeah, I'd go with the Jags on that too.
So then the last 3 teams for the wild card comes down to Steelers, Patriots, Dolphins.
Yep.
And Patriots and Dolphins play each other?
Is that true? I don't know.
I think so.
That'll be nice. Be a good Week 18 matchup. I love to see those matchups with, everything on the line. I remember one year it came down to I think it came down to Oakland. I think this was last year. I say Oakland, Las Vegas, and the Chargers last week, and the Raiders ended up beating
remember
them.
they were like, if it's the tie, then they both got in. Remember?
Oh yeah, that would have been crazy. Yeah, that would have been wild.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
yeah. I see Labama says we should definitely do the bracket. And look at that, 4 hours, man. Let's go. Let's go, man. This way, right? Yeah.
Man, listen, I took a beating and I did it because I love you guys. So shout out to you guys. As much as that hurt me, and it got to a point where I was like, it was about to be this. Okay, it was about to be that, but you know what? I love you guys. I deserved it. So.
Yep. Like I said, man, all you had to do was just say, hey, man, I hope they just pick the best guy that can win us the game. Instead, you was like, the Heineke Hive, man, getting on my nerves, and you let them get underneath your skin and convince you that Carson Wentz was a better quarterback. Washington ain't throwing 3 interceptions all damn year.
I'm not doing my homework either.
Brandon Place said, love your beard. Shout out to the gang, man. We definitely appreciate all y'all who started this stream with us, especially, and finished this stream with us. Another 4-hour stream in the books, man. Big shout out to the gang in the building, man. Y'all definitely make this a lot easier. This 4 hours flew by, man. It flew by. It definitely flew by.
Except for that 2-hour period of me getting.
Oh, that was the fastest part of the show for me.
That was the longest part for me.
Oh, I loved it.
I thought we were at 4 hours then.
Yeah, it was definitely a vibe, man. We lowered the casket today for the Washington Commanders. We threw some flowers in there, you know, and we said goodbye. And it's unfortunate that they're not going to be in the playoffs. I really thought, man, like, you know, we did a couple of shows like 4 weeks back and whatnot, and I thought it was going to be y'all that were probably going to make it to the playoffs, and the Giants might not make it in.
That's
Giants
how
went
it
out
was
here,
looking,
man, and handled
It's
business,
crazy
man.
how
Big
it
shout out
turns
to them.
around.
It is.
Crazy.
It is. It is. You know, I was there with you. We did the play-by-play for the playoff game with the Washington Commanders versus the Bucks, and it was tough, man. It was tough being on the outside of the playoffs while y'all were in. And, you know, now we're even. You get to deal with that. Yes, rest in peace to my left. Pause on that, too. Rest in peace to the left hand one time. Nah, but shout out to y'all, man. We definitely couldn't do this without y'all, man. This whole stream was definitely a vibe. And I'm going to play the Giants theme, the music that we've been playing, you know, for the most part of the year for our New York Giants. Again, congrats to the gang, man. Y'all know what it is. The Cowboys are in the playoffs as well, but not one bit. We're going to give y'all them Becky O'Shea Icebox vibes. I hope we get to see y'all. Now, that would be amazing if we can have an NFC East matchup in the playoffs. I'm ready for it. I'm not scared of the Eagles. I'm not scared of the Cowboys. I'm not scared of the 49ers, Vikings, none of y'all. It's playoff time. All you got to do is win a game, and you will see yourself into the next round. Make sure y'all stay tuned. On Thursday, we're going to be doing a Week 18 preview show. It's only going to be 2 games. I'm going to show up only because I got to be here. I'm not even thinking about that game. I'm looking forward to the next following week when we are in the playoffs, man. It's going to be amazing. Again, shout out to the gang. Look at the Beard's face right here. Just look at him right now.
I'm thinking about what I'm going to say already on Thursday to all of our Dallas viewers.
Like, man, forget all y'all Giants fans, man.
I was plotting. Yeah, because you were like, you know, I'm looking forward to next week. I mean, you know, the playoffs. And in my mind, I'm sitting here after my wheels started moving. I'm like, man, I get to wear the Beat Dallas t-shirt. Dallas fans are going to be expecting flowers. I'm going to come up with a crazy roadmap. They're going to not be happy with me. But, hey, you know, that all of that was going through my mind.
Week to show up with some flowers that you picked from the Cowboys' front garden. Like, here you go.
Oh, man.
That's going to be your Super Bowl, though, man. I wish the best for you. I won't say I wish a victory for you, but I do wish the best for you. I hope y'all, you know, do something in that game, show up. We don't know who's going to be a quarterback, so keep your eyes peeled to see who the Washington Commanders will announce to be the quarterback for the Washington Commanders in that game up against the Dallas Cowboys. And also keep your eyes on what's going on with Jalen Hurts. This is going to be an interesting week nonetheless. I'm definitely going to be on my Marshawn Lynch vibes. I'm just showing up because I got to be here for that one. I'm looking forward to them playoffs, man. It feels so good. The New York Giants are back, baby. This is amazing. Back in the playoffs. We got a shot. That's all I wanted. Unfortunately, the Beard couldn't get that. I feel for you, bro. I really do. And I commend you for standing up here. And shout out to the chat, man. Y'all really showed up and showed out.
Yeah.
A lot of support for the channel with the super chats, man. I know that's going to make it a little bit easier on the Beard come the 21st of the month when YouTube cuts that damn check. Shout out to y'all, man. Y'all, we really could not do this without y'all, man. So shout out to all the new subscribers. Anybody who jumped on board with us this year, man, and this was your first year jumping on board. Shout out to all of y'all, man. We're just trying to grow this community. Somebody said on Twitter the other day to me when they thought that I was that Jake account, they said to me, they were like, I can't wait till people find out about Awthentic's burner account named Jake and his brand falls apart. It's not gonna happen. This brand and this band was not built overnight. We've been building this. Me and the Beard been doing this since day one. This is my sandbox, homie. You cannot break this. This is forever, my guy. And when I first started making music, the Beard was like, come through, man. I got a recording set up. It was a little ghetto blaster recorder and another, like, you know, a entertainment system where you got the 3 things stacked up on top of each other with the equalizer, the tape deck. We played the instrumental in the back of that. And that moment right there led to everything that I've done in my music career. So big salute to that guy over there. Can't nothing break this brand overnight. Y'all know what it is, man. It's Awthentik and The Beard, man. Left side.
Strong side.
Y'all be good, man. Keep raising that bar. Keep living those dreams, man. Listen to your OGs. The universe flows in Technicolor and surround sound. Rest in peace to one of the best OGs that was out there. The podcast GOAT, Combat Jack one time. We will see y'all on Thursday. Same place, same time. Maybe another 4-hour stream. We don't got a Thursday night game. So we might see another 4-hour stream. That'll be 12 hours in 4 days. Y'all know what it is. We can't do this without y'all, man. Big salute to the gang. Biceps in the chat. Salute to all of y'all, man. We will see y'all on Thursday. Peace.